Picture this, a classic fantasy world where twisting labyrinths swallow you whole and terrifying monsters wait in the darkest depths. Still, a friendship that starts in early childhood between a boy and a girl feels downright magical, like a fantasy all on its own. Inside a brutal dungeon, 17-year-old swordsman Van Battles hurled himself into the fray, smashing through wave after wave of beasts just to reach one specific goal. He effortlessly slams his way through the monsters, smashing minotaurs and blasting winged beasts out of the air with crushing strikes. Burning with exhaustion and drenched in sweat, he finally stumbles into the deep place he's been chasing. A terrified minotaur stammers, then lets him through, too scared to challenge the determined human. Past this point, the dungeon drops into its darkest depths, where the master is waiting. A towering dungeon king, an enormous dragon, hangs in the dark, looming and waiting like it knows the challenger is coming. Inside the Dragon King's chamber, the beast raises the moment and officially welcomes the human who's fought their way here. The intimidating presence suddenly cracks open to reveal the Black Dragon King, Obsidian. The dragon roars his approval for Van's raw strength, but the second the clap fades, you can see the boy's drained, like he's running on fumes. With a wicked grin stretching across its face, the dragon vows that Van is about to face its last, final opponent. Van gapes at the beast in total shock, and the dragon hesitates mid-intimidation, clearly thrown off. The dragon snaps out of his act and bluntly calls it. Van's drenched in sweat and looking completely wrecked. Van pushes past the tension and blurts out, "Can the dragon flap those wings to cool me down? It's scorching hot outside." The dragon lets out a defeated sigh, then grumbles and agrees, reluctantly, to follow that utterly ridiculous request. As the dragon fans her, she admits, this breeze feels better than rushing back to her human form. Van gulped in air and demanded answers. Why on earth had she been throwing around that dramatic roleplay speech earlier? Mortified by his teasing, she snaps back that she wanted to surprise him after they'd been apart, and then she decides to shift back. Smoke roars through the air around the giant creature as she kicks off her dragon form release. From the choking smoke steps Ryoka, horns and all, smiling like she owns the place as she greets Van like it's no big deal. Van hands open the bag of souvenirs his mom had sent him. Ryoka grumbles that she's a carnivore and doesn't want veggies, but when she hears they're from his mom, she caves and digs in. Over drinks, the narrator suddenly reintroduces them, Dungeon Conqueror Van and the Dragon King Ryuka. Even with those huge, epic titles, these two are just childhood buddies kicking back and enjoying a laid-back day together. Van corners Ryuka and demands to know if she can finally rein in her subordinates, because every time he shows up, they're attacking him. Ryuka grins and taunts him, "Are the monsters too tough for you?" And Van shoots back instantly, "No way." He confesses that it kills him to face those monsters because no matter where he goes, he ends up fighting them every single time. In the distance, bruised monsters huddle and eavesdrop, shaken to the bone by the beatings but stuck with their orders. They whisper that they've got to fend off intruders, no matter how easily Van sends them packing. The narrator says Van lives miles away, so even with their deep 10-year bond, they only get to meet once a month. Ryuka and Van burst into laughter, chatting like nothing else matters as they soak up every precious second together. The monsters watching the sweet, wholesome moment turned red-faced, and it hit them hard as they remembered their own younger days. Van suddenly blurted out that he had to ditch the hangout. He needed to get home fast because a game was waiting. The monsters grumble that he's bailing way too soon, and they're begging the couple to stay the night together. Ryuka's shoulders slump, realizing she's stuck waiting a whole other month before she gets to see him again. Van cuts through her sadness and tells her, "No worries, tomorrow we're playing the game together." He tells them he's slipped to the dungeon entrance and officially hooked up with the local adventurers guild. Ryuka suddenly gets it. This means he can show up every single day, and just like that, his dream of living like an adventurer finally clicks into place. The listening monsters snap with horror, because from now on, they're going to get smashed into pulp every single day. Wilka's cheeks light up as she teases Van, flipping the question like a dare. Did he move here because he couldn't stand life without her? Van totally catches her off guard and blurts out the truth. Yeah, he really has been painfully lonely. He shoots her a casual goodbye for tomorrow, and just like that, Ryoka is left standing there, absolutely stunned. Ryuka just stands there, stunned, because in under a day, she's finally going to see him again. She covers her face, trembling with pure joy at the thought of getting more time together. The watching monster shrieked, gushing over how adorable her reaction was. Shaking off the shock, the monsters gear up to slide back into their spots for the wild, packed day ahead. They erupt in cheers, swearing they'll back the romance between those two childhood friends, no matter what. The Minotaur can't stop gushing about getting crushed tomorrow, while the others hang their heads and brace for the brutal physical pain to come. Deep in the bottom floor of that dungeon, a subordinate braces himself to deliver a status report straight to his superiors. The orc snarls that 37 adventurers stormed the dungeon yesterday, barging all the way down to the 7th and 8th floors. A Minotaur clocks the intruders, just scorching attack and smirks, because that's all it takes for the monsters to soak up their mana and bounce right back. The monsters huddled, plotting a trap overhaul, panicking because even total rookies were somehow bulldozing their way deep into the dungeon. The subordinate steps up and suggests the First Division take point on the defense, then leans in to demand the Lady Dragon Queen's approval. The Dragon Queen gives no answer at all. She just stares ahead with a blank gaze while her subordinates shout her name. The monsters clock it instantly. She's totally lost in the moment, staring at the clock instead of the meeting like she's forgotten they even exist. They clock her distraction on the spot because they can feel it. Van's about to show up any minute. Blushing hard, Ryuka snaps that she's not waiting for him until the monsters grin and swear the announcer will call out any intruders. Her subordinates started to tease her, urging her to make a move since she'd be seeing him every single day now. Ryoka freezes, wrestling with the words as she tries to figure out what Van means to her. She's hit with a flashback from 10 years ago, right when the storm ripped her from her family and she got stranded alone, terrified and helpless. Injured and stripped of the power to fly or even disguise herself, the young dragon wailed in pure despair, screaming for her parents until it hurt to hear. That terrifying ordeal had the little dragon shaking so hard it rattled, pure fear burning in its bones. The young Van burst out of the woods with sticks in tow, then hurried over and gently asked the crying creature if she was all right. Ryoka still smiles when she thinks back on it, the day Van ripped her out of isolation and rescued her. They hit it off instantly, then spent every single day side by side, playing their hearts out and soaking up each other's company like it was the best thing ever. Even with all the fun, that young dragon still got hit with homesickness, and the moment night fell, he broke down and cried. With no one but himself, young Van stormed out of his village, determined to guide her safely back home. Days turned into weeks as the two kids trudged across the land side by side. Van fought for her life through a brutal journey, striking back at giant scorpions and every lurking danger just to keep herself safe. Van still can't believe it. He recounts the moment Ryuka finally confessed she could transform into a human. They finally tracked down her family and he watched as they reaped a tearful goodbye, thanking him for everything he'd done. Van flashed a grin and swore that next time, he'd be the one to show up at her house and play. Young Ryoka wiped away her tears and nodded hard, agreeing with a burst of excitement to his promise. Right now, Ryuka smiles sweetly at a treasured memory, while her spy subordinate can't help but stare at her warm expression. She looks back on how she ended up ruling as a dungeon boss, and how Van kept getting stronger just to make sure they could finally reunite. With cheeks blazing red, she suddenly realizes she's been harboring feelings for him ever since that journey. Panicked, she blurts out, "We're just childhood friends," and orders the talk to stop right now. The monsters tease Van as too cool to resist, and Ryuka can't take it. She snaps at them, burning with embarrassment. She partially morphs her head into a dragon and unleashes a brutal roar, and her subordinates freeze in pure terror. The Minotaur slams the brakes on her, warning her not to let Van catch sight of that terrifying face. Right then, the dungeon announcer suddenly blared, warning them that a fresh adventurer just stepped into the fray. Welcome to the monstrous 100-floor tower called WM Hell, where most adventurers get crushed long before they ever reach the 45th floor. The monsters instantly clock Van as the intruder the moment he moves, and they snap at the jittery Ryoka to finally chill. The announcer shouts that floor after floor gets smashed in seconds, until the Minotaur finally flips the whole disaster off. The monsters ditch their posts so Ryuka can have his fun, then they swear they'll spend the next run trying to hold him back for 10 full minutes. Ryuka panics, then scrambles to smooth out her appearance in the last few seconds before he finally shows up. Van rounds the corner with a laid-back greeting, like it's no big deal, and mentions that the run was over in a flash. Ryuka tries to play it cool, quizzing her how his adventurer registration went, all while her nerves are screaming under the surface. She clocks him staring at her like crazy, and under Van's intense eyes, she starts squirming and fidgeting. Van throws back a laugh, swats her worry aside, and tells her he's only been mulling something over. He grins warmly, says it feels just like the old days, and promises he'll be back tomorrow. Ryoka slaps on a look of disgust, pretending his feelings are too much, and tells him he didn't have to go that far. She says she gets that he's lonely, but Van shoots back, he watched her smile as he walked out yesterday. Van shoots her a knowing look, and Ryuka scrambles to keep her composure. The two burst into a shy, happy laugh, soaking up their reunion like childhood magic, just two friends back together again. Behind them, the battered monsters stared at the couple with tender smiles, cackling through every painful injury. Van is partying after his board game win, bragging like he's king, because his harem is finally complete, an elf queen, an undine, and a tsundere knight standing together at last. He brags about his brutal lineup, Fenrir and a wizard's master, until Ryuka crashes the celebration, rolls the dice, and tells him to slow down. Monster watchers snap into confusion the moment Ryoka's aggressive shout erupts as she slams her turn down. Van and Ryoka are locked in on their tabletop game, snapping pieces across a map of twisting paths like every move matters. The monsters catch on that this duo is stuck in a reincarnation game where the roll of the dice decides who becomes your ally, and the only win is landing the strongest rebirth. Van throws the dice again with a grin, then whoops when they come up *3, 4, and 5*, pushing him right up the board. Even after his allies betrayed him, kicked him out, and stripped him blind, Van still throws a victory party, because that cursed bad luck curse just hands him a killer revenge buff. The Minotaur sneers at the game like it's some weird kid's toy, while the orc tears into the whole idea as a brutal way to live. The monsters spot it instantly, Lady Dragon Queen's grinning ear to ear as she plays with Van, pure joy radiating off her. Ryoka snaps into mass murder mode to avenge her NTRD heroine, and the Minotaur bursts out, calling it a downright terrible game. The Harpy keeps her eyes on the duo, impressed they're really cutting loose, but she can't shake the feeling that something absolutely vital is missing. She snaps that the two 17-year-olds have zero spark between them, then demands they finally crank up the romance and make serious progress. With a wicked grin, she realizes this slow pace is doomed. At this rate, the two of them will never actually hook up. She decides to step in and snaps that she'll be the one to finally get them into the mood for what's coming. She blows in like a siren and tells you straight up her songs are pure danger, ready to fool you and yank your deepest desires right out of you. Harpy plots in her mind how she'll unleash her enchanting voice and bend Van and Ryuka to her will. In her imagination, the music hits like a spark, making Van and Ryuka blush hard and lock eyes, aching with longing. The fantasy keeps roaring. Ryuka begs Van to crush the tightness in her chest, and Van just shrugs and admits it. The moment he looks at her, he's burning hot. Her delusion spikes to the max as the two lovers shout each other's names and tumble into a burning, mouth-to-mouth embrace. Her fantasy gets so intense it overwhelms her mind, and the Harpy lets loose a massive nosebleed. Kobold named Walquin interrupts her bloody daydream, asking if he can butt in. He snaps out his disapproval, flat out saying that shoving them together isn't real progress. Walquin insists that if they get shoved into some forced lewd mess, it'll wreck their friendship for good and smash the wholesome flirting the minions love to watch. The Minotaur grins and says they'd be total failures as minions if they tried anything with that burning couple, so the orc clamps his mouth shut. Harpy looks rattled by her logic, but she still doubles down. She knows exactly what she's risking. She snaps back that there are 10 years of emotions on the line, and she's determined to bulldoze her way into real happiness for the Dragon Queen. Walquin nods to her determination and tells her straight, if she's really pouring her heart into Ryuka's happiness, he won't stand in her way. Still, he finally chooses to walk away, insisting that lewd interference is the absolute wrong move. Harpy snarls that he shouldn't shove his own wants onto the world, but then, in private, she lets it slip. She just wants a joyful, fiery moment between the two. She yanks out an acoustic guitar, and the rest of the monsters instantly go pale with dread. The Minotaur bares his teeth and snarls that everyone should plug their ears, because this isn't a joke, not even for a second. Harpy starts strumming and singing, convinced her song will instantly set the perfect romantic mood. Van and Ryoka immediately grab their heads in agony, but Harpy misreads it like the song is working its magic. Van explodes, screaming that he's done for good, and then he lunges forward out of nowhere. Ryuka jolts in shock when Van clamps both hands on her shoulders during the sonic onslaught. The minions shriek in terror as the camera rockets closer to the brutal, panicked faces of the suffering duo. Van and Ryoka plug their ears and yell, "What horrible thing is Harpy doing?" The monsters yank their hands over their ears and groan that a real harpy screech isn't just loud, it's a terrifying weapon. Harpy's jaw drops when she realizes those half-man, half-bird creatures aren't one group at all, they're split into two totally different categories. Sure, sirens sing like angels and hypnotize everyone, but harpies, those nightmare birds, shriek like they're cursed, then swoop in to snatch dead meat off the ground. The harpy freezes in stunned silence, brain crashing as the truth hits. She's not a mesmerizing siren at all, she's one of the awful bird monsters. Even after the Minotaur and Orc tell her to stop throwing herself at this romance, the stubborn harpy just digs in her heels and refuses to call it quits. The Minotaur ignores her protests and decides to reveal their presence by calling out to the couple in the next room. Van and Rio slammed into surprise at the sudden intrusion, snapping, "What are you guys doing here?" Ryuka's face burns with embarrassment when she finally realizes her minions have been spying on her private time with Van the whole time. Her shame instantly flips into pure, terrifying murder rage. She blasts out a dark aura and growls that they're all already dead. Van sweating buckets as he barges in to break the tension, begging the furious Dragon Queen to cut her terrified staff some slack. With a cheerful grin, he wipes out the tension by inviting the monsters to play along, completely brushing off Ryoka's grumpy refusal. The monsters bicker for a second about barging into the date, but the urge hits harder than reason, so they cram themselves into the room anyway. The harpy stares in terror as it clicks. Stuffing 4 colossal monsters into that tiny space will slam them into a deadly crush. Chaos erupts when the giant Minotaur and the orcs crash in, shoving through like a storm, and physically pin the little Dragon Queen into the corner. The game kicks back in and the harpy unleashes a heartbreak-level villain act on Goblin Island while Ryuka gets pinned tight against Van. Ryoka grumbles about the cramped space and shoots Van a glare as his shoulder digs painfully into her side. She sneaks a quick look at him, then decides, straight up, that being pressed against him feels totally okay. The monsters chuckle to themselves, smugly convinced wholesomeness beats lewdness every time, and that's when Ryuka's cheeks blaze red as he screams, "Stop smiling." Ryuka shoved a stack of books into Van's hands, right up to volume 9, then warned him, dead serious, that he'd come back crying for the next one sooner or later. Van waves goodbye with the lone papers clutched in his hand, while Ryoka's harsh glare hits him like a warning, "Seriously, read them this time." The next day, the monsters stumble onto the Lady Dragon Queens, dead silent in the hallway, sulking instead of doing a single thing. Her dark mood deepened and that heavy sigh left everyone stunned, because her subordinates couldn't figure out what hit her so fast. Ryoka blurts out that she's terrified she may have annoyed Van after pushing all those recommendations on him at once. The monsters clock it instantly. Her nerves aren't fear at all, they're pure hope, because she just wants to see him read the book she loves. One of her subordinates blurts out, "If you want to keep tabs on him 24/7, just marry the guy and watch his every reaction." Orc slams in right as her anxiety spirals out of control, and he swears he's got a special gadget that could finally fix everything. He swings open the reveal of a colossal 32-inch organic EL magical witchcraft monitor, built to blast out crystal-clear high-definition display. Orkin tells them he built it from scavenged dungeon parts because he's the trap specialist and that's his domain. The device works like a high-tech crystal ball, and it secretly tracks and records every Van move in real time, while he's totally in the dark. These monsters are pitching it as the ultimate way to keep a constant eye on Van's everyday life. Ryuka hesitates, shoots them a sharp look, and insists she's not some kind of pervert. She hates the whole idea of sneaking around just to peek at a friend. That very night, Ryuka gets stuck to his screen, staring at Van Red's every move in his room like he can't breathe without it. She stares at every page as Van John reads, then once his eyes slow down, she finally watches him finish the volume she lent him. Her heart hammers in her chest as she bites her lip, praying he'll react to the story. Van mutters to himself that the book's actually great, then praises Ryuka's spot-on taste. He decides to crash, and that leaves a blushing Ryuka glowing with pure joy from his private praise. The very next morning, a beaming Ryoka cheers Orkin's invention, then declares, loud and proud, that she'll read the next volume today. When Van shows up to shoot hoops, the harpy smirks and tells him to use the monitor, because she plans to spy on him while he bathes later. Ryuka shuts down Van's pervy remark on the spot, then drops right back into his seat the second he's gone. She can't stop giggling as Van Hum strolls along, singing to himself like the whole world can't get enough. She even stalks his meals, groaning every time he goes for vegetables instead of meat. 3 days slam by and Ryuka crumbles into a silent, unblinking statue in front of the display. Her eyes burned red and the dark circles hanging under them screamed from non-stop surveillance. The narration makes it painfully clear she's gone full stalker just watching Van dig into his lunch. The horrified minions finally burst in, yelling at her to stop snooping on him for 72 straight hours. Ryoka blurts out a wildly fast excuse about checking for secret girlfriends and handling complaints, and it instantly exposes her paranoid obsession. Minotaur cuts through her manic rambling and jabs a finger at the screen, forcing her to see what's about to matter. On the monitor, Van slumps with heavy, crushing sadness, and it shows in every inch of him. Ryuka chalks it up to plain exhaustion from reading, then the Minotaur snaps at her to check a mirror because she looks way worse than she thinks. The story jumps into a dusty tavern. 2 adventurers march up to the gloomy Van, and the whole place feels tense. They told him to talk it out, pressing him for what's got him wearing that heavy, gloomy face. Van shoots them a glare and yells, "I know you," because he's already thrashed these adventurers in that dungeon over and over. He tells me he's freaking out because yesterday his childhood friend looked completely worn out, bags under her eyes and all. From the dungeon, Ryuka watched and instantly felt his heart wrench because she realized his condition, and it didn't just show, it proved he was worried sick about her. The armored adventurer nods hard like, "Yeah, those symptoms are seriously concerning." And out of nowhere, that bandana-wearing man leans in and blurts, "So, is your childhood friend a girl?" When Van confirms it, the man crumples into shock, totally unable to believe that the opposite-sex childhood friend fantasy trope is actually real. He clutches Van's hands like his life depends on it and begs to be introduced to that rare creature, while the monsters stare, frozen in stunned silence. The Minotaur snaps, screaming that he'll smash the Playboy adventurer into a pulp just to keep him away from the Dragon Queen. Van shuts the idea down hard, straight up refusing and making it clear he won't let them meet her. Chaos explodes when the Minotaur roars in pure frustration and the other monsters chant and cheer, feeding the fight until the argument turns feral. The armored adventurer steps in and orders the Minotaur to surrender, yet the beast panics, begging for only a split-second glimpse before it gives up. The knight shoves Van off as a hopeless loser who can't get a single girl, and that insult rattles Van so hard it forces an awkward apology out of him. Van tells them he can't risk his seniors on the bottom floor, the monsters are way too deadly, so he decides to charge in alone. Ryuka's cheeks flare red as the Minotaur hammers his praise, telling everyone how Van fought to keep her identity safe from the evil that lurks in those cruel adventures. The Minotaur tells her to quit stressing from a distance and just talk to him, and Ryuka finally snaps to the truth, he's right. She decides to shut the snooping down for good and go straight to Van, no more guessing. Ryuka blurts that she was only curious, not stalking, but the Minotaur cuts her off and shuts her denial down hard. Right on the screen, Van suddenly stops dead in his tracks and locks into a hard, sudden realization stare. The watching monsters start to panic, terrified that Van finally clocked that someone's been watching him. The orc shuts down that whole idea as just a lucky fluke, then snatches the remote to cut it off. Van locks eyes with the camera and flat-out declares he can feel some strange presence staring right back at him. The orc fesses up that he slipped in a smidge of magic to make the transmission work, and he totally misjudged how razor-sharp Van's senses are. Ryuka's stomach drops when she realizes Van's dungeon brawls have sharpened his senses past hers. Van locks onto the empty air, glaring like the hidden sensor is watching him back. Ryuka trembles with fear, clinging to the screen as Van's glare hits like a punch she can't survive. Panicked out of her mind, she whips her powerful tail and smashes the monitor, right on the spot to bury the evidence forever. Monsters cooed over her adorable reaction as Ryoka finally confessed she couldn't stand how Van stared at her with pure, venomous hostility. Later, Van leans in and asks if she was scared he'd never read the books, and Ryuka blurts out a quick yes, locking in the perfect little misunderstanding. Van catches the exhaustion on her face and asks if she's been losing sleep over her worries, then reassures her that she was just up late, reading. Van stands before the towering entrance of the dungeon, ready to kick off his daily routine and dive right back into it. That brand new adventurer, secretly the Dragon Queen's childhood friend, starts his dangerous descent straight down to the bottom floor. He walks into the dangerous labyrinth like it's a normal commute, shrugging it off like it's just another day to grind and clear. With a lightning burst of speed, he brute forces his way down the stairs, tearing past every obstacle in his path. Terrified outcasts steel themselves, then they roar for the intruder to come face to face, even while their fear claws at them. Van slashes through their ranks at breakneck speed, tearing them apart so bad they're left spinning from the blast of his wake. He spots a puzzle door, laughs at the riddle, and just punches through the wall to get moving. With every attack sliding right off him, he casually steers the fight, then his mind races ahead to his date with Ryuka, weighing fishing versus cards. He bursts onto the 27th floor, and it's this pitch-dark, cavernous space that swallows all the light. In the dim shadows, a curvy figure lounged in lazy comfort, smiling as she felt the adventurer closing in. The hidden monster giggles under her breath, smugly claiming Van is already hers. She rips the air with a piercing scream, snaring his attention and dragging him straight into her trap. Then he stumbles on a sobbing woman who swears her own party stripped her naked and left her to die. Van doesn't soothe her, he grabs healing herbs and presses them into her hands to treat her injuries. He freezes up, awkwardly says goodbye to her, then pivots to leave. No way he's escorting her. She panics, shatters her act, and blasts, screaming that he can't just abandon her in that dungeon. Van's torn up inside. Ryuka is waiting for him, but he can't turn his back on someone who needs help. The woman secretly cheers herself on, already plotting her next move. She's going to cling to him and make him fall for her. Van suddenly yanks her up with a bright chant, then carries her out herself like it's her mission. He rockets forward at breakneck speed, and the woman shrieks as the impact jostles her around like she's nothing but luggage. She fights to rein in her panic, gripping the truth. She can't let his insane pace drag her under. Determination burns in her chest as she vows to take down this adventurer and prove she's worthy of every ounce of power a succubus carries. Van yells that they're charging for the surface, but the succubus panics and begs him to wait right now. She pretends she's worn out, then gasps that she's not ready to go home, not yet. Van meets her gaze with dead, emotionless eyes and bluntly calls out, "It's noon right now." The succubus snarls at his thick-headed cluelessness, screaming that he has no friends because he can't read a single mood. Van doesn't even flinch at the insult, but he can feel it. Something about this woman is seriously wrong. Up in the high air, the Minotaur and the other monsters stare in total disbelief as the scene plays out. They clock her instantly, the new succubus, fresh on the job, while she cluelessly works her way into the Dragon Queen's man. The monsters bicker over whether they should step in, then they finally back off, refusing to tell her the truth about Van's relationship. They figured out that spilling the secret would put Van's whole life as a human adventurer in serious jeopardy. Harpy leans in and demands the Minotaur's take on how to handle this terrifyingly delicate situation. The Minotaur shakes with rage he can't let out, his face twisting into a terrifying snarl. Rage detonates in him as he vows to annihilate the succubus for tearing himself and his childhood friend apart. He rages about how much he despises women who string men along, then spills the truth by projecting his own buried grudges like they're someone else's fault. An orc tries to soothe him as a harpy smirks and needles him with sarcastic praise for the whole emotional explosion. The wolf cuts in right there, saying, "Van's already taken care of it, he handled everything on the monitor." On the screen, Van yanks the succubus in his grip and hangs her upside down in a nasty piledriver position. The monster's grimace deepens as the succubus finally realizes her seduction attempt has crashed and burned spectacularly, and she just can't believe her mercy didn't win. Van utters a sharp burst of realization as he stares down the monster he's got pinned in place. Van stares around in shock at how she ended up here, then clicks. She finally realizes she's a succubus. He jabs at the markings on her stomach and shrugs them off like a tacky crotch tattoo. Van bluntly roasts her seduction skills, and the flustered demon blurts out that her cover is blown. The succubus bears her desperation and admits she got fired from every dungeon she's ever worked at. She blurts out, frantic and determined, that she'll pull every trick in her playbook to save her job, no matter what. Choked up with tears, she clutches Van and begs him for his life essence, anything to finally hit her quota. The watching monsters scan the scene and figured the desperate succubus is about 27 years old. They grieve that the Lady Dragon Queen doesn't have the sharp, take-charge aggression this older woman has in spades. The Minotaur hits his breaking point, shakes with pure rage and snaps away. He can't stand watching anymore. He bellows that they don't need any more heroines, then snaps he's had enough. The succubus locks eyes with the Minotaur and calls him a board member, while Van just stares, utterly baffled. The Minotaur barrels into the scene bellowing like thunder, and he swings his massive weapon straight at the pair. He slams his weapon into the dirt, blasting the rock apart and carving out a fierce barrier right between them. The Minotaur starts spinning a wild story, insisting that if they beat him, they've officially earned the right to go through. He roars at them to move right now, because the Lady Dragon Queen is already waiting. Van stares froze in stunned silence, utterly baffled as the Minotaur suddenly burst into the scene and delivered its wild, dramatic script. He yells at the retreating Minotaur to stop chasing them. First, he needs to make sure the succubus is okay. The succubus trembles in raw terror, realizing she never had a prayer against power like that. She can't help but wonder why that mighty guardian let the adventurer slip straight through to the queen. A sharp realization hits her the moment she starts connecting the dots from that weird encounter. She bursts out with total certainty: Van has to be the Dragon Queen's destined enemy. The monsters spin a lie, claiming the queen wants to handle him herself, and the succubus buys it and goes along with the story. They crouch beside the weeping demon and swear she won't get fired for one stupid mistake. They slam the warning in her face: she's never, ever allowed to go near Van again. The succubus's cheeks flood with heat as she can't stop replaying it. Why did the Minotaur shield her with his own body when the impact hit? She buys her own lie and convinces herself the Minotaur has a secret crush on her. The Minotaur grumbles that he missed the couple's meeting, completely clueless, while the succubus quietly turns down his imaginary advances. Harpy spots something up ahead and blurts a warning to the whole crew: look. Ryuka meets Van with a flushed face, snapping that he took forever to finally show up. Vansai practically exhaled in relief the moment he saw her, and that sudden reaction left Ryuka totally baffled. The narrator lays out the guild's cutthroat money engine, where monster parts like horns and scales get traded for gold through those special request channels. Van stood in the middle of a storm of armored adventurers rushing toward WM Hell, and a knight nearby couldn't help but ask if he wasn't about to join the charge. He tells them that rookies have to climb the ladder from the beginner floors, hustling and scraping for every last penny. Van points out the hard truth: the biggest paychecks usually come from quests that end in a dungeon, so he's done pretending and he dives into the adventure life for real. In the dungeon, Ryuka brushes off the need for permission, while Van admits he was only asking if he'd be allowed to bring back souvenirs. She grins and tells him the treasure is just bait to snag adventurers, so he can take whatever he wants, no strings attached. As the narrator lays out this brutal loop of adventurers getting their gear ripped away, Ryuka shrugs and declares the system a win-win for everyone, no exceptions. Van takes her up on the offer and whips out a list, ticking off which monster drops are hot right now. The list lays out the going market rates: Minotaur horns fetch 30 gold, while harpy feathers sell for 20. The listening monsters go deathly pale as Ryoka casually asks if anyone wants those exact parts. Van admits the guilt is finally creeping in after she keeps beating up her subordinates every single day. Ryuka just laughs off his worries, bragging that her mana mends everything on the spot, like losing a horn or two is no big deal at all. Van decides he'd rather hunt a brand new floor so he won't snatch kills away from his senior adventurers. Wilka's face lights up at the idea, and she immediately grabs him to come with her to this secret spot she swears is perfect. As they push deeper through the dungeon, Van suddenly spots a familiar castle ahead, the very place where they used to play hide-and-seek as kids. He frets that showing up together could wreck her name as Dragon Queen, but Ryoka shrugs it off like it's nothing. Van spots the eerie missing monsters on their route, and Ryuka shoots back that nobody's watching out there. He blurts out that the minions must be slacking, but Ryuka is dead serious. She's really wondering where her staff vanished to. Meanwhile, the Minotaur slithers a lie to a circle of monsters, swearing the 27th floor needs repairs to keep the area blocked. The four executives sprint across the floor, guns blazing with effort, determined to keep that couple's secret rendezvous from getting a single interruption. Ryuka drags Van right up to a vine-choked archway and declares, "We're here, this is our destination." Van stared in awe at the hidden ruins on the 70th floor, shocked he'd never spotted it, even though he walked right through the area all the time. They stumble on a chaotic pile of treasure, and Ryuka snaps that it was her father who left it all behind. She beams and chats about her retired parents globetrotting, and Van cracks up, teasing, "So how's your dad doing?" Up in a window high above, the four monsters lean in as the date plays out, while Ryoka practically orders Van to grab any treasure his heart wants. Van snaps his attention to a weird disturbance in the ground and blurts out mid-conversation, "Hold up, did you see that?" A thick, pitch-black ooze starts seeping out of the floor, and it immediately grabs the couple's attention, and the spies too. Every watching monster let out a single, stunned gasp, instantly clocking the deadly threat crawling up from below. Black sludge surges upward in seconds, twisting into a nightmare beast with too many eyes to count. Its mouth swings wide, jagged teeth on full display, and dungeon mana drips off them in thick, venomous streams. The harpy panics in full shock because a mana monster has spawned way below where it should, far deeper than any floor. The orc growls that these mindless killers are spawned from the dungeon's mana, and they usually lurk on the middle floors. The wolf snarls that a swarm here could trigger a cave-in, and the Minotaur is forced to make a brutal choice right now. The Minotaur's grim resolve hardens as he declares, loud and clear, his absolute duty is to protect the Lady Dragon Queen. He fires off one question to his comrades: are they ready to risk everything, even lay down their lives just to keep her safe? With blood-curdling battle cries, the four executives brace to burst from their hiding spot and slam straight into the enemy. Before they even get a chance to move, Van detonates the monster with one bone-crushing punch, blasting shockwaves through the air. Van asks if it's really okay to kill a thing that looks like it wants to bite, and Ryoka fumbles through a vague memory of her dad warning that they were the dangerous ones. Content with her answer, Van grins and vows he'll just keep murdering them every time they crawl into view. With their confidence shattered, the stunned executives see it. Van is stronger than all of them put together, so they cut him loose and hand the lower floor exterminations over to him alone. The succubus barrels into the dungeon executives in the hallway and demands to know why they're huddling together in that cursed place. She mistakenly believes the Minotaur is flustered because he still harbors secret romantic feelings for her. She cuts through the awkward tension and bluntly asks what the board members are really doing here. She clocks it immediately. Everyone's locked in, eyes glued to a tiny window set into the wall. The moment she tries to sneak a peek through the opening, the Minotaur freaks out and slams itself in front of her, cutting off her view with brutal force. He blurts out a quick lie, insisting only the board can watch the Dragon Queen's secret strategy meeting. The Minotaur clamps her in a crushing embrace, trapping her so she can't even look down at the couple below. With her in his arms, he wrestles with his integrity, but he refuses to waver. He's still dead set on guarding the Queen's privacy. Leaning at the window, Van studies a price list for monster drops and clocks how crazy valuable Minotaur horns are. The Minotaur erupts from the shadows, howling for mercy, begging the adventurer to finally stop the endless farming grind. The succubus watches their frantic reactions, grinning like she's clocking every moment, because this espionage has them loving it. She giggles and blurts out that she's loving every second of this whole show too. She spots a treasure ship on the horizon and leans forward like her life depends on it, desperate to see every detail. She wobbles, loses her footing, and tumbles straight through the opening with a sharp, startled cry. A breathless beat hangs in the air as she drops from the high window, falling straight for the ground. She slams into the dirt right beside Van and Ryuko with a brutal thud. Terrified they'll catch her, she scrambles to apologize, yanking her face out of sight the whole time. She freezes in pure panic, terrified her heart's thunderous pounding will betray her. Trembling on the ground, she can't stop wondering, did Van catch her sudden arrival, or did he see the fear in her? Van casually says he totally saw that weird object she tripped over. He points out that the obstacle is actually a statue of Ryoka's father. Van stands there in awe at the hidden ruins area, realizing he'd somehow never spotted this part of the 70th floor before. Wilka shrugs off that chaotic mountain of gold and trinkets like it's nothing but her dad's ancient junk hoard. She grins and tells you her retired parents are off globetrotting right now, living their best life and soaking up every second. Up in the clouds, the board members finally exhale in relief, and they greenlight Van to grab any treasure he wants. Van strides out of a local shop, shooting the owner a laid-back goodbye as he turns and heads back into the street. A cheerful townsperson calls out to Van by name, and the young adventurer answers with a respectful nod, right back at them. Van drifts through the market, eyeing meat pies for Ryuka, then abruptly freezes and scans every corner like something's watching. Suddenly, a girl slams into him with a startled scream, almost sending him flying in the crush of the busy street. Van blurts out an apology for not watching where he was going, and the flustered girl rushes to admit she got carried away, because it's her very first time in town. Her voice snaps, "Hurry up," and she instantly fires back, "I'm coming." She shoots a quick polite nod, then bolts toward her companion, terrified of being left behind. Right before she leaves, she tells them she's an adventurer too, then pushes the idea that if they cross paths in the dungeon, they should team up. Van watches her sprint straight at the hulking armored man and he snaps, asking if Van was bothering her, only for her to shrug and say she just accidentally bumped into him. Van spots the huge blade strapped to the man's back and immediately knows this stranger is unbelievably strong. Meanwhile, Ryuka lounges on her throne with arms crossed, glaring in total disgust as her lips form a stubborn pout. She mutters under her breath that she and Van aren't a couple, like she can deny the truth of what they are. Her cheeks burn bright as she blurts out, "Shouldn't he have reacted at least a little to how close we were?" Harpy, stuck in detention doing office work, pauses when Ryuka leans in and asks, straight up, for her opinion on the whole situation. The Harpy cuts straight to the point, talking to Ryuka is a total waste of breath, then quietly admits that, yeah, that pouting dragon queen is still kinda cute in her own odd way. Ryuka straight up clarifies she's talking about that day when she tripped, crashed, and landed right on top of Van. Harpy drifts into a daydream about that amazing near kiss, and Ryoka just stumbles through an awkward, shaky admission of what happened. Mortified, Ryuka growls that he'll punish the four idiots later, while Harpy scrambles to play dumb. A sudden chill rips through Harpy's body. She senses the other board members patrolling nearby. Ryuka snaps that Harpy's wrong, but the bird monster clocks it instantly. Ryuka isn't mad at her, she's rattled because Van didn't even flinch from that lewd little disaster. Ryuka stammers that she didn't mean for him to feel anything, then she snaps, frustrated, and trails off. She erupts in pure embarrassment, screaming that any normal man would have been self-conscious in that exact situation. Harpy quietly clocks that Van is a total blockhead, convinced their childhood friendship has turned into the one obstacle standing between them and romance. The bird monster suggests that the Dragon Queen might need to show some skin to get his heart racing. Harpy hatches a sharper plan, ready to raise the stakes. She can't wait to see Van snap, and she's aiming to hit two birds with one stone. Ryoka snapped at her to cut it out, firing back like, "Do you really think I'm that reckless, bold enough to pull something like this?" She turns crimson and screams that if she does it, people will swear she's got feelings for Van. The Harpy just glares at her with a deadpan stare, basically asking, "Why are you wearing that shocked look?" like it's painfully obvious what she's feeling. The bird monster finds Ryuka's irrational denial downright adorable, and Ryuka instantly regrets going to that perverted bird for advice. The Harpy clocks that the Dragon Queen is still drowning in bad mood, and she decides there's no time to waste, someone has to act. With a terrifying snarl, Harpy snaps her eyes forward and announces the start of a chance encounter event, pushing you to move things along. She starts manic slapping together rom-com chaos, body swaps, aphrodisiac potions, and every cringe trope imaginable to shove a romance into existence. Harpy bragged that her gossip-whispering heart knows love stories, and she swore the gap between them had to be closed by force. She's plotting a juicy little event to shove that gap shut before the board meeting later. Harpy cackles wickedly, letting her imagination run wild with the filthy chaos she'd love to set in motion. Right out of nowhere, Van materializes right behind her, radiating pure dread as he snarls, "What are you doing?" Harpy thinks he's just another piece of her delusion, then demands to know why he's stripping Ryuka and her fantasy. Van jabs a threat at her, turning her into chicken wings, and Harpy yelps in panic, screaming that she's getting killed right in her own daydream. When Harpy finally realizes it's real, she blurts out a non-stop apology, right as Van snaps that the 45th floor has been breached. The Minotaur, an orc, and a wolf storm in to check on the emergency, then quickly bow and apologize for cutting into your conversation. Harpy goes rigid with shock, fully processing the gut punch that the enemy is here, way earlier than anyone expected. The Minotaur roars that some adventurer smashed the old record and stormed all the way to the 45th floor. He grimly snaps that the intruder is brand new, definitely not Van. On the 45th floor, the massive Inferno Ogre Guardian is dead on the ground, crushed and finally defeated by the newcomers. The priestess girl from town hovered in terror behind the massive swordsman, staring at him like, "You're the first ones here, aren't you?" The armored swordsman roars that he's coming straight for the Black Dragon Queen. Van corners the armored knight and demands he explain the rumors swirling about a legendary guy named Gold, because apparently he's in town. The night went cold when Van said he'd never heard of him, then Van shrugged it off, claiming he was raised out in the country. History: Gold is a legendary adventurer who's vanished from the land, leaving behind story after story for everyone to remember. The knight starts boasting about Gold's legend, crushing a monstrous behemoth called the Demon King's vessel and wiping out 1,000 bandits all on his own. He claims Gold has swept across dungeons all over the world, and it even carries skills that match a legendary hero. That night, the truth hit hard. Every local A-class adventurer around here looks wiped out because the Gold is clearing out WMH right now. He can't help but wonder if the legendary man has already crushed the dungeon's ruler by now. Deep in the dungeon, the monsters gawk in panic as the intruder smashes their defenses to pieces. The Minotaur shouts that every non-combat monster is finally out and safe. Now they just have to wait, eyes locked on the enemy. He gets a report that Inferno-kun is already receiving treatment, and that his life isn't on the line. The Minotaur calls his team together and lays out the threat, spotting the intruders as the legendary swordsman Gold and his mage sidekick, Sylvia. The monsters freeze in dread when they finally clock it. Since that pair never grabs a single treasure, their only target is the Lady Dragon Queen. They trade nervous whispers about the scary truth. Gold clapped the Inferno Ogre in one hit, and now everyone knows he's coming soon. Ryuka suddenly bursts out of her hiding spot and her subordinates shriek in full panic, urging her to just go back down. She slips past them with a cool, casual refusal, brushing off their frantic warnings like they don't matter. Ryuka keeps insisting she wants to see the first people other than Van, who made it all the way down, then fires back like, "Why aren't you guys freaking out too?" The monsters hounded her to hide for her own safety, then shut down her offer to fight. No matter what, they refused to let her take the risk. Footsteps thunder through the hall as Gold and Sylvia stride into the chamber. Minotaur lunges forward to face the hulking armored giant, then demands, "Are you really made of gold?" The adventurer locks eyes with you, glares like a blade, and bluntly confirms he's the legendary man. The Minotaur silently sizes him up, clocking that this is the kind of guy who barges in and announces his own title like it's a victory speech. Gold shoved for entry and demanded they let him through, while his silent partner hovered right behind him. He vows to slice down the Black Dragon Queen, but the monsters swarm in his way and flat-out refuse to let him through. Walken the wolf strides forward, eyes locked in determination, and throws his hand up to grab the very first turn. Harpy asks how he even survives these fights, and the wolf smirks, then brushes off the legends as pure exaggeration. Walken snaps into a fighting stance and dares the intruder like, "Come on then, try me." Gold tore forward at blinding speed, smashing into the wolf before he could even finish his sentence. The blast whips Walku backward through the air, and his comrades scream his name in pure panic. Gold looms with terrifying confidence, and you can't deny it. The legends about his insane strength are 100% real. The Minotaur's sweat pours as he realizes Gold isn't confident at all. Deep down, he's terrified people will see right through him and call him a fraud. A harpy screeches in and swoops to the rescue, twisting out of the way of a thunderous swing from that legendary sword. Walken sprawls on the ground with a goofy thump on his head, then waves his hand and shushes his worried friends. Minotaur's eyes widened, because the wolf's defense turned a lethal slash into nothing more than a hard bump. He snaps, telling Harpy and the orc to fall back and guard the Lady Dragon Queen. Nothing else matters. Gold tells Sylvia to step back too, insisting he won't need a single support spell. Minotaur and Gold barrel into each other, weapons screaming as steel collides and sparks erupt everywhere. They slam blades together in a brutal strength test, eyes locked, daring each other to break first. The Minotaur stares in disbelief at their human skill, realizing they just traded a whopping 50 clashes in one single heartbeat. Gold lets out a breathless laugh, like he's actually having fun fighting through that resistance. With a twisted grin, the legendary man rips into praise, calling the monster's strength downright splendid. Gold hoists his companion on his back and flashes a grin, screaming that he's finally thrilled to clash with the Black Dragon Queen, Obsidian. The Minotaur quizzes him about this wild thrill, but the legendary adventurer just smirks and says he was born to battle the strong. Gold confessed that this dungeon was his final lifeline, because he'd grown so powerful that nothing else could give him the thrill he craved, so he was hunting for a truly worthy opponent here. Now that Gold finally gets what that beast really packs, he hoists his massive sword and charges straight into the attack. The Minotaur roars that he never thought anyone, only Van, would drive him this far, and he promises he'll never be defeated. The Minotaur hurls a massive axe at Gold's blade, and the impact detonates into a blazing shower of sparks. The two titans slammed forward at blinding speed, trading brutal blows that ripped through the dungeon air like thunder. Ryuka shrieks the Minotaur's name in pure terror as a brutal shockwave from the fight races toward him, ready to swallow him whole. The Minotaur tore into the air with a desperate roar, swearing he'd defend the place where his queen and Van belong. Their clash rips the dungeon apart, and the ceiling overhead starts crashing down on them. Massive boulders shattered from the roof and crashed down as soon as the fight sparked inside the dangerous cavern. Gold blasts a warning as Sylvia has to dodge, because a giant rock is crashing straight onto the frozen mage. A streak of motion rips across the scene as a figure charges in, throwing themselves in the nick of time to stop the rock from smashing down. Monsters and adventurers alike freeze in stunned silence when a total stranger crashes their deathmatch out of nowhere. Van swoops in with Sylvia cradled in his arms, then casually fires off a question to the town girl, "Are you hurt?" Two heavy hitters drop their weapons, stunned and confused, while Van grins and tells them, yeah, they really did meet in the dungeon, just like he promised. The Minotaur totally loses it, screeching at Van to put her down and demanding to know if he even recognizes this enemy. Gold locked eyes with the young man, like he'd just spotted something huge about the boy who'd stepped in. The Minotaur's blood turns to ice when he realizes the old man was only a decoy, and he misread the whole battle plan. He jabs a trembling finger toward the girl in Van's arms and snarls that the one with the heroine face is the real enemy. Screaming at the top of his lungs, the Minotaur barks at Van to stop the Princess Carrie right now, because the Lady Dragon Queen is watching from close by. The monsters stop dead in terrified silence when a sharp gasp bursts from the shadows behind them. They snap around and there's shocked Ryuka, staring at the chaos, so panic erupts as they scream her name. Gold gaped in terror as a colossal dragon head lunged out of the shadows, and he stammered, frozen by the sheer nightmare of it. The dark aura's raw pressure slams into the monsters, making them quake as they realize this power crushes even the Minotaur's strength. Terror slams into the Minotaur when he spots that unmistakable energy, and dread crushes him as he realizes the Lady Dragon Queen has fully revealed her true form, Obsidian. Van waded through the chaos, cradling Sylvia and a Princess Carrie, drenched in sweat as he shouted at the raging Ryuka. Sylvia shakes in his arms as Van finally clicks by clutching another woman. He's exactly what sparks Ryuka's apocalyptic rage. Van quickly reads the scene. These monsters are frozen in terror, so he goes straight to calming that jealous dragon before things spiral. He blurts to Sylvia that he's setting her down, then carefully eases her onto the floor so he can step away from the confusion. The Minotaur panics, staring as he can't figure out how Van plans to cool a jealous dragon that's seconds away from torching everything. Van flails his arms like crazy to get her attention, then acts clueless as he fires off the question, asking why she looks so furious. Ryuka turns her face with a pout, insisting it's nothing, while darker energy surges off her in rolling waves that scream pure displeasure. The battlefield monsters freeze in shock when they realize the two are using secret hand signs to swap a lover's coral right in the middle of the chaos. Van slides a meat pie into her hands, trying to lure her out of that bad mood, then whispers that they should eat it together. Ryoka coldly shuts down the peace offering, turning her head away with a sharp, dismissive humph. The monsters' screams churn inside her as they call their terrifying leader a massive tsundere for being such a pain right now, all because she's lying. Van goes completely still in stunned disbelief because she can't wrap her head around the fact that Ryuka just refused her absolute favorite food. Gold bursts in at the worst possible time, snaps the awkward silence by thanking Van for saving his companion, and then proudly introduces himself as the legendary adventurer. The veteran snaps a warning to Van, this road will eat a beginner alive, then orders him to retreat right now. Gold lunges forward to take the hit, orders Van to guard Silvio, and then squares up to battle the ferocity about to explode. Van's torn on one side, the legendary adventurer's orders scream at him, and on the other, his heart is racing toward Ryuka, begging him to figure out the one move that won't get him killed. Sylvia shoots a fearful look at the seething dragon girl, and she realizes the killing intent isn't for anyone else, it's coming straight for her. Sensing the danger for what it is, Sylvia shoves Van straight toward the dragon and yells at him to go to her, because everyone's safety hangs on it. Gold clenched his sword in both hands, totally ignoring the flirty tension in the air as he geared up to slam back into the fight. Van winces at the delay in his own head, then decides he has to run to Ryuko right now and clear up this misunderstanding fast. Gold spots Van pushing ahead and can't believe his plan. Does he really think he can take on these monsters by himself? The veteran smirks and loudly declares he's the only one who can take down those elite dungeon bosses. Just as Van protests about his prey, Gold cuts him off and declares that the Dragon Queen, Obsidian, is his target. Van freezes at the declaration, his face turning grim as the threat against his friend hits him. Van's overwhelming bloodlust explodes outward, freezing Gold in place under a brutal pressure that rips through the air like thunder. The monsters mistake the pause for a crack in the defense, then they slam straight into Van to rescue their frozen partner. With a casual backhand, Van blasts those massive beasts aside like they're nothing, sending them spinning, dazed, and completely stunned about what just clocked them. Van admits he has to crush every obstacle to get through, but his eyes are locked on a brand new target now. He drops to his knees, apologizes to the monsters, then whips his blade around at the legendary adventurer. Van coldly declares that Gold will be his next opponent, no doubt about it. Gold is left stunned by the sudden betrayal, choking on the question of why a human would ever defend monsters. Van shuts him down with one blunt truth: turns out the Dragon Queen is his childhood friend. Minotaur shrieks in total disbelief. Van actually blurted out their relationship to an enemy. Wilka buries her face in the shadows, drowning in the shock of his fearless declaration of their bond. Gold is stunned this terrifying Demon King's vessel isn't alone, because a human childhood friend is right there beside them. He clocks that Van is shielding her and then, whoa, he can't ignore how insanely strong that kid is, wiping out the monsters in an instant. With a ferocious grin, Gold snaps the challenge in, testing just how strong his protective childhood friend really is. Gold roars a brutal challenge, then swings his colossal blade to unleash a devastating wave meant to crush his target into nothing. The attack erupts into a massive beam of energy, blasting through the dungeon floor like it's nothing and shaking everything in its path. The narrator points out that this mountain-cracking blast is way stronger than the one they used against the Minotaur. A deafening roar blasts through the air as that surging magical power crashes straight toward the adventurer who won't budge. The Orc and Minotaur shriek in pure disbelief as Van casually wipes out the legendary attack without even lifting a finger. Gold grits his teeth, then immediately whips a brutal downward slash with his physical sword. Van slips around the strike like it's nothing, moving so fast that afterimages flare in his wake. Sparks erupt as Van slams in to block the massive blade, instantly stopping the legendary adventurer dead in their tracks. Steel on steel snaps and rings through the chamber as the two fighters slam their weapons together. Minotaur snaps, realizing Van just stopped a sword that could crush boulders, using nothing but his bare fingers. Van twists his weight, fires into a counterattack, and catches the veteran completely off guard. With a brutal thud, Van slams his fist into Gold's gut, and the armored brute folds instantly. Minotaur roars at Van to grab his sword, stop swinging fists like some brawler. Van awkwardly swings his sword after it's all over, and the monsters immediately snap at him for trying to fake a real weapon attack. Gold slams to the floor, completely frozen by the sheer crushing power, unable to move a single finger. Sylvia freezes in trembling shock and blurts out to the paralyzed veteran, "How is this boy freakishly strong?" The Minotaur lets out a sinister chuckle from the sidelines, like he's about to drop the truth behind Van's power any second now. He tells you Van has steamrolled every one of the 100 floors every single month for the past 10 years, just to finally reach the Dragon Queen. The 4 dungeon executives beam like proud parents, then brag that they practically raised the boy themselves. Van's cheeks flare red and he quickly looks off to the side, muttering that nobody gives a damn about that mushy history. Gold recoils at the madness of it all, realizing that boy must have clawed his way through hell just to earn this power. He leans in and fires a direct question at Van. Why the hell is he training this hard to land monster-level strength at such a young age? Van swivels around, eyes crystal clear, and says the reason is so obvious it practically screams at you. He grins warmly and blurts that he trained hard just to get strong, so he could finally come see Ryuka. The 4 listening monsters go stone still, utterly dumbstruck by the sheer destructive might of his wholesome confession. They explode into a wild chorus of squeals and blushes, totally wrecked by how romantic everything feels in that moment. Ryuka's skin flushes into a deep crimson, her eyes snapping wide as that direct strike finally lands in her heart. Her brain totally short-circuits and she snaps back to a neutral face just long enough to process the shock. Van spots the opening, clocks that his guards down, and rockets forward to carry out their original plan right now. With lightning speed, he shoved the rejected meat pie straight into the flustered dragon's mouth. The watching monster lets out a startled gasp, then shoves a pastry into her mouth with zero finesse to shut her up. Rio can only obey as Van pins the food in place, and Rio swallows the peace offering like it's the safest deal in the world. That first burst of flavor hits her like a reset button, her rage dissolves instantly, swept away in a wave of pure, mouth-watering bliss. Van shoots her a grin and offers her another, and the dragon, now bursting with joy, snatches it up fast, thanking her with a bright, happy voice. The monsters coo in awe, freaking out over how impossibly cute the fully refreshed dragon queen looks. Gold watches everything from the floor with dead, blank eyes, completely baffled by what's unfolding. Gold slumps on the dungeon floor, stunned out of his mind because he can't process that these brutal monsters are grinning, and the dragon queen is just casually devouring a slice of pie. Van frets that he pushed the adventure too far, while Gold slumps on the ground, beaten and broken. Determined to slam the situation into place, Van tells everyone to step back and trust her, then shouts for Sylvia to back up her partner. The orc keeps his eyes locked on the mage, realizing with growing dread that not a single buff or healing spell ever hits during the whole battle. He can't wait for the show to start, craving a jaw-dropping magic performance that will mend the fallen legend. Instead of casting a spell, Sylvia cups Gold's head and pulls him into her chest, hugging him tight with a warm, comforting smile. She leans in and teases him, "It's been a while since you lost, huh?" Then she calls out the real truth, he actually looked like he was having fun. Gold frowns and grumbles, telling her to knock it off, mortified that he's being handled like a kid in front of the enemy. Ryuka slips her hands over Van's eyes and tells him not to look, insisting the real danger isn't him, it's that flirting couple right in front of them. Sylvia giggles because she's jealous he let a little girl comfort him, while Gold snaps at her to catch up. With a grin, Sylvia drops a total bombshell. She and he aren't just together, they're actually married, and then she wraps him up in comfort because she loves him. The monsters just freeze, stunned into silence as the truth hits them. Those legendary two aren't just partners, they're married. When the monsters stare at the huge age gap, Sylvia just bursts into laughter, then snaps back that they're actually the same age. The monsters shriek in total shock, because that rugged old veteran and that young mage are both 35 years old. Sylvia tells us Gold began adventuring as a kid, and she tagged along from day one because she couldn't shake the worry, plus, yeah, they even have a teenage daughter now. Gold flinches when it clicks. Those monsters aren't scared of him as a mastermind, they're disgusted, because they thought he was a creepy old guy dating a minor. Sylvia pokes at him again, teasing that Van Ryoka showing up earlier dragged up nostalgic memories from their shared past. Ryuka stands frozen, mind racing, forcing every memory to snap together and reveal how their past ties to what she's facing right now. A sudden realization slams into her. She stammers that those two have to be childhood friends. Sylvia confirms everyone's suspicion. She and Gold have been childhood friends for 30 straight years. Monsters quiver the moment they realize the married couple started out as childhood friends. Ryoka's imagination goes into overdrive, picturing herself and Van tied together for life, laughing with horned kids in a bright, happy future. That fantasy is so powerful it hits the four idiot monsters like a lightning bolt, and they instantly swear it's their ultimate paradise. Tears pour down their faces as they beg to join that beautiful family and live out their days in that paradise. Ryoka's face flushes a brutal shade of red as the truth hits hard. Those childhood friends can actually get married. Gold finally hauls himself to his feet, only to lock eyes with the monsters staring back at him, teary-eyed and filled with reverence. The Minotaur throws him a thumbs up while sobbing, proclaiming that Gold wins straight up because his romance is so insanely successful. The monsters howl that the couple is way ahead now because they already hit the ultimate prize, marriage and a child. Gold is completely baffled by how they react, but the monsters keep pushing back, swearing they can't rob him of this win. The legendary adventurer snubs a pity victory, but the monsters wave him off anyway, and then they start cheering like crazy for his romantic win. Gold shuts the conversation down, snaps his blade up, and drags Sylvia away, swearing they'll be back. Sylvia suddenly halts mid-step and shouts to the Dragon Queen before they can even leave the floor. She flashes a playful wink and leans in to whisper, "I've got your backs," then dashes off an apology for the mess from earlier. Sylvia shoots back that their feelings are totally obvious, making Ryoka blush hard while Van stands there, utterly clueless. She leans in and admits Gold always sparks that same jealous stare in his eyes, so Ryoko panics and swears she never, ever wants to see that look again. Gold spots his wife gossiping, snaps at her to hurry, and drags her straight toward the exit. He roars one last threat, promising he'll crush them next time, while the monsters clap, wave, and giggle like it's bedtime, begging for stories. Vansai's finally exhales with relief as that chaotic day crashes to a stop, watching the rowdy couple march out. Wilka nervously tugs at his sleeve, calling his name with a shy, trembling look. Red-faced and shaking with gratitude, she honestly thanks him for jumping in and saving her before. Van grinned as he bragged about the profits from his treasure hunt, while those sneaky monsters kept swooning over the meat pies he'd snatched up with the loot. Even the subordinates can't believe the irony. Van fixes the mess he started, yet they throw a party anyway because he finally calms the Dragon Queen down for real. Ryuka lets out a breath of relief, thrilled that she might finally get along with the legendary couple. Then she swallows her nerves and admits Gold and Sylvia are still downright dangerous. Watching Van's back, Ryuka can't help but wonder if he even realizes what really set her off earlier. Blushing like crazy, she peppers Van with a question. Does he think the two of them will end up just like that couple when they grow up? Van fires back, asking what she means, and the dragon girl's cheeks explode with panic as she stammers out a helpless mess of words. Van grins innocently and says he's hoping they can keep playing together forever, just like childhood friends. Ryuka locks eyes on that smiling face, and relief and disappointment crash together because he realizes he hasn't changed one bit. Van shrugs and says staying friends is the obvious move so he can keep showing up to see her, totally ignoring the romantic meaning everyone else can read. Ryuka just stares, silent and locked in, absorbing yet another heavy hit from the boy she can't stop liking. While the watching monsters squabble over whether this is real progress, Ryukasai weighs the situation and decides to let him off the hook for today. Gold tells his wife they're not leaving yet. He wants them ready before they charge the dungeon again since they pulled out on the 50th floor. The monsters stare in awe as the legendary duo hits the halfway mark in no time because they know WM Hell's name is about to explode in popularity. Van sipped his drink in silence as the monsters stared, shocked that the legendary man still couldn't beat the dungeon on his first try. Gold suddenly slides up to Van's table, and the rookie adventurer snaps his head up in shock. The veteran proclaims his debt is finally settled because he kept his word and came back, and Van just accepts it with a laid-back nod. The other adventurers freeze in disbelief when this total newbie starts acting so buddy-buddy with the legendary hero, and they can't figure out how they even know each other. Van tells the couple to pick anything they want for the welcome party, and Gold practically cheers, thrilled to treat them. That intimidating legend just totally floors everyone. He orders a huge strawberry parfait with 2 spoons, and boom, you catch him with a secret sweet tooth. The Minotaur braces himself in the hallway, jaw set, and decides he's got to get stronger, because he's going to protect this dungeon no matter what. Sweat drips down his face as he tries to wipe the panic out of his head, pushing himself to stay dead serious about every painful strain. Van sits down for a card game with Ryoka, then gets totally thrown when she asks what kind of training he does. Ryoka shoots a nervous glance off to the side, insisting she was just curious about his routine. A flashback hits hard. The Minotaur is down on his knees, pleading with the Lady Dragon Queen to somehow asterisk through her, ask Van for him, even as her annoyance burns hot. The Minotaur admits the truth once he realizes he couldn't have survived that last disaster without Van. Helplessness crushes him. He clenches his fist and swears that copying Van's routine could be the key to making him stronger. In the present, Ryuka fights to sound casual as the Minotaur leans in from the shadows, watching him like a hawk. Van grins and shows off a sharp sword swing, like he's been cranking out 1 million practice swings on a mountain right near his home. The Minotaur reels in horror at the training's blunt simplicity, and somehow Van starts praising mountains like that's the whole point. Van draws a simple little diagram and compares the sacred Byakuya mountain range to his modest hometown mountain. He tells you the real boss fight isn't the task at all, it's forcing your mind to go quiet while it all happens. Van strikes his calm, meditative pose, and Wilka immediately demands to know what makes it any different from regular sitting. The Minotaur tries to copy the meditation training, gritting his teeth as he fights to wipe every thought clean from his mind. He remembers the executives promise train their own way, then come back in 2 years and face whatever's next. Perched on a rock, the Minotaur fights to stay sharp, but frustration turns into guttural growls. A succubus trudges past a line of adventurers, and every one of them grumbles about lewd encounters, then lets out a heavy sigh like, of course, it failed again. She's stuck in misery, cursing that she still hasn't siphoned a single drop of life energy, terrified she's about to crash and burn the same way she did last time. Crushed by how useless she feels, she starts seriously thinking about ditching her whole job and hunting for something completely new. She spots a giant figure perched on a rock out of nowhere, and her heart skips. Could that be the Minotaur? She crouches behind a rock, peeks at him in silence, and can't stop herself from wondering why he's out here in the first place. The Minotaur blurts out without realizing it that love should last forever, and the eavesdropping succubus is left reeling. He's trying to clear his head, but every time he starts to fade away, thoughts of the Dragon Queen and Van yank him right back in. Frustration sparks in his chest, and he yells at the couple to stop stalling and just get married already. The Minotaur finally locks eyes on the succubus standing there, and her cheeks ignite red with furious blush after his outburst. He tells you, "I was meditating, but I must have slipped and started mumbling my idle thoughts out loud without even realizing it." The succubus twists his explanation into some sneaky cover-up of his feelings for her, then warns him with a sharp edge, she's a cruel woman. The Minotaur shoves her away like she's nothing but a nuisance, then tries to lock back in, while she grins, convinced he's totally just playing hard to get. The succubus watches in awe as those powerful board members refuse to rest, still chasing even stronger strength. Her face hardens as she stares at her own flaws, realizing she doesn't measure up to them. She admits it every time she tries to seduce an adventurer, nerves slam her like a wall, and she always ends up failing. Tears spill into her eyes as she trembles and asks, "Are you sure it's really okay for someone like me, a total failure, to stay here?" The Minotaur steadies her with a grin, repeating what he said earlier, he's totally fine if she stumbles and makes mistakes. He explains that even the failed attempts still pull adventurers in, giving the monsters a front row seat to study exactly how they get defeated. He flashes a proud grin, crediting the Dragon Queen's generous policy for one brutal fact: not a single person dies in that dungeon. The Minotaur spins toward the succubus and warns her, "You might not be the monster you think you need to be, not right now." He reassures her that she's perfect just the way she is, and that the version of herself she's got right now is already packed with strengths. The succubus flushes hard as she admits her tearful begging was so powerful it even made the mighty Van falter. She tells herself he's keeping his personal feelings off the job, but he points out she could be the decoy. The Minotaur abruptly stops mid-sentence, eyes widening as a sudden realization hits him while he's talking to the succubus. The Minotaur jolts in shock. He almost just wiped out his greatest power by clearing his mind without even realizing it. He decides to let his spirit fly on a fantasy of the couple's romance, convinced, deep down, that this obsession is the one true path. Watching him tremble with fresh resolve, the succubus misreads his thoughts as battle gear and loudly swears he's in perfect form. She shoots the Minotaur a grateful look for the advice he gave earlier, then decides there's no harm in pushing herself a lot harder. As she bolts away, she yells a wild idea, "Tell me, why would he swap the mountains for a beach honeymoon?" and leaves him totally dumbfounded. A few days later, the narrator drops the bombshell. The Minotaur spent the whole time polishing his delusion that the Dragon Queen's aggressive romance was real. The Minotaur roars from the middle of a blazing aura, swearing he's overflowing with endless power. When Van finally shows up, the Minotaur swings right up to him in shades, and you can almost hear his inner vow click into place. His mind's done wandering from those shipping fantasies. Van points out that by the way he looks, he's hit the next level, then the Minotaur just stoically nods along. The orc strides up to flex his progress, towering over everyone as he grinds out his gains and announces he's been hammering away at muscle training. The harpy stands there like she owns the sky, smirking as she boasts her top speed has finally hit Mach 5. Walkun brags that he's stolen Fenrir's power, and Van immediately challenges him like, was the legendary wolf really built like that? The four executives huddle together, oozing pure menace, as the Minotaur roars that everyone's stronger than ever. He roars a battle cry and promises they'll never fall. These intruders won't leave them breathing easy. Van snaps the tension the second he raises his hand and fires off a casual, flat-out yo like it's no big deal. Later, Ryoka snaps at the four idiots for how they've been acting, and Van awkwardly blurts out if they were actually stronger at all. Meanwhile, the succubus pulls off the ultimate scheme. She uses her failures as bait, distracts adventurers on purpose, and swears that everything is better just the way it is. Van and Ryoka get jammed shoulder to shoulder in a cramped space, both completely baffled by how they ended up like this. Panic hits them as they realize, horrified, they're trapped inside a magical room that won't let them leave until they pull off one exact act. Trouble kicked off an hour earlier, right in the middle of their calm snack time. A suspicious treasure chest popped into existence out of nowhere. Even with Van doubting they'd find snacks in that dungeon chest, Rilke's pure gluttony kicks in. She can't resist, so she digs into what's inside. Ignoring every screaming warning, Ryuka yanks open the lid of that suspicious container like there's nothing to fear. No caution, no hesitation. Van barks a panicked warning too late, right as he realizes the trap is already sprung. A blinding light explodes from her chest, swallowing the Dragon Queen in a split second before she even has time to blink. A colossal tongue lashes out of the container and hauls the screaming duo straight into the mimic's chest depths. Van screams her name in terror as the ravenous trap lunges and gulps them both down. They plunge through the magical dark and slam hard onto the floor of the hidden dimension. The mimic chest slams its lid shut with a chilling thud, and just like that, it locks them inside its magical belly. Back in the present, those two childhood friends slam into a cramped room with no way out, trapped together with no escape. Van blurts out that they should smash the walls, but Ryoko snaps back, saying if they use force in a cramped spot like that, it'll end up crushing him. Ryoka clenched her teeth, frustration exploding as she finally understood how badly they'd gotten played by that humiliating trap. Outside, the dungeon executives throw a victory celebration for the orc's mimic chest trap and can't wait to sit down and watch the show. The orc proudly brags that its mimic chest opens a doorway to a whole new dimension, trapping anyone it grabs until that one exact condition finally gets triggered. While the harpy rages at the lewd scheme, the other monsters sink into their seats with tea in hand, settling in to hear the couple's dire predicament. Its heart slams prayers in a panic, begging the two friends to not step over the line into something dark. Annoyed executives snap at the loud bird to shut up because they're dying to focus on the romantic sparks taking shape. Harpy snaps that shoving them into a sexual situation would smash the sweet, wholesome fluff she treasures more than anything. The wolf snaps back that this move is the key to their happiness, then tears into the Minotaur for doubting how fiercely the harpy is committed. The wolf clocks that the Minotaur folds fast under simple logic, then leans back in and keeps listening. Inside the box, the harpy shrieks at the executives and the couple reads the wall's demand, perform a three-letter act. Van gapes at the three empty circles on the wall, totally stumped, like, what three-letter word is the key supposed to be? That sweet, innocent duo huddles up and plays rock, paper, scissors, because the winner gets to guess the mystery word first. The listening monsters go pale with shock when they realize the innocent couple has zero clue the wall is demanding sex. Van and Ryuka keep brainstorming harmless three-letter words, totally oblivious to the lewd trap they're stepping into. Ryuka's face burns crimson as a nasty suspicion hits. Did her own subordinates rig this trap just to force her into a kiss? Van cuts through her spiraling thoughts and reminds her that they've been stuck in this exact kind of nightmare before. They swap memories of that brutal storm in their childhood journey, when they got shoved under a lone tree just to survive the violence overhead. Van guffaws about how the young dragon girl was absolutely terrified of the thunder back then. Ryuka stammers that she isn't scared at all, insists Van was the one crying, and the monsters listening in the back just purr over the whole backstory. Van realizes his toughest memory isn't the storm's terror at all, it's what they saw once the clouds finally broke and the sky cleared. He bursts out of the shelter and stares up. An unbelievable sky explodes with endless glittering stars. Van smiles warmly and tells us that night was the first time it hit him, like a revelation, just how breathtaking the sky really was. Wilka listens, cheeks warming with a soft blush because it hits him. He truly treasures that beautiful memory of their time together. Outside the box, the eavesdropping monsters suddenly burst into tears, absolutely wrecked by how pure and wholesome the conversation was. Ryuko whispers about her duty, and with a heavy sigh, she admits she's never once left the dungeon, because the moment she became its master, she got trapped there. Van kills the vibe by bragging that she's really just a shut-in, and the dragon girl snaps back with a lethal glare. He shrugs off her glare, grins, and says he knows other spots with views like that. Then he starts pitching his next big idea. Van shatters the silence, sweat pouring down his face as he stumbles over his words, trying to scrape together the courage to say the right thing. He leans in and tells her, "If you can find someone to take over the dungeon's throne, I swear you'll finally be free to walk out." Van swears that the moment that day finally arrives, they'll go chase the starry sky together again. Ryoka's cheeks burn as she blushes hard, then she smiles sweetly and quietly agrees she'd absolutely love to keep that promise. Outside, the Minotaur sobs happy tears, and the wolf can't stop himself as he pushes the idea of building a wedding hall for the couple. The harpy won't quit. She shrieks that there's still a shot at a lewd scene happening. Suddenly, the mimic's chest snaps wide open, blasting the monsters with shock as the trap deactivates all on its own. Executives are left utterly stunned, watching the couple sit there all innocent, because the box popped open and they're still not sure how nothing lewd even happened. The orc jerks with a sharp gasp, realizing the trap has one fatal crack, and he finally understands what set off the release. He explains that the box took their private, intimate chatter and classified it as pillow talk, right on the money for that 3-syllable requirement. The orc grumbles that he has to fix the trap, while the wolf admits the plan already flopped. Harpy lunged to save face, flashing a grin and swearing they at least managed to whip up a great atmosphere. She lets out a shaky laugh and swears it was a blast for everyone who was there. The narrator grins and swears everything turned out fine, but brushes past the looming payback like it's no big deal. Ryulka drags the eavesdroppers into the mimic chest and shoves them in, then shuts it tight so they're forced to crush each other in miserable, helpless silence. The Minotaur screams that the whole bullying scheme was just a stunt to whip up a crisis, so Van would rush in and comfort the Dragon Queen. He snaps at the wolf, raging that forging tears just for their own pleasure is treason against their leader. The debate spirals into full-blown chaos. While the harpy flirts her way into love potions, the orc slams the table with dimensional bombing magic. Right in the middle of all that calm, a soothing voice suddenly cuts in, offering black tea and asking who wants a cup. Monsters snap still in pure terror, then, without a word, accept the drink with perfect politeness from this totally unexpected arrival. The maid grins and confirms their treason plans, handcuffs and explosions included, then the whole group breaks into nervous, sweaty panic. The narrator bursts in to tell you about Gusen, a golem who's been serving the Dragon Queen since he was just a kid. She's basically a home mastery machine, an absolute perfectionist who whips through cooking, cleaning, and laundry like it's nothing. Narration screams how sharp her senses are, and how she nails every single task without a single slip. The orc leans in and tells the terrified group that when her powers lock in with her devotion, she turns into an unstoppable schemer. He adds that even though she's a golem, her heart hits with a depth of emotion no one saw coming. The orc snaps that his subordinate didn't just help, she literally created her, which means he's technically her forefather. Yusin finally bows and declares the orc her master, the very parent of the person who raised her. She flat out cuts through the confusion and just says it's the 26-year-old, or her grandpa. An orc snaps that her logical leaps always end with her words landing like knives, slicing straight through people and leaving hurt behind. Usan shoves off her protests and declares that she's figured out down to the bone the exact relationship between her mistress and Van. She clasps her hands tight and swears her heart's greatest happiness is watching them finally end up together. She whips her gaze at the monsters and demands to know if trailing them is really necessary. Defensive monsters snap back, saying they've got their own battles too, even as they get hammered with non-stop complaints about showing up everywhere. The Minotaur roars that she's been chosen for her protection, then vows to guard her in ways she can't even begin to imagine. Usin calls them out hard, asking whether cowering in the bathroom like a pervert actually counts as protection. She shoos the flustered group out the door, barking that they need to leave so she can rush off and whip up snacks for the couple. A distant clock rings through the dungeon halls, snapping time forward with every sharp chime. Van and Ryuka yank their eyes off the game and stare in shock as they realize just how late it's gotten. Van notices they got way too hyped after running through 20 games, then his stomach drops because he realizes he's starving. Panic hits as he realizes he has to rush home fast because dinner can't wait. Ryoka's cheeks flare red as she stammers a shy invite, asking him to come eat dinner at her place just for tonight. A colossal feast materializes on the table, and the starving adventurer's face lights up with pure, hungry joy. Van heckles her about princess stuff and Ryuka shoots back with snobby fury, demanding he call her Hame-sama. He flat out ignores her royal decree and dares her to keep eating, no limits, no hesitation. They share a cozy candlelit dinner side by side, and Van beams as he keeps thanking her for the delicious food. Van starts spilling about that legendary adventure couple, and yeah, these love stories are straight up wild. He tells them how Gold gets drunk, loses control, and smashes right through the line of public morality, while his wife is right there. Van clocks it Ryuka always munches solo, and that makes this shared meal hit way harder. Ryuka grins and admits that when you chat with him while he eats, the food somehow tastes even better. From the shadows, monsters swarm in, gushing praise for the brand new glow of newlywed love radiating from the couple. The spies project their own desires, urging the couple to feed each other meat and veggies. Usan snaps into sudden realization as she watches the two of them sharing an intimate moment. She bluntly drags Van's attention to the Dragon Queen and says, "There's sauce on your cheek, go lick it off." Ryoka choked hard on her food, eyes wide in shock, as her sudden cough blasted water everywhere. Wilka erupts in sheer confusion, yelling that she can't understand how Van licking her face could possibly make her happy. The golem maid wipes the Dragon Queen's face clean and with total calm tells her it's crystal clear she's doing it because she loves him. Ryuka panics, violently shaking her head as she screams that the accusation is totally wrong because she and him are strictly just childhood friends. Hidden in the shadows, the monsters stared her down, studying every flinch and realizing her tsundere meter is hitting record-breaking levels. Ryuka jolts rigid out of nowhere, sensing something's off, and snaps that the bushes are hiding yet another one of her subordinate schemes. The monsters huddle in their hiding spot, panicking as they realize the furious queen is just seconds from finding them. They bolted deeper into the shadows, praying they wouldn't kill the vibe or get hit with her wrath. With the spies shoved to the back of their minds, the couple dives back into their meal and savors every bite in a cozy, comfortable hush. The mood melts into something cozy and safe, and they dig into a meal side by side, straight up like a brand new couple on their honeymoon. Van whips around and invites the maid to join them, but Gusen bows politely and turns him down. She tells him, "As a golem, I don't need food or water, I can't even touch human meals." Gusen beams warmly, saying that just seeing her mistress smile while she eats with everyone is more than enough to feed the soul. Behind the bushes, the monsters suddenly erupted into silent applause, choking up at the maid's flawless devotion to the fluff. Gusen mumbles with a goofy smile, giddy that her hunger's finally gone, and the monsters stare in confusion like, wait, what is she even talking about? As the meal fades away, a calm hush settles over the couple, and they just sit there together in the peaceful afterglow of it all. Van suddenly sits up like a light bulb just clicked, saying he's got a brilliant idea. He starts to ask for a favor, then freezes, worried he's about to drop something way too heavy on the dungeon staff. Ryuka stares at him, intrigued, as he fumbles for the right words, so the whole proposal hangs there, unfinished, in the air. The dungeon courtyard crackles with excitement as monsters swarm together, ready for the big event everyone's been waiting to see. The Cyclops MC snatches the mic and kicks off the WM Hell matchmaking party for real. Laughter and chatter rip through the air as eager eyes scan the room, desperate to spot whether someone truly great showed up. The ghost monster quakes with emotion when the rumored matchmaking event finally shows up for real. Everyone starts swapping floor numbers because the dungeon's brutal hierarchy usually shuts the door on meeting new people. The commentator snaps into focus as Gusen, and he lays it out. This singles meetup was set up to pull lonely monsters out of isolation. A colossal dragon towers over the crowd, urging everyone to find someone amazing, then warning them to keep things in check. Ryuka instantly admits she's terrible at adult parties, turns around and heads back to read, and the crowd erupts in applause for how quick she was. A flashback finally spills the truth. Harpy chose to crash the party even though everyone knew she was untouchable. The top brass huddled up, admitting they had zero romantic experience, and that's when they realized why every scheme they plot for Van and Ryoka keeps crashing. Harpy suggests, "Give me time and a little experience here, and I'll figure out how to pull the main couple closer than ever." The Minotaur crumples to the ground, so close to death, just from imagining innocent Ryoka getting even a taste of romantic experience. With their weakness making her sick, Harpy snarls that they're worthless and storms off to do it all by herself. She rockets off with fierce determination, swearing she'll master the art of romance for her mistress's sake. Slip into the venue, Harpy smirks. She's going to master every adult romance technique she can get her hands on. Walk peered out the window, panicking that Harpy might pull something bad, and then decided he had to go check on her. The story cuts to Harpy all alone, utterly fried, feathers ruffled, eyes down, and her spirit shattered. Panic surges through her, and she can't stop asking why real life is breaking apart from the perfect world her mind cooked up. Spotting her subordinates nearby, she snaps into a fake persona called Pico just to keep their spirits from crashing. A hulking monster strides up and demands, "Are you a harpy?" And she stammers, awkwardly blurting, "Why yes." He laughs, thinking she's way more mature than his loud boss, never realizing he's cracking jokes right to the boss himself. A harpy snaps under the pressure and tears into him, firing off a scolding that warns him flat out, badmouthing someone behind their back is unforgivable. Seeing her intensity hit him like a punch, she panics and scrambles for a whole new topic, anything to save the conversation. She tries to spark his protective side by flat out telling him the adventurer beat her up again today. The harpy erupts into a traumatized rant, blasting Van's terrifying poker face, screaming like she's reliving the horror all over again. Elsewhere, Van lets out a huge sneeze as his companion blurts, "You okay?" That terrifying story hit the suitor like a nightmare, and he sprinted for his life, while Harpy crumpled under yet another brutal failure. Right back in the present, a crushed Harpy slumps in her seat and thanks Gyusen for the drink, while Wolkun leans in and demands why she's hiding in the booth. Walquin insists he was only checking on things, then urges the dejected bird to pull herself together, fly back out, and enjoy herself. When Harpy finally stands, Walquin clocks that the job's over, turns back, and heads out. Harpy slipped back into the roaring crowd, and her silhouette looked painfully alone against the non-stop crush of people. Walquin stares ahead with a deadpan face and realizes, yup, she ditched romance on the spot just to dive right back into her stalking ways. A harpy crouches behind a pillar, flashing a creepy grin, smugly realizing that stalking everyone from the shadows feels way more relaxing than actually jumping in. She clocks a sweet couple holding hands, then smirks with wicked glee like, "Relax, I've got plenty of targets to watch." Just a short distance away, a bunch of skeletons are hounding a mermaid, not taking no for an answer. The crowd buzzes about the undead on the 40th floor, muttering that they're stuck-up monsters just because they're high class. The skeletons brush off every complaint and act like this wild, aggressive behavior is exactly what you should expect in a place like this. They go on and on about their leader, Rich Sama, flexing his brutal magic and money like it's a receipt, proving he's leagues above everyone else. Rich Sama, the skeleton leader, cracked his magical aura wide open and smirked like he owned the place, bragging that he could be the next dungeon master. He flashes a skeletal grin at the women, dangles the dream of marrying into pure luxury, then bursts into laughter and says, "Just kidding." The arrogant skeleton jerked and shuddered hard, dread crashing over him as a terrifying presence finally materialized right behind his back. A blinding flash detonates out of the shadows, and a mysterious figure storms into the scene, demanding in on the fun debate about power and money. The shadow snaps into focus, Harpy-san, her menacing aura roars out as the Dragon Queen's deadliest, strongest leader. She drops from the shadows with chilling elegance, and just her presence makes the cocky undead fall silent. A brutal gust of wind slams into the terrified skeletons, blasting them into frantic screams as that crushing pressure bears down. Trembling undead feel the crushing weight sink into their souls as they finally recognize the real aura of the strong. They finally get it. This is the terror of total domination, the same sick, irrational fear of death that stalks them every single day. The harpy glares them down, spits out savage laughter at their big boasts, and screams that she's making way more money than they'll ever dream of. Skeletons shrink back and blurt out non-stop apologies as Harpy decides these newbies from the 40th floor are about to learn the hard way. To her shock, the crowd explodes into cheers, thanking her for putting those arrogant jerks in their place and rescuing the party's vibe. Harpy's skin floods with blazing red as the monsters scream her name, and she's left reeling from her wild 15 minutes in the spotlight. Walkun hangs back with a grin, watching Harpy absolutely crush it just by staying true to herself. He sits back and realizes it doesn't matter if it's love or anything else, what matters is being real with yourself. As Van and Ryuka's happy faces flash in his mind, he's sure of one thing: they'll be totally fine on their own. Deciding to stir the vibe his way, the wolf strides forward and lights up the party. He shoves a bottle of wine into Harpy's hands, urging her to take a breath and get herself back in shape so they can drag the event right back on track. Harpy snaps the offer up with a grin and immediately chugs the alcohol in one wild, enthusiastic gulp. The drunk bird snaps completely, screaming her song into the mic while whipping into a frenzy and wrecking the whole hall with her chaotic flailing. The Minotaur grabs the disheveled singer and tells her she's footing the bill for the damage, and the orc just sighs like, "Really, again?" at her non-stop chaos. Harpy just stands there, giddy that her paycheck's huge, like that somehow proves she's still a mindless bird. A thunderous crash booms through the dungeon's halls, and the peaceful labyrinth suddenly turns into chaos. Terrified adventurers jerk back in pure shock, shaking like leaves as a brand new monster stomps into the newbie area. The party shrieks in pure confusion, because none of them have ever laid eyes on a creature this powerful in the starter zone before. A flashback rips the truth open. Orkyuin panics over a schedule screw-up, while Ryoko just stares on with a deadpan face. Orkyuin blurts out a massive apology, realizing he botched the shifts and left the beginner area unmanned for tomorrow. Ryoka snaps out a warning, since the only monster on the schedule is the puny goblin Gobson. Orkun forces a smile, saying Gobson stepped up to take care of it himself like a total pro. But the truth hits hard. Gobson is terrified, scrambling to resign because he knows he's completely out of his depth. Wilka ripped into her subordinates for yapping through a loud meeting right beside her relaxation spot. Under her piercing gaze, the monsters go silent because they realize they're messing with their queen. The very next day shows up and Gobson sits all alone in the dungeon hallway, trembling so hard it's obvious he can't calm his nerves. Footsteps closing in and the goblin throws in the towel on hope, then steels himself and gears up to go all out. A shadowy figure slips around the corner and the goblin's terror spikes as it blurts out, "Who are you?" The armored guy introduces himself as Pan, the rookie monster Orkun sent in to help. A flashback hits as Van snatches a helmet from a weapon shop, disguising his face for this exact mission. Van slides the helmet on, smirking like the disguise is his ticket to cash, quiet, easy, and invisible. Back in the present, Gobson grudgingly takes the help, convinced Pan only got sent because the higher-ups vouched for him. Van spins a wild backstory on the spot, swearing he's a half-man, half-goat monster Pan. Van orders the goblin to get out of the fight, then he locks onto a nearby group of adventurers closing in. The fight erupts on the spot as Van unleashes a bone-chilling blow that blasts the adventurers clean off their feet. The adventurers bolt in sheer panic as Van whips around to the goblin, freezing it, and demands, "What's wrong?" Van lunges toward the goblin and screams, calling him a dumbass because he can't understand the job. He lays into the goblin, shouting that C-rank adventurers have to get beaten right here, so they don't end up dying on the lower floors. Van snaps him into control, telling him to hold back his power, so he can beat them just enough to siphon their mana without completely obliterating them. He harshly tells the goblin to leave if he is incompetent, prompting Gobson to apologize profusely. Vansai snaps at the goblin, telling him to just sit tight and watch, then learn exactly how he moves. He spots the next bunch, B-rank adventurers, and immediately clocks them as his guild seniors. Van rockets into the chaos, unleashing a flashy, theatrical strike that drags the stronger side's attention right onto him. He puts on the act on purpose, playing the mindless monster so hard that Gobson can't help but admire how seriously he commits to the bit. The armored knight roars and slams in with a crushing blow, smashing Pan straight into the ground. With a fake groan for cover, Van leans in and tells the rookie, "Watch closely, this is how you do it." He whips back into action with over-the-top, dramatic moves, driving his performance forward. The narrator points out this is the first loss Van has taken in years, because he straight-up throws the match on purpose to the adventurers. Van leans in and orders the goblin to memorize every adventurer's face and level, and the goblin's quick skill has everyone praising him. Gobson snaps at him to stay sharp and avoid dangerous creeps like that dead-eyed weirdo Van. He tells them straight up, sooner or later, every single person trapped in that dungeon has to face the top-tier monsters. Gobson proudly claims that if they clash on the opponent's level, everyone gets a brutal, satisfying fight. He plants his confident pose and declares that this flexible fighting style is the best path for a low-level monster. Van snaps a dutiful yes to his mentor and takes the lesson in dungeon ecology straight to heart. The two monsters snap back into action, resetting the traps and patching up the walls like they're gearing up for the next wave of challengers. Van hauls the beaten adventurer out of the dungeon, then snaps right back into action, refilling the treasure chest to rearm the trap for the next victim. He barks an order to gather medicinal herbs, prepping the shop for the next wave of adventurers rolling in any minute. The narrator makes it clear Van is finally getting it. Those ruthless lower levels don't care about dreams, and they're way harsher than any adventurer's life. Gobson fires off details about the incoming B-level and C-level adventure party, and Van immediately devours every instruction. Once the chaos finally starts to cool down, the two snag a rare moment of peace, and Van lets his guard drop for a breath. When someone asks about his helmet, Van dodges the whole thing and claims he's just a little too shy to show his face. Gobson leans in and praises him as a bold rookie, admitting he hasn't seen a faster learner in the last 10 years. Van finally realizes that Gobson has been taking on the same top-tier adventures as the dungeon bosses this whole time. Gobson swoops in with a recommendation for a permanent job, but the human in disguise freezes up and awkwardly turns the promotion down. Heavy footsteps thunder into the scene, cutting their conversation short and announcing someone absolutely terrifying is here. Legendary adventurer Gold and his wife Sylvia suddenly step into view, and Gobson's whole world shakes at the sight of that famous duo. Gobson snaps a warning to his protege, "Steal your nerves from the legend," and Van dutifully bows into it, doing it like a loyal subordinate. Van bursts in with a grand theatrical strike, even acting weak just to convince the veteran he's all performance. Gold blocks the strike and flashes a grin at once, clocking that the monster's been hiding his real power. The veteran sneers at the disguised boy with a bizarre nickname, then dares him to prove his real strength. Gobson watches, stunned, as the legendary adventurer actually stops, skipping his usual rush to instantly engage instead. Van realizes the only way to get Gold to back off without blowing his cover is to feed Gold's hunger for a fight and keep him locked on battle. He charges the veteran and hammers their clash of steel, but even with every strike, Gold tells him it feels lighter than the Minotaur. Van locks in, realizing he has to hand the hero an unforgettable win, right here, right now. The two of them traded punches at lightning speed, going toe-to-toe hard enough to make even the watching goblin stare in disbelief. Van takes the blow on purpose, then flings himself backward hard to sell the scene like he's been crushed by a brutal strike. He sprawls motionless beside the shaking goblin, holding his breath and pulling off the ultimate lie, dead to the world. Gold stared down at the fallen monster with a hard, razor-sharp gaze that wouldn't blink. He snaps his sword back into place and shoots Sylvia a sudden order. They're turning around right now, ending the dungeon run before it goes any further. Gold snaps that there's no one worth facing today, because he sees right through the whole act. As they back off, he snaps at a frustrated Sylvia, telling her he won't waste his time fighting someone who refuses to give everything. Van watches them vanish, then frets, did his act hit hard enough for that battle-hungry veteran? Gobson snaps him awake in a panic, yelling that he went too far, taking on the legend head-on. The goblin straight up admits the first floor is way too cramped for his power, then he throws out a quick, heartfelt thank you for the help. Van humbly slams into a bow and promises he'll never, ever forget the lessons Gobson handed him today. He vows to grind harder than ever so he'll never lose to his mentor, no matter where life throws him. Gobson flashes a proud grin at the rookie's attitude, praising the fire in his heart. Van thanks him one last time and Gobson tells him, "Anytime you need advice, just ask." Then boom, the next day hits and the dungeon slides back into its usual rhythm. Orkson spots Gobson and rushes to apologize for the scheduling mix-up that left him stuck handling the floor alone yesterday. Gobson stays totally lost until Orkson drops the truth. He sent a kid chosen for greatness to help, and that means Pankun must be something special. In the boss room, Van caught Ryuka completely off guard and blurted that he kind of wants to become a monster now. Whispers whirl through the guild about the rare monster Pankun worth a whopping 5,000 gold, while Van's own wanted poster makes his nerves spike and sweat pour down his face. Van whips aside the ogre's strike, then snatches the arrows out of the air with his bare hands, dropping them harmlessly so nobody gets hurt. While everyone's watching from the sidelines, the Minotaur scratches his chin and mutters that the boy has changed a ton, just recently. He watches as Van still plows through their defenses at his usual breakneck pace, but that brutal, violent edge is suddenly missing. The Minotaur watches Van stop wrecking the dungeon rooms, and you can see real worry on its face, like it genuinely cares about its property. The monsters fear that if he ever stops smashing things to catch his breath, they'll lose their power as obstacles and get replaced. Van suddenly bursts around the corner, grinning and waving like nothing's wrong, slicing right through the group's deep existential spiral. To everyone's shock, Van suddenly asks if they can let him pass through today, no usual brawl. With a sheepish grin, he admits he's worn out and begs to skip the fight. The monsters freeze in shock. Could this be real? The tireless stamina monster is finally worn out and nobody can believe it. They jump to the same conclusion, talk it out, don't throw punches, and push for a peaceful solution. The group cheerfully pitches a special route or even a free pass, and Van beams, thanking them for their kindness. Suddenly, the Minotaur brings his weapon crashing down and roars at Van to hold it right there, no hesitation. He slams his massive axe across the path and growls that Van won't be allowed to pass freely, friend or not. The Minotaur jabs a claw toward the door behind him, roaring that their mission is simple: stop those intruders, no matter what it takes. He recites the unbreakable order, the last queen left behind, swearing that the final floor stays sealed against every threat. With a thunderous crash, the Minotaur rips into motion and hammers his axe straight through the adventurer's body. The punch lands dead on and Van's body gets torn in two, brutally, all in one terrifying split second. The other monsters shriek in pure terror, ganging up on the Minotaur, begging him what the hell he just did to their friend. Instant regret hits the Minotaur like a lightning strike. He trembles, then gasps that he has to commit harakiri to atone for what he's done. To their shock, the split version of Van Kumlai speaks up to say he is fine, appearing unbothered by being bisected. A mysterious voice booms down the hall and it drops the bombshell: there's another condition to slip past the Guardians. The Minotaur stops dead when he realizes that voice, familiar, terrifying, and calling out to them. That stern voice snaps at them. Their only job is to shield Ryuka from anything that comes from the outside. She chews out the executives for their pathetic showing, then blasts Wool, Harpy, Minnow, and Orc by name like they're right in front of her. Terrified monsters shake in their boots as they realize the former Lady Dragon Queen is back. She glares them down and snaps, "Did you really forget why I stationed you here?" The former queen tells them she pulled them together because they had the strength to stand shoulder to shoulder with her as the true elites. The monsters fidget and insist they're just exhausted and need a break, and her chilling laugh cuts through the silence. Her face twists into a chilling glare as she demands, "Who dares to laugh at her with those lame excuses?" The Minotaur gives up and accepts his fate, while the queen snaps into action and promises she'll retrain her hopeless elite team later. Van locks eyes with the newcomer and gasps, because she's Auntie Rin, the real one, no doubt. The ex-queen snaps her razor-sharp stare onto the boy and calls him out by his full name, Van Sirius. Wilka bursts into the room, stops dead in her tracks, and gasps that her mom just came home. Ryuka's mom beams at her and greets her warmly, saying her name with that soft, loving smile. Ryoka stammers that she's perfectly fine, but the shock of this sudden family reunion overwhelms her. Her mom pushes them to sit down and talk, and says it's been way too long since they've properly met. Ryuka's mom snaps him into calling his father Dad instead of old man, then shoots a question straight at him: where is he, and why isn't he around? She brushes off her husband like he's an idiot she left behind, swearing that if he ever showed up he'd just rot there forever. She admits retirement got old fast, so she dashed out to visit, while her husband is trapped in meetings. When they press Ryuka about how she's managing, she admits it's brutal to recover her mana, but every single person is pushing through and giving it their all. Rin leans in and asks her daughter if she's feeling lonely, because she's stuck in that dungeon for a while. Ryuka finally admits it: being cut off from seeing her mom really hits hard, and it gets lonely. She smiles and says kicking it with those 4 idiots in Busan is honestly pretty fun, so loneliness doesn't stand a chance. Ryoka's cheeks burn bright red as she blurts out that Van shows up to hang out with her every single day. She tells me that lately he's been showing up for dinner every single night, and yeah, the 4 idiots are usually there too, eating right alongside him. Rin raises one finger and clocks it. About a month has passed since Van started crashing in the next town over. Right then, his mother snaps, "Have you laid a hand on her yet?" her voice shaking as she demands to know if her daughter is safe. Ryuka whips around, cheeks burning, and blurts that her mom totally knows they're only childhood friends. Rin fires off a lecture about how relationships grow and change with time, then makes it personal, saying it hits hardest in the bond between monsters and humans. Ryoka shoots a worried look at her mother as soon as the conversation snaps into something serious. Rin lets out a chilling warning, peace never lasts, then recalls how the Demon King was toppled by a hero ages ago. She warns that one day, no matter what, a brand new generation will birth a new hero, and a fresh Demon King will rise too. Rin demands to know what Ryuka and Van plan to do when the next Demon King finally shows up, and the endless fighting kicks back into gear. Wilka stands there frozen, speechless, because she can't find a single answer to the crushing question her mother just threw at her. Van strides up to demand answers, and right then Rin's lower body erupts into a massive, writhing serpent tail. Rin flat out declares she'll be his opponent today, then warns him to get ready, because he's about to face a monster even scarier than the Demon King. In the middle of a bone-rattling rumble, Rin, the Abyssal Monarch, stands before him and flat out says she still hasn't decided he's worthy to be her daughter's friend. Van snaps that the space feels way too cramped, totally clueless that the world around them is about to flip upside down. He spins around in pure confusion as the walls crumble away, and suddenly, boom, an endless outdoor world opens up beneath a blazing, wide-open sky. Rin tells them she rewrote the hierarchy's construction formula, cranking it up so the territory would balloon to the size of a small country. Van marvels that the power to warp space on that massive scale is exactly the kind of thing you'd expect from a dragon. Rin shuts everyone up and declares, "All right, no more talk, we start now." A brutal shockwave rips through the earth as she unleashes her power, kicking the battle into motion. A colossal tail lashes across the land, and Van twists out of the way before it can smash him to pieces. Rin pokes at his nerves, reminds him, "Hey, this is the dungeon, not the lounge. You're here because you're an adventurer." She tells him to bet his entire life on this fight, or else he'll get swallowed up and become nothing but prey. Rin flashes a menacing grin and dares the brat to charge her with everything he's got. Van surges ahead, sword in hand, unleashing blistering slashes that cut through the air like a storm. Rin slipped through every swing like it was nothing, laughing as his attacks never even landed. Van slams in at full speed and smashes her massive tail with a vicious strike in one brutal collision. Dust erupts in a violent explosion as Van unleashes his self-taught sword style. Rin laughs at her choice of name and whips into a running slash straight at her. She sneers that his attacks are nothing, then throws her guard up and readies a brutal counter meant to smash him under sheer force. Van scrambles to shut down her relentless strikes, barely staying upright as her speed slams him from every angle. Rin whips him with her tail, screaming "bastard" as he rockets backward from the hit. She realizes he's been suppressing his real strength this whole time. Rin snaps at him, warning that humans have this deadly habit of underestimating whoever they're up against. A colossal burst of energy tears out of her mouth, swallowing the ground right where Van is standing. Rin roars at him, demanding to know if he's really planning to throw the fight with that pathetic attitude. She screams for him to attack, only this time she demands it with real, murderous intent. She warns him that if he doesn't follow through, Ryoko's the one who will pay the price. Van cuts her off mid-threat with total confidence, declaring that Ryuko would never, ever do something like that. He declares that he and Ryuka sealed a promise. He swears he'll never kill again. In a flashback, Ryuka tells her mother she'd never change a single thing about their policy. Rin's eyes widen in pure confusion, but she can't wrap her head around her daughter's unshakable resolve. Ryuka leans in and tells everyone, "Even if a demon lord shows up, I'm not breaking the dungeon's rule. No one dies here." Rin can't wrap her head around it. How is she so certain when one of them is a monster and the other is human, with worlds apart in every way? Ryuka finally admits she never once told her mother about the incident that forged their bond in stone. She admits Van once snapped, he went berserk and tried to slaughter the bandits who captured her while they were traveling. Ryuka can't forget the moment she saw Van's rage nearly steal another life. That day they swore a sacred vow, never again would they take a single life. Van swore back then he'd never let Ryuka cry like that again. Right now, Van dodges Rin's unleashes its attacks, but he won't finish his aunt off because he couldn't ever bear to face Ryuka again. Ryuka snaps to her mother that she'll never live a life where she can't look Van straight in the eyes. Rin turns to her daughter and demands, "Be honest, do you really think our childhood friendship is doomed to never end?" Van yells out his answer on the spot, claiming without a doubt that he fully believes it. He whips his sword through the air with total conviction, fighting like his life depends on proving just how unbreakable their bond is. Rin, the former dragon queen, fixes the group with her blazing dragon eyes and tells everyone, "You guys." Suddenly, the maid Gyusen interrupts the tense atmosphere to ask if they were having a meeting, causing a flustered Ryuka to scream at her to go away while Rin notes the terrible timing. Rin steadies herself, lets out a heavy sigh, shuts her eyes, and admits she understands just how solid Van's resolve really is. Rin erupts into a towering dragon behind her, wrapping her human form in that raw power as she leans toward Van with a wild, what-if question: would you really drop everything and refuse to meet Ryuka? Van dug in and refused to budge, blasting back with a defiant reply that basically shut the whole idea down on the spot. Van snaps into a combat stance, locks onto the danger, and realizes he has to cut through her defense, because those claws and strikes from the shadows biting at her tail and neck are a total nightmare. He yells that he's about to start shooting, tells her to brace and fight back with everything she's got, and then throws himself into a major attack. Rin snaps her attack down with a brutal crunch, crushing the energy in her hand as she yells that he's a bastard for talking so casually to an abyss dragon. Van unleashes his self-taught sword style, screaming through a destruction slash as he slams his blade down with earth-shaking force. That hit detonates into a massive shockwave, and even Rin, the mighty dragon, has to brace and recognize the danger as she fights to block it. The earth explodes under their feet, ripping open and heaving as Van gets blasted into the air, tumbling through a storm of falling debris. Van lands on a chunk of wreckage like it's nothing, then rides the chaos, stepping off the jutting rocks without missing a beat, while Rin can't help but stare at him and call out just how absurd his crazy really is. Rin and her opponent slam into each other again in tight quarters, and panic hits. This is bad, as Van slips clean past her guard. Van launches another ruthless move, his self-taught sword style in full force, snatching Rin's arm with a tight restraint and shocking her that he can actually fight at her level. Van clenched her arm hard and slammed pressure points into her, and Rin erupted in a sharp "ow" as the pain shot through her arm like lightning. Rin jolts with pure horror as she realizes her nerves have been hit and the mana path is cut, so she can't move at all, fighting the paralysis with everything she's got. She's frozen in shock, staring at Van like, wait, has this guy finally learned to control not only his own mana but everyone else's too? Rin keeps talking to himself, and the truth hits. What he just did wasn't mere mana control at all, it was something way deeper. Right then, Ryuka snaps into a scream of agony, yelling, "Mom," because the injury aimed at Rin is somehow crawling straight into her daughter too. She snaps into action the moment she realizes her daughter is in real danger. Rin drops to surrender on the spot, admits defeat, and orders Van to let go because it's over. Van just stares, drained and empty-eyed, while Rin screams that she quit, and Rin snaps back that his technique hammers the sword so hard it's one wrong swing away from snapping. As the battle finally dies down, Van grabs his breath and wipes the sweat from his face, then demands to know why Rin suddenly decided to test him out of nowhere. Rin says this wasn't just a check, it was the last test to see if he was truly ready to smash the dangers waiting for him down the road. She meets his eyes with a gentler look and admits she never thought he'd be this strong. Then it clicks and she finally understands why Ryuka fell for him. Ryuka barges into the scene, seething because her mom made a clone to take down Van without her, while Rin awkwardly, pitifully apologizes to her furious daughter. Van gets introduced to Ryuka's father, a cool, intimidating dragon guy, and awkwardly blurts "uncle," but the old man waves it off, saying "Papa's fine," and Van shoots back a quick no. Ryuka whips around to her mom and shouts, "Hey mom," just to get her attention. Rin locks eyes with Van, hands him a simple but crushing request: take care of Ryuka, and Van nods instantly, no hesitation. Ryuka just drifts in bliss, dazed and asking what she missed while she was out of the loop, and Van turns to Rin and tells her to quit the anti-nickname already, because she doesn't use titles either. Rin watches the two of them bounce off each other and she's like, oh my gosh, they're so adorable, completely stunned by their chemistry. Rin rushes in and apologizes to Ryuka, saying she slipped out of a meeting to get here because her husband is probably in tears, but Ryuka just groans that she can't believe Rin is leaving this soon. The four idiots stumble into view, dungeon executives now battered, bruised, and still grinning too hard as they nervously blurt, "So, what happened to us?" They told him that when Rin screamed in pain earlier, the shockwave nearly finished them off, and that only proved it. Rin was controlling everything with 3 clones. In a brutal flashback, Rin rips into a room of subordinates, slams them with terrifying lectures, and forces them to obey, because Ryoka's respect is non-negotiable. Right there in the present, Rin yells to Van Sirius one final time before she leaves. She leans in and promises him a quick heads up. After that fight, she finally knows exactly how strong he is. Rin shot him a serious look and warned, "Be careful, this so-called great hero can't be trusted." She admits she's seen him before and says he's on a whole other level, even compared to the other heroes, while Van remembers the seniors talking about one legendary hero. Rin spots the lightning-battered silhouette of the hero party on a cliff and swears they'll reach this dungeon sooner than he thinks. Van grins with pure excitement at the chance to face a real hero, wondering if they'll actually get along, while Rin's eye charges ahead with zero caution. Van grins and tells her whoever shows up, we're good. Then she casually calls her mom and keeps saying, "Don't worry, okay?" Rin gets knocked off guard when he blurts out "Mum," and then her face lights up with a warm smile, like she can't help but love how fearless and sure of himself he's being. She yanks Ryuka into a tight, loving embrace, hugging her daughter hard before she has to go. Rin leans in and orders Ryuka to eat right, fawning over her like a total doting mother. Ryoka's cheeks flare pink as she beams at her mother, promising her, loud and clear, that she will. Rin waves them goodbye as she starts fading out, urging the two of them to finally get along. Wilka and Van stand shoulder to shoulder, waving hard as the former queen finally walks away. The executives spot an official king has finally arrived and swear that get along was basically a wedding blessing, while Ryuka lights up like she just won the lottery, and Van only shrugs and says Rin was awesome. The moment the scene hits, we're inside a dungeon buzzing with a card game in full swing. Then someone leans in and loudly claims, "It's my turn," like they're about to turn the whole duel upside down. From the private house's chest of drawers, the player blasts a combo attack and summons the level 25 northern hero, Kefide, who shows off an insane 4,000 attack power. That move snaps a disorientation trap into place, and the hero stumbles onto the wrong path, right into the Demon Lord's castle, so any hero level 50 and up gets wiped out instantly. From the shadows, dungeon monsters glare as the game unfolds, sweat rolling down their faces because the crew is pulling another weird move, while the player hurls curses at his awful luck. With their life points getting ripped away and the turn finally ending, the player sneers out a brutal line about how death is pathetic. The orc snarls, asking if this is from the same series as that awful old game, and Van fires back, saying Brave Fighters is a huge street card game where you summon heroes to smash your opponents. Van snaps, saying they still haven't figured out if this is a total dumpster fire of a game. Then he dramatically draws a card to kick off his turn. Van summons the legendary hero, Goldson, causing the monsters to realize with shock that the characters appearing in the game are based on real people. Van rages that even with all the hype, Gold's attack power is just 100, and the moment he sees those stats, he can't believe how weak that legendary legend really is. Van doesn't hesitate, he slams his gold card down to summon the Western hero, Marcia, and the monsters freak out over how cold-blooded his choice is, since it's their own acquaintance he just gave up. Van explains that the tension is high on the Demon Lord's side since both cards are heroes, and he proceeds to place 2 cards face down to set up his next turn. Van snaps his fingers and calls in the legendary hero's presence, then Ryoka immediately fires back, questioning whether it's even legal to copy that character's look into the game. The moment Van's card effect hits, it detonates everything, obliterating the enemy deck too, and blasts them with 1,000,000 damage for an instant, done-for win. Ryuka snaps that it's a crappy game because the mechanics are a total mess, and Van instantly hurls his cards up in the air, agreeing with zero hesitation. Van tells them he got the game from the guild's seniors because Auntie Rin warned him the great hero is insanely strong, but they won't know for sure until they finally run into him. Ryuka fires back, asking why they're wasting time playing games when they should be gearing up countermeasures for this threat right now. Van flashes a calm smile and tells the hero, "If you're the kind of person who goes after Ryuka, I'll take you on the same way I took down Goldsan." Those listening monsters instantly go red-faced, shaking in place as they mumble that they're feeling in deep because Van is just that ridiculously cool. Van's face went thoughtful for a split second, then it hit him like a revelation about the hero he'd just been talking about. A loud emergency siren suddenly blares through the dungeon, signaling an urgent situation. Monsters freak out, staring at each other like, wait, did the great hero really show up after that talk? A terrifying monster barrels into the room to face the orc leader, shrieking that everything's gone terribly wrong. Command hits retreat and evacuate everyone right now, while the monsters erupt into frantic chaos. The intruders aren't people at all, they're monsters from another dungeon, smashing straight through the walls with pure, violent intent. The invading monsters sneer with arrogant glee, calling the defenders pathetic as they barely even fight back. One intruder snaps at the others, warning them not to drop their guard yet. This is still the beginner floor, and the real grind is far from over. Another intruder complains that they have to walk much further compared to their own dungeon, finding the layout annoying. They hatch a ruthless plan, wipe out the little monsters completely, to bait the dungeon bosses into crawling out and throwing down. Saki the succubus barrels up to the invaders, spots Pork-san, Gyura-san, and Cat-san on site and blurts in shocked disbelief, "Why are you guys here?" The intruders freeze in place as they clock the succubus standing right in front of them. They sneer at her with fake pity, taunting that she'll be jobless again, then slinging cruel insults, calling her a trashy succubus who couldn't even do her own work. They're mocking the dungeon for tossing a low-level monster at her, rude enough to disrespect her in WMH2. Saki shakes in place, but she doesn't back down. She declares she's officially part of this dungeon now and refuses to be their subordinate anymore. She fires back that her current job is way better than that stupid horse-faced virgin dungeon. That unicorn intruder explodes with rage, snapping at the way her insults hint at a past boyfriend versus a current one. He roars that his arrogant attitude is exactly why he hates succubi, then snaps into a full-on attack. When the unicorn slams in, Saki braces for impact, then a hulking figure crashes between them and she snaps her head up, stunned. The Minotaur plants himself like stone and barks at the intruder to back off his cheap talk, because Saki is their precious comrade. Minotaur, Orc, Wolf, and Harpy, 4 dungeon executives, snap into a terrifying lineup, ready to smash the invaders head-on. The evacuated monsters go wild on the sidelines, erupting in cheers as the executives and Mino-san finally arrive to save the day. Saki's face turns beet red as she totally misreads the Minotaur's earlier defense of her like it's a love confession. Then she blurts out, "Did you just call me your precious one?" While the narrator cuts straight in and tells her she's dead wrong. All flustered, the succubus wrings her fingers and barely dares to suggest they grab a meal together, just once, while the Minotaur sweats bullets and the Harpy watches, grinning like she's entertained. Just like that, the group's focus snaps away because they spot exactly who those intruders are, standing right in front of them. The Orc executive locks in on the group, declares them famous monsters from another dungeon, and makes it crystal clear he knows their exact names. He tells them that their home, the Ogre Dungeon, and WRM Hell are the 2 biggest dungeons in all the nearby countries, and he points straight at the intruders as the executives running that dungeon. The intruders didn't just show up, they introduced themselves like formal ogres of the Heavenly Kings, bowing to the WM Hell executives with polished politeness and a grin full of arrogance. They declare their intention to demonstrate their power, while the WM Hell team questions the outrageousness of all executives leaving their own dungeon to invade another. The intruders finally drop the mask and confess their real mission, snatch the Black Dragon Queen, Luca, and drag her straight back to their dungeon. They said they've gotta find a new master fast because their old one, King Belfagor, the Demon Lord's vessel, got toppled by the great hero. They insist the Black Dragon Queen is the only one worthy to take over after their master falls. Warm Hell's executives erupt in outrage, screaming that the Dragon Queen would never follow them, and they hammer the point that she's trapped here in the dungeon. The intruders shot back, bragging that no one could serve the Dragon Queen better than them. The moment the horse-faced intruder braces to make his passionate declaration, the word "simp" explodes across the screen in huge letters. He erupts in pure passion, screaming that we've always been the Dragon Queen's biggest fans, then spills the truth about just how obsessed we've been. In this fantasy moment, Ryuka gets cosseted and adored, while the intruders swear they'll back her all the way, spreading her cuteness, charisma, and legendary proportions across the world. The Minotaur and the Orc stare in wild horror because they finally get it. The intruder's motive and next move are dead wrong, all the way through. The Minotaur seethes with fury, convinced the Dragon Queen is at her absolute cutest when she flirts with Van, fighting every second to not blurt out the truth. He swallows his words, sweating buckets, and forces himself to keep Van a secret, even while he's dying to get those intruders to finally see why their queen is truly irresistible. Saki clocks the Minotaur stalling and taunts him, "You scared, like the better fans just showed up." Around them, the monsters huddled and chattered in panic, terrified that the intruder's plan is to snatch Luca and haul her off to another dungeon. Van and Ryoko lurk in the shadows, and Van keeps asking, will everything be okay, even though he doesn't really understand what's going on. Van goes to step in because the intruders are flooding the beginner floors, then Ryoka yanks his arm and stops him cold. Ryuka tells him to hold up and promises she'll handle it, she'll let her subordinates take over. She softly tells her executives, I trust you, and you can feel that belief land like a promise. The fight between the two groups spirals into a full-on fanboy war over merch, intruders bragging about their custom drops, while the Minotaur lashes back with a creepy claim that she still owns her old nightgown. A narrator box blares, duel starts now, and everyone's scrambling to see who's tough enough to lead the Dragon Queen's subordinates. Two packs of brutal monsters slam into each other on a rocky hill, and the weaker ones below erupt in wild, cheering chaos. As chaos erupts around them, Ryoka shoots Van a nervous question, can he wipe everyone out if things spiral out of control? And that hits Van with a heavy worry, is this really going to end okay? Two warriors cross swords in a dramatic duel, proving that sharing a love interest inevitably leads to a fierce battle of passion or spite. Sure, love rivals get hated for shaking up the perfect order, but if they're honest or they've got killer skills, people can flip the script and start rooting for them. These competitors, yeah, they're simp rivals, right on the edge of a showdown so dumb it's basically art. The title card slams on screen and screams, WIRM versus Ogre Hell, and that's how the arc kicks off. A thunderous announcement blares the moment the deciding battle kicks off. Everyone's watching to see who earns Lady Dragon Queen's new personal attendance. 8 monsters have crammed into one arena to battle for the Dragon Queen's devotion, itching to prove they're the ones who truly deserve her. Tension snaps in the air as the crowd can't stop wondering which dungeon's crew is truly worthy to serve their beloved leader. Saki's anxiety is plain as day in the crowd, while the announcer readies the introduction of the warriors who are about to decide everyone's fate. A robotic mate strides onto the stage, snatches the microphone, and blasts out the introductions with pure high-voltage energy. First up is the mutant Cobalt Vulcan, awe-worthy face, but that body, it's built like a tank. Next up is Harpy Happy Sam, introduced as the lightning-fast older sister of the Wormhole crew. The crew rolls in with pure muscle and sharp minds, Orkun, the family's elite trap specialist. Rounding out the crew is Mino-san. Right there, they've got their strongest warrior, locking the whole squad into place. The announcer tags them Team Forever Idiots, and the Minotaur just stares, utterly baffled, not impressed, not amused. The showdown kicks off with the other team's introductions, Gyuru-san and the Griffin, a producer type who's obsessed with blasting the Dragon Queen onto the world stage as a global idol. Orc-san's Beastork tailing him now is a violent specialist, and he's completely obsessed with the Dragon Queen. Energetic Katsukat-san leaps into the chaos, getting tagged as the group's bratty bitch. At last, Uni-san the unicorn finally shows up and blasts the truth, idol love is his life's mission. The announcer dubs them Team Heavenly Rulers, but the opposing orc squints like the intros feel weirdly off. The crowd erupts into wild cheers, turning this brutal, high-stakes fight into a full-blown festival, leaving the fighters totally baffled. The Heavenly Rulers look downright relaxed and comfy, and the protagonist can't help but clock their laid-back attitude. Even with their bodies slouched like they're chilling, the rivals shoot the heroes a warning, don't you dare underestimate us. The unicorn sneers, screams that they're nothing like Team 4, idiots, then brushes the heroes off as helpless fanboys who can't possibly protect the queen. The crowd goes wild as the Lady Dragon Queen steps in right in human form to take her place as the judge of the competition. The Heavenly Rulers snap out of control the second they see her, bawling their eyes out like total fanboy maniacs. In the middle of the chaos, they yell her name at the top of their lungs while their own ranks turn on each other in brutal infighting. The protagonists just freeze, staring at the spectacle, stunned that this serious battle has somehow turned into a full-blown joke. The Dragon Queen leans in with a soft, sweet tone and confesses she can't stop worrying about them battling, even though they're friends, completely missing the tension in the air. Saki fires back, saying she's the one who should be panicking while the teams gear up to slam into each other. The unicorn breaks it down and declares the rules loud and clear: win 2 matches out of 3 and you're crowned the victor. Feeling untouchable with their blazing speed, the rivals decide to smash straight in and grab a knockout win on the spot. Tension snaps to its limit as the announcer blares that the very first event is about to begin. That dramatic reveal is actually a full-on fan art showdown, and the battle-ready warriors are left utterly stunned and clueless. The queen demands a portrait of herself and the whole team goes head-to-head. Whoever turns in the most breathtaking artwork wins, so Saki starts trembling. The Minotaur rips into his opponent, screaming that this isn't a showcase, it's a real battle of warrior skill, not some cheap variety show stunt. They dismissed the idea that this kind of fight would be over in seconds, and insisted their counters were the only way to make things truly fair. The rivals tore into the Minotaur for daring to complain, jeering that he was just an old grandpa terrified of losing. With fear trying to creep in, Team 4 Ever Idiots snaps back that they're done backing down, they'll take on any challenge for the Dragon Queen. The very first match kicks off for real, locked under a hard 1-hour time limit. As the Heavenly Rulers kick off their astonishing work, the hero suddenly feels sick, because he realizes in pure horror that he can't draw a single thing. The dungeon crew stares in shock as their opponents start moving in perfect sync, like they're reading the same mind. The Heavenly Rulers wield their brushes with staggering speed, proving they are no strangers to the world of art. They crank out their work in a blink and the crowd stares, stunned, unsure how the drawings turned out so good. The reveal hits like a gut punch. There's a bold, forward-thinking stage outfit that screams rivals, and you can tell these guys are wildly creative, the true nerdy geniuses. The rivals brag that they sharpened those skills by pouring their obsessive love into handmade fangoods. The unicorn unveils his masterpiece, an absolutely perfect bunny girl version of the Dragon Queen, and swears he could paint it with his eyes shut. Confidence bursts from their faces as the announcer roars, shouting that every single piece is nothing short of spectacular. The truth hits like thunder. Dragon Queen steps up and lines it all out with her final, no-escapes evaluation. With cheeks burning, she tells them the art is adorable and officially hits that like. The Heavenly Rulers are sobbing happy tears, calling it the best day of their lives, because their idol just gave them the ultimate thumbs up. Team 4 Absolute Idiots crumpled under the pressure and started panicking because they couldn't finish a single drawing. Even the Minotaur has to swallow his pride and admit it, this enemy's work is pure genius and he'd gladly pay a fortune for it. It hits him these stakes are brutal, so Minotaur fires up his team, demanding they cook up something that can score even higher than the perfect thing right in front of them. The team proudly shoves their finished boards forward, only to reveal a mess of hopeless scribbles and a sea of blank stares. Saki blurts that she can only draw boobs and the orc shoves her a blueprint while the dog crumples and sobs because he's just a warrior, that's all. They've given up, straight up telling the harpy to just go die as they steel themselves for the loss that's already coming. The opponents smirk with full confidence, already acting like the match is finished. The Minotaur steps forward again, eyes blazing with fresh resolve, and declares, "It's all on me, I'll save the team." He locks onto the Dragon Queen with sharp, unblinking focus, hunting for the one spark he needs to flip the entire battle. He watches her lean in and whisper right into Van's ear, asking which drawing he likes best while throwing labels like pervert as she teases him. At last, the rivals clock it. Van's been crouched behind the counter the whole time, silently keeping watch on them. Plowing past the gawking crowd, the Dragon Queen's cheeks ignite with a blush, and she snaps at Van for staring, because the whole thing is painfully embarrassing. The Minotaur witnesses this secret moment of intimacy, and something dark surges to life inside him. His teammates' faces twist with horror as this monster of an aura suddenly starts pouring off him. With a thunderous roar, the Minotaur slams into the canvas, his brush streaking across it at breakneck speed, fueled by raw, unstoppable rage. The unicorn gasps in panic, staring at the beast like, what is it even drawing that could possibly flip this whole situation around? Minotaur pours the wild rush of desire he feels watching that couple flirt straight into his art. He vows to scorch that forbidden passion onto the canvas, painting like a madman with pure, relentless fire. Time runs out the exact moment he finishes his masterpiece with one last swoosh. Breathing hard, he hurls, "Double-check my work before we submit." The whole team stares at the canvas and freezes in pure terror at how insanely perfect it looks. They snap to it. His fantasies have swallowed him whole. Then panic erupts, because if they draw Van and the Queen like that, it'll spill their secret relationship for everyone to see. The rival team feels a chilling dread in the air as those fools start brawling with each other instead. The whole team practically begs Harpy-san for help as they scramble to shut down the Minotaur's deadly creation before it runs wild. In the middle of the chaos, the harpy snatches a look at the artwork, then turns to the Minotaur and says thanks for the treat. Hit by the brutal imagery, Harpy's nose erupts into a violent bleed, blasting blood across the drawing and totally ruining it. The announcer snaps that Team 4's idiots lose the first match, and Harpy looks dead as the words hit the crowd. Minotaur's drawing gets yanked and thrown out, handing the win straight to the heavenly rulers, while he crumples in despair. The maid relived the brutal last rounds, how the harpy blew herself up, and then the heavenly rulers sneered, declaring those old men are total losers. With total defeat looming and another loss waiting to crush them, the crowd goes wild, begging Team Forever Idiots to dig in and hold the line. The Minotaur clenches his teeth, burning with rage as the truth hits. There's no way they can afford to lose the next battle. Worried out of his mind over Saki's trembling nerves, Minotaur fixes his eyes on the Dragon Queen as she blares that the next match is about to begin. The announcer breaks the news. The next event is a Mana Collection showdown, and it's built to put the team's efficiency to the ultimate test. Under the Dragon Queen's ruthless judgment, both teams are forced to hunt down adventurers and siphon mana from them. A narrator breaks it down. Ether air is the dungeon's lifeline, a crucial magic tool that keeps the whole environment in check by feeding on mana. This all-important mana usually seeps in through the dungeon's own systems, right when adventurers unleash their magic and battle spirit in the middle of a fight. The unicorn hangs on every word as the maid drops the twist. They've got to show serious ingenuity and hurt those adventurers as little as possible. The crowd tears into the outcome. Some swear the Minotaur team's power will crush everything, while others fear the adventurers will bolt the moment things get rough. Fans swear Minotaur's team should have had the home field edge, because this match is all about the dungeon's own specialty. With a smug, confident grin, the unicorn storms up to the opposing team and shoots them a bold, specific offer. Gasps ripple through the crowd as the unicorn drops a wild idea: swap in Saki, the succubus, to their team and fill the spot of the fallen harpy. Confusion erupts as everyone tries to process the unicorn's offer, Saki as the backup for Team Forever, because those idiots are scrambling. He needles them to let her show off her skills, because clearly they're putting her on a pedestal so high. The unicorn smirks and promises she'll only shine by the low standards of WM Hell. Then Saki's anger flares right in front of everyone. With a twisted chuckle, he boasts that working with her will force them to self-destruct. Then he locks them in so they can't retreat. Minotaur just stands there, stone-faced as insults rain down, and then dares the rival, bring it on. The air crackles with destiny as Saki steps into the ring for Team Forever Idiots, right into a showdown between past bosses and the kid they once controlled. Saki trembles, blurts that she has no shot against the unicorn, then the Minotaur calmly cuts in, shutting her doubts down mid-sentence. Minotaur reassures her with a confident grin, "You're not losing to someone like me. Everyone here has seen how hard you've worked." He urges her to grab this perfect moment and shut her doubters up for good. The team bands together, roaring that they'll crush their next challenge, fighting as one and backing her up all the way. Walkyuan throws in his agreement, and just like that, the whole team locks in behind Saki. The crowd erupts, screaming for the team to bring that fire and play like they always do. Saki spots a goblin in the crowd, battered and hurt, and you can practically see her worry spike at how bad they're looking. A razor-close shot of the rival leader's eyes shows straight-up disdain for those small fries drifting around together. Minotaur swings his head towards Saki and fires off. "You ready to go forward with the plan?" Saki locks eyes with a steel-hard stare and swears she'll get it done. The team huddles up and Orc-kun points Walken and the Minotaur straight at Mana Collection, while he slips in through the shadows to handle the support. The maid barks an order for everyone to march to the middle levels, then declares that Team 4 Ever Idiots are going first. As they set off, Walken cracks a joke that Harpy should keep watch over them from beyond the grave, and the orc snaps back, warning him not to write her off just yet. The maid unveils the device to observe the team's progress, surprising the audience. A giant magic crystal ball screen flickers to life, and boom, it's revealed as a traps department invention made to blast the assembly hall wide open. The mate starts hinting that the Dragon Queen used it before, and the second the words land, he flips into full-on flustered panic. Red-faced and furious, the Dragon Queen slams the brakes on her explanation, blurts an apology, and somehow Van just stands there looking totally unbothered. On the screen, two adventurers lock eyes with the team and burst out, "This feels weirdly cute and totally confusing." Sensing the silence get heavier and colder than usual, the adventurers tighten up and stay on guard. They freeze the moment they hear voices, someone's here, and they yank their weapons into position. The adventurers freeze when they see Saki sobbing her heart out, begging them to listen, right beside her, a frustrated minotaur fuming with rage. The adventurers stop dead in their tracks, frozen by confusion, as they trip over a brutal argument happening right between the dungeon monsters. They spot the crying woman and realize she's the succubus from the first floor, so why is she buried this deep in the dungeon? Terror hits the second they clock her partner, because he's a minotaur, a boss-level beast, and that kind of monster only shows up when disaster is coming. Saki clings to the minotaur's arm, choking on tears as she begs him, don't throw her aside because he's the only one she's got left. While the monsters got locked in their loud domestic brawl, the adventurers took a breath, slipped past in silence, and avoided the fight. They stare at the moment with dark curiosity, hanging on every second, wondering if this is a real breakup or just a performance. Harpy suddenly tears through the air as a spirit, blasting everyone with the shock of her voice, like she's talking straight from beyond the grave. She steps up and declares she's taking over for Orc-kun, because he's tied up with his own assignment right now. Harpy lays out the breakup talk like a trap, then unleashes a psychological attack, turning pure drama into a weapon that slices through the adventurer's guard. A masked Orquan barges onto the scene like a wrecking ball, blasting in as Saki's ex, screaming at the top of his lungs to rip her attention right back to him. The adventurers are baffled by this new character, while the monsters recognize him as a terrifyingly bad version of the orc. He tore into Saki with cruel words, sneering that the only thing she had going for her was her face, then he labeled her a total loser. The observers can't stop guessing, are these signs of inner chaos or a slick countermove aimed straight at them? He sneers that if her brand new boyfriend gets tired of her too, then she's nothing but worthless and completely alone. Rage blazing from the disrespect, the Minotaur clocks his ex right in the face and snarls that he better shut up and stop talking to her. The adventurers slam the hypocrisy right into focus, because the Minotaur was raging at her just moments ago. Harpy spins a wild tale, insisting the Minotaur's rage is just self-hatred, because he couldn't stop himself from making his woman cry. Saki looks up at him with tears brimming in her eyes and blurts out that he's genuinely kind, nothing like that awful ex of hers. The whole world turns into pure romance as they lock eyes, and the adventurers are left utterly baffled. The ex rages, screaming what the point of this stunt even is, but that couple just barrels right past him, ignoring every word. Minotaur coolly slams the interruption down, snapping at his ex that they've got their bond all wrong. He orders the intruder to keep their eyes locked on the details, and you can feel the whole plan teetering right at the edge of the climax. The adventurer suddenly grabs his chest as a torrent of mana starts blasting out of his body. Harpy tells them this is emo mana, high-purity energy that only bursts out when humans get emotionally stirred. She rips into him, saying that when you spot a gap-mo situation, this scary monster acting all cute, it basically sets off a huge, uncontrollable discharge. The plan clicks into place, turning the classic breakup to make-up romance into a weapon that harvests energy. The adventurer crumpled to his knees, hit with pure cuteness overload, and found himself powerless to fight. Then his otaku brain kicks in and he starts dissecting the plot, realizing the pacing feels painfully forced. He tears into the story, calling it out for snapping to reconciliation way too fast to feel real. He sizes the couple up and blurts out that they look horribly embarrassed, and just like that, the whole moment snaps. The spell snaps shut the moment the adventurer clocks the trick, then his resistance crashes back into place. The moment the monsters clocked the adventurers had them figured out, their whole act collapsed, and panic hit like a wave. Their rival team explodes into laughter, tearing into the idiots for messing up again with that ridiculous plan. Saki crumpled in despair, blaming herself for the loss and kept apologizing to her team as if it was all her fault. The rest of the crew barrels in to comfort her, shouting that the blame isn't just hers, everyone shares it. Minotaur softly rests a hand on her head and tells her he's proud of how hard she fought to try. Saki wipes her tears, then thanks him from the heart, still shaking at how fiercely he stood by her even after everything was lost. Watching him shield her, she realizes he's never just showed up, he's been there for her every time it mattered. She shoves aside the lie that she's a failure and feels something brand new ignite in her chest. With her heart hammering, Saki finally faces the truth. Maybe, just maybe, she's got real feelings for the Minotaur. The adventurer is totally spellbound by the succubus' tear-streaked performance, insisting that her heartbreak-worn face is the undeniable look of a lady madly in love. The Minotaur freezes in shock as the adventurer's mana blasts out at an absolutely insane rate, and he can't stop the disbelief from hitting him. The plan crushes every wild expectation as the adventurers burst into tears, totally wrecked by the romance blooming right in front of them. With the mana finally secured, the whole team holds its breath. Now they're just waiting for the Dragon Queens to judge how they really did. The Queen slams them with top marks, praising how they teased out Saki's hidden power and then nailed a perfect comeback. She gushes over Saki's sweet face, totally swept up in the dramatic tension of that couple never getting face-to-face. She whips her gaze to Orkun and demands to know if he mapped out this whole disaster 3 moves in advance, making him break into an instant panic sweat. Orkun shrugs off the praise with a sly grin, flashes a thumbs up, and swagger jams his "it's all my explanation, my power" claim straight into the moment. The whole crowd is in shock. This succubus totally wiped out the adventurers using nothing but pure cuteness, not brute force. Gossip whips through the crowd as everyone stares, stunned that she looked exactly like a maiden living her first love. The rumor mill unleashes a total bombshell. Saki-san's a virgin, and the entire arena basically goes dead silent. The unicorn freezes at this truth, declares a virgin succubus a rare treasure he's willing to approve of, and the orcs go off. Orkun finally clocks it. This harpy is the one slipping forbidden afterlife secrets to the unicorn. While the orc sympathizes with the adventurer's emotional blow, the unicorn grips his head in full agony as his mind gets flooded and his consciousness overloads. The announcer blasts the show forward and summons the 4 heavenly kings to the stage for their turn. The unicorn lounges around, slaps the job onto his subordinates, and orders them to grab the mana and finish it fast. No wasted time, just a clean win. Katsan snarls that she wants to torture her opponent, while Porksan just shrugs and plans to beat them up. Emotions be damned. The whole mood flips when the teammates quickly wave word to their leader. The adventurer is finally here. The announcer cranks up the tension, daring everyone to answer. Who's brave enough to face the terrifying 4 heavenly kings? Van steps into the arena looking harmless, but there's a quiet, dangerous fire burning in his eyes. He says it straight: anyone who's pushing too hard has to be a total outsider, because the townspeople already know every move in the dungeon's plan. Van's face hardens the second he recognizes them, the same crew that brutalized the first-floor goblin, then went way too far. The monsters jerk their heads in confusion at his low muttering, because from far away they can't make out his accusations at all. Porksan brushes off the complaint with a smug sneer, saying he'll beat up whoever he wants, no matter the fallout. Mocking Van's invisible mana is getting ignored too hard. Now Porksan is threatening to brand him like livestock, keeping him farmed for energy forever. He scoffs at the adventurer for showing up solo, brushing him off as a weakling just from how he looks. With a nasty laugh, Porksan readies the ropes, about to trap his victim and siphon every last drop of power until nothing's left. Violence detonates the second Van flings himself at the group, smashing through them until everyone's yelling apologies and begging him to stop, while the Minotaur just stands there, awkwardly stunned. The beatdown finally ends in a sweet, crushing silence, like even the world just admitted they couldn't handle his power. The announcer slams Team 4's name as the winner of the second round, but Minotaur can't decide if he's proud or hurt. After Van storms off, the Heavenly Kings are left trembling and shattered, and the crowd hits them with a heartfelt round of applause for everything they just had to endure. Saki rushes back to her team and steadies a shaking Minotaur, insisting that the dead-eyed adventurer is finally gone for good. The whole team goes silent as they argue, then it hits them. Van's strength isn't just strong, it's on a completely different level than any normal adventurer. The unicorn snaps back fast, praises Team 4 Ever's idiots for their guts, then slams them with a warning: their luck ends right here. He announces he'll be the one to take them down this round, stepping up with a personal mission to smash their hopes. The Minotaur ROARS in triumph accepts the challenge on the spot and screams back that it's the unicorn who won't make it out of this encounter alive. Sparks burst as 2 heavyweight rivals clash head-on, fighting tooth and nail to settle once and for all who's truly worthy to serve the Dragon Queen. The crowd reaches a fever pitch as the announcer declares the start of the final showdown match. The fight doesn't stay a regular brawl, it flips into a surprise bonus deathmatch, plus a Lady Dragon Queen quiz, and it totally shocks everyone the moment the genre change hits. The announcer lays it out, this quiz goes all in on Dragon Queen trivia, and it's designed to crown the most obsessive fan. The stakes hit hard, each correct answer lets the winner land a free strike on the enemy team with zero defense to stop them. Pressure slams down on Wolku and he pushes even harder to prove he's a real fan, while the opposing orc grumbles that they're being used like nothing but pawns. The very first question blasts into the plot. What exact gift did the Dragon Queen get from her father for her 6th birthday? While everyone else is still scrambling to react, Gura confidently answers the Griffin's riddle correctly with an Axolotl plushie in hand. The Queen snaps the answer into place, cheeks burning with embarrassment, then waves them along fast, like they need to move on right now. The announcer slams the first point onto the Heavenly Kings, and just like that, the punishment phase kicks off. The unicorn detonates with a brutal uppercut, smashing the defenseless Minotaur straight in the face. Without pausing, the Griffin answers the next question about the food that grossed out the Queen at age 10, pickled radish. He jumps right in with the answer to her first trap investigation mess, because she got snagged in a filthy, slimy pit. Minotaur staggers as blow after blow batters him, 3 hits in a row that leave him bruised and wrecked. Even the Dragon Queen takes a hit, cringing hard as her humiliating past gets blasted to the entire arena. Walkruin's jaw drops at the enemy's insane speed. Stunned, they somehow know this weird, obscure trivia. The Griffin finally spills their ace card, the Lady Dragon Queen Encyclopedia, an official fanbook packed to the brim with personal data. The Heavenly Kings brag that they've memorized the whole book, written by a guy who made it for the fans. Team Forever Idiots is horrified to discover the author listed on the book is none other than their own Harpy. Harpy fights the truth, swearing she'd never pen something like that, but guilt floods her expression the second she tries to deny it. The whole team erupts in rage at her betrayal, because the moment they clock her royalty greed, they know this battle might already be over for them. Harpy shamelessly plays the victim, swearing she triple-checked every detail before she betrayed her friend. The rivals grin and thank Harpy for the intel, because her betrayal just cracked open the path to their inevitable victory. The announcer blurts out way too early that the Heavenly Kings are about to become the Dragon Queen's new underlings. The Minotaur, battered and soaked in blood, staggers at the end of the road as his teammates collapse into sheer, helpless panic. Right when they're about to crumble, the battle suddenly throws them one last opening they can't afford to miss. The announcer snaps out the next question, and suddenly the underdogs get their shot to hit back. It asks what the very first gift the Lady Dragon Queen ever handed to that one male friend was. The Griffin freezes in pure shock, every bit of his textbook knowledge crumbling as he stammers, "I don't know." Walquin lifts his hand, nerves rattling as he answers with a handmade picture book. Then the Queen gives a shy little nod and confirms it's right. Unicorn freezes in shock as Walk drops that super private detail, and the Queen's face turns bright red while she yells for them to stop humiliating her. Seizing the opening, Minotaur hurls his whole strength into a savage swing and smashes the unicorn straight in the face. The Griffin snaps into panic when he realizes his data is useless, because he never even knew the Queen had a male friend. The whole crowd goes wild with whispers, reeling from the shock that their idol is secretly dating a man, confirmed right out in the open. Team Forever Idiots unleashes a brutal counterattack, bombarding the enemy with non-stop questions about the Queen's basketball games and her sleepovers with a boy. The announcer declares that the Heavenly Kings are teetering on the brink of total defeat. Unicorn groans, begging for it to stop because he can't take this torture one more second, while the Queen looks just as wrecked from all the exposure. The air turns electric as the announcer clenches his mic, ready to drop the final question that decides everything. The question drops a nuclear bombshell, asking point blank if the Lady Dragon Queen has a boy she likes. Before the Queen can even get a word out, a sudden, earth-shaking roar of screams blasts from the answer. The crowd erupts for an answer, and the Heavenly Kings freak out, pleading for the questioning to stop right now. Red-faced and stammering, the Dragon Queen blurts that she totally misread the whole situation. She blurts out, panicked and jittery, that they're only childhood friends, then tries to shut the whole question down as invalid just to hide how embarrassed she is. The crowd shrugs off her denials and without a shred of doubt decides, completely certain, that she's got a full-on crush. Her adorable reaction hits and the whole arena erupts, everyone's blushing and fawning over just how unbelievably cute she is. Hardcore fans fall apart in total despair when they realize their idol isn't actually banned from dating, and their dreams just got crushed. Saki shouts at the Minotaur to stop because the opponent's already down, but the beast spots a crack in the defense and lunges. There's no refusing it. The Minotaur hurls one last, earth-shaking blow, and the unicorns explode into screams of pure agony. Tears poured down the unicorn's face as he sobbed, furious that it should have been him, Queen's love, for not some random boy. Team 4's absolute idiots erupt into cheers, celebrating their hard-won victory as the dust finally settles. The party cuts off mid-cheer when the team spots something freaky happening to the fallen unicorn. A tense hush drops across the arena as the Minotaur locks eyes with his unbreakable opponent. To everyone's horror, that battered unicorn drags itself back up with a demonic grin and refuses to quit the fight, still not even close. The unicorn flat-out rejects reality, screaming in denial that he'll never quit, even after the queen drops her shocking bombshell. He breaks the rules by swinging a punch, prompting the crowd to scream about the violation and dirty fighting. The announcer clocks the brawl, and the unicorn's teammates watch their leader unravel with raw, worried concern. Team 4 Ever's win gets slammed in by disqualification at first, but then the Minotaur suddenly crashes in and shuts the whole call down. He insists the quiz was only meant to stop once one of them gets knocked out, and he demands the showdown keep going. Dragon Queen just stares, baffled. Why would the Minotaur toss a sure victory like it's nothing? The dog monster muses that there's a deeper reason behind all this, but he shrugs off the unicorn as no threat to the Minotaur. The Minotaur throws down a no-nonsense challenge, straight fists only, and the unicorn wastes no time, accepting to throw down in a full-on brawl. Both fighters explode into motion, rushing straight at each other and crashing into a brutal, no-holds-barred clash. Sparks erupt as the two heavyweights refuse to yield, colliding chest to chest in a no-holds-barred battle of raw power. Unicorn slams down a brutal hit, roars at his opponents, and demands to know what the hell is wrong with him. He's stuck in disbelief. How can they smile right after their idol casually admits she's got a male friend? To him, this revelation feels like a brutal betrayal, so they should be collapsing into screams, tears, and gut-wrenching grief. The Minotaur just tanks the blow, then fires back that the unicorn's selfish, weird plan of standing is totally, completely wrong. He declares that the queen isn't just an idol to them, she's straight up the cutest person in the entire world. The Minotaur snaps that the whole mess is the harpy's fault. She misled everyone with some official fanbook, and now the bird stands there looking straight up guilty. The unicorn rages that they'll never show that shy face again, then demands all male trouble be wiped out, so worship can come first. The Minotaur leans in and grills the unicorn. Does he really want a shot with her, or is he just chasing her for attention? Then he demands to know what loving an idol even means to him. The unicorn spills his toxic wish for her to stay single for 10 long years, and you can feel it. He can't stand the thought of her dating anyone. The Minotaur crowds him, smirking as it asks, so you'd really be that crushed if the queen found happiness with a boyfriend? Sweat pours off the unicorn as it dodges the question, then snaps, why is the Minotaur even shadowing the queen? He glares down at the dungeon defenders with pure contempt, sneering that they're worms as his frustration finally boils over. The unicorn starts raving that it needs mana to shatter the seal and reach the surface world, and you can hear the panic in every word. He yanks his mouth open wide and orders them to feed him the pure white mana of a hero right now. With a nasty jab on top of it all, he declares that this power is the only thing they're worth. In a tired, bitter mood, the Heavenly Kings hear wild rumors about a weird dungeon in the neighboring kingdom, and it all comes back to them in a flashback. They finally figured it out. This place was run by the Black Dragon's daughter, and it raked in cash with a twisted nobody dies policy. The unicorn tells me he can still see that sanctuary so clearly, like he was desperate for a place to finally breathe. Back then, the team pored over every scrap of intel, hearts racing, sure they'd spotted a safe haven on the horizon. He crumples in tears and paints the queen's domain as a spotless sanctuary, pure, gentle, and untouched. Tears streaming down his face, he pleads with the Minotaur, don't take away the last scrap of happiness we've got left. Minotaur crashes into the pity party with a brutal face punch, roaring that he doesn't care about their sob story. Towering over his opponent, the Minotaur finally gets it. These rivals will never see eye to eye because all they're chasing is salvation from the queen. He proudly proclaims that Worm's hell monsters aren't here to destroy, they're here to guard the queen, no matter what. At first, those were their marching orders, but the Minotaur leans in and tells them their real drive runs way deeper than duty. He lays out her kindness, her strength, and her beauty, then vows they'll guard her with every ounce of power they've got. Van grins as the Minotaur nods, saying the Lady Dragon Queen's healthy, happy life is what makes them truly happy too. The orc jokes that Minotaur sounds like an overprotective dad, as the bull vows to crush scumbags while supporting her choices. Shattered and brought low, the unicorn realizes he's not worthy to stay, because the queen already has her team, and even a fan like him has no place here. Minotaur drops a last, unexpected kindness, praising the unicorn's fan art, and leaves the rival staring, stunned that he'd be that nice. The Minotaur finally drops the act and admits, with pride still burning in him, that he loved the rival's art, no lies, just the truth. He's genuinely blown away. Other fans exist who can stare down the queen with that kind of unstoppable intensity. Minotaur calls it a blessing to stumble into this crew, then slumps to his knees, apologizing as he crouches beside the defeated unicorn, because he can't stop bringing it up. The Heavenly Kings sit there dead silent, while their leader's body shakes as the Minotaur spits out those words. Unicorn chokes back tears and finally realizes that his comrades were the whole reason he's been smiling through every step of the fandom journey. Minotaur cracks the ice by saying, "Hey, let's talk again someday, we're both into this stuff after all." Choked up with tears, the unicorn nods hard and blurts out his agreement through the sobs. He clasps Minotaur's hand, thanking his rival and acknowledging him as a true brother in Dragon Queen fandom. As the teams band together for a warm celebration, Minotaur blurts out for an autograph, and Harpy rushes in to apologize for the way she injured the goblin. Later, the Heavenly Kings stand rigid in front of the queen, face unshaken, and tell her they'll take any punishment for failing her. They beg her to spare the rest of the Dark Demon's monsters, and they swear they'll take full responsibility for what those creatures do next. Dragon Queen hesitates, torn in two, as she steadies herself to finally speak to the whole group. She grins, thanks them for the stunning portraits, and swears she'll keep them safe and treasured in her own home. The kings burst with holy light at the compliment, but she snaps out of it and pivots straight to the nitty-gritty of where they're working and what needs doing. Shaking from the unicorn's overwhelming presence, she pleads for a full 5-meter gap, because if he gets any closer, her heart might just flatline under the pressure. Walkun and Orkun brush off the chaos, and the narrator slams the verdict: Team Forever Idiots takes the final win. After everything settles, those ogre organs get turned into a brand new division, and the level 45 Inferno Ogrequin is crowned the boss. His mana harvesting tricks pay off instantly, giving him the breathing room to start upgrading the dungeon's welfare system and making everything run better. The workforce surges with unstoppable energy, whipped into a frenzy by the Queen's cheers and the Heavenly King's relentless enthusiasm. Saki snapped at the group for showing up in the hallway, but they brushed her off and started plotting a contingency plan for the incoming great hero. Right in the middle of the meeting, everything stops cold when the Dragon Queen pokes her head in, shy and ready to finally speak. She quietly realizes they care about her happiness, and if she's hurting, it hits them just as hard. Blushing hard, she blurts out how truly thankful she is, and the whole moment turns into pure wholesome chaos. The monsters burst apart in a wild spray of tears, howling their eternal loyalty and swearing they'll guard her right up until their horns finally drop off. Deep inside a dungeon, the floors shake as the heavy hitters assemble around their leader, ready to lay out how their kingdom's doing. With a dark chuckle, the Minotaur rumbles that their mana harvest from adventurers has been wildly bountiful this month. He clocks it instantly. WM Hell's Reach has exploded since they swallowed the Ogre Organ crew right after the last fight. The Dragon Queen glares with bone-chilling fury, and her minions scramble to sing her praises, hailing her terrifying power and demanding her rule. She instantly smashes the vibe, snapping at them to stop messing around and get back to their paperwork. The orc grumbles that with fewer adventurers there's less fighting, but instead of peace, he's stuck drowning in an endless pile of paperwork. Harpy asks for the third floor report, while the orc dreams of a magical device to automate their suffering. He breaks it down like a miracle, this fantasy machine that hoards information, crunches numbers, and flashes words on a crystal, basically a modern computer before anyone even knows the name. The Queen cuts off their idle chatter, prompting the Minotaur to ask if something specific is troubling her. She blurts out how they could get real, no-holding-back reviews of WRM's hell from an adventurer's eyes, so they can sharpen their dungeon. While the team argues over whether a suggestion box will even work, the queen snaps her decision in place. She's going to ask Van straight to his face. Right on cue, like her words yanked him through thin air, Van bursts into the doorway, and the whole group goes wide-eyed in shock. Then the comments on the factory-like chaos get cut short, because those monsters immediately make a quick exit and give the couple the privacy they desperately need. Alone by the window, the Dragon Queen lets out a crushing sigh, bracing herself for what's coming next. Her heart pounds like crazy in her chest as she stares out, cheeks burning with anticipation and nerves. She slaps on a bright, cheerful grin and waves at Van, and he shoots back a warm smile like they're in on the same secret. Right when the moment finally hits, the monsters shove back in at once, blindsiding Van with their freaky return and crushing the vibe. They openly admit they sprinted back just to catch the flirting, while the queen soothes a panicked Van and insists he's not ruining anything. She lays it out plainly, registering brand new monsters and merging the systems is dragging them under, totally swamped. Van offers his sympathies as the queen fumes that the brutal workload is grinding their usual dungeon operations to a halt. To snap her out of the gloom, Van proudly reveals he brought meat pies as a treat, and the exhausted Dragon Queen lights up with pure delight. Pushing her luck even harder, she asks for a shoulder massage too, and Van grumbles as he gives in, then she winks at him like she's totally getting away with it. As Van keeps working, the massage crawls up to her head, squeezing out every last bit of tension and melting away her fatigue. She orders him to rub her face next, bossing the poor adventurer like he's her personal spa machine. Van freezes as his gaze drops lower, wrestling with the idea that touching her chest could get him into seriously dangerous territory. Feeling her stare or maybe just snapping under the pressure, the queen hurls herself into action, kicks him clear across the room, and screams that she's got nowhere left to store all her pent-up stress. Van bounces back fast and jumps in to help with the dungeon work, taking the weight off her shoulders. The queen doubts an adventurer can run the dungeon, but Van won't budge. He swears he's been doing the hard work in secret for ages. Van cracks that he's gathering hard data, and he wants a real dungeon verdict straight from an adventurer's eyes. He leans in, eyes locked, as the queen hesitantly nods and finally agrees to his proposal. The queen freaks out, convinced he spotted a fatal flaw, then Van shuts it down, saying he's going to hit the guild members and get their feedback. He rockets off on the spot to chase his research, and the queen is left gutted, because all he cared about was work. Van hunted down adventurers across town, grilled them for their requests, then sprinted back to the dungeon with everything he'd gathered. He lays the collected answers in front of the monsters, and they stare back with teary, apologetic faces, guilt written all over them for dragging him through all that trouble. The queen flashes a grin as she skims the papers, buzzing because she's about to upgrade her dungeon using every bit of feedback. Van read the comments out loud. Some people tore into the tough puzzles, while others raved about the treasure's incredible quality. He realizes some requests hit like a real deal, while others get oddly specific and weirdly personal. One perverted adventurer begs for slime that melts clothes, and Van instantly shuts it down as sexual harassment, no matter how loud the knight protests. Another adventurer begs Van to track down a lost keepsake sword, and Van vows he'll hunt for that exact blade. Van braces himself to read the veteran Goldsand's opinion, because that kind of battle-tested feedback is pure gold. Gold's report spills the truth. He's got a fighter's edge, and even if he isn't some boss monster, he insists on one exact floor so he can square up with Van and demand a duel. He tears into the current setup of the 32nd floor, saying a magic nullifying room packed with trolls would be way more terrifying. Next up, Sylvia is completely swooning over how cool the gold looks guarding her. She calls it romantic, sure, but it's totally useless feedback. Van and the queen review the documents, realizing that despite the chaotic content, this actually resembles proper group work compared to their usual mess. Van leans in to inspect the list, and the flustered queen snaps her gaze away, stammering that everything looks just fine. He jabs a finger at one specific job and asks if she can take it, and suddenly the room feels close, like they're working as one. While they dig through the heap, the eavesdropping monsters clock the duo's super comfy childhood friend energy, so wholesome it practically blinds them. The queen snaps at her minions for crowding the doorway, screaming for them to back off, while Van presses them with questions about why they even bothered. After hours of relentless grind, the mountain of paperwork finally vanishes as they slap down the final paperwork and declare the job done. Dead tired but finally safe, the queen clings to Van and thanks him, straight up calling him a true lifesaver. Van spots Ryuka wobbling and blurts, "You okay?" as concern spikes because the moment her silence hits, something feels seriously off. He tries to tell her she must be wiped out from working nonstop, but right before he finishes the sentence, she's already losing to sleep. Ryuka crumpled forward and sank straight into Van's chest, her exhaustion finally winning the fight. Gently lifting her up, Van carries the sleeping dragon to her bed while she dozes peacefully in his arms. He tucks her in, leans close, whispers his soft goodbye, and then walks away, letting her drift off to sweet dreams in her cozy bed. Ryuka bolts upright the next morning in pure panic. She realizes she overslept completely after that brutal long work session. She swears she'll show up with top-tier snacks as an apology for nodding off, then decides to jump in the bath first to get herself fresh. She steps outside and there are the four idiots, stuck solid like statues, their faces locked in endless reverence after getting totally frozen by the wholesome goodness they saw yesterday. Ryuka's stash popped up, cookies and all, while he mumbled in pure joy, practically swooning over how insanely good they tasted. The mate shoves fresh cookies into their hands while Van stands there, watching Ryuka tear into the meat pies he hauled back from town. Ryuka justifies her gluttony as survival fuel for growing kids, and she's practically giddy as she cheers for tonight's dinner stew and gratin. Reality hits Ryuka like a punch as she wrestles with her shorts, panicking when she realizes, horribly, they've become way too tight. She greets her minions in a loose tunic, claiming she just wanted to switch up her style to hide the truth. Orkun halts her with a stern stare and demands a quick word about her condition. Panic hits her the moment she thinks her weight gain is about to get exposed, but the orc reassures her, "Don't worry, we won't say a word to the guys." The conversation goes off the rails when Orkun wildly misreads her size and blurts out, asking just how far along she is in her pregnancy. The harpy leans in and checks Ryuka's legs, saying those thick thighs are totally the new trend. Then the Dragon Queen laughs and admits she's just been overeating. Ryuka stares into a grim future where her chubby body wrecks her shot as a childhood friend, and the moment she sees it, pure fury crashes in like, "I hate this." Desperate for answers, she whips around to her subordinates and practically begs them for any dieting tip that actually works. The golem shrugs and smugly blurts that he never puts on a single pound, no matter how much he stuffs himself. Ryuka shuts his mouth for good slam after slam until he's nothing but rubble, proving once and for all he's built out of stone. The slime squirms in place, cheering him on like, "You can totally lose weight, watch me." Harpy steps in with a cocky grin and loudly swears that working out is the ultimate secret to cutting the pounds. She leans in close, eyes sparkling with trouble, and swears she knows a physical activity that's secretly way more fun than it sounds. Bird hints at some wild nighttime exercise with a van, and that lewd implication makes Ryuka flush bright red. Orkun barges in mid-dirty talk and hammers them with a lecture on how low-calorie, high-protein chicken breast is the smart move. Ryuka freezes in confusion as the orcs burst in out of nowhere, ready to dish out nutritional advice. He brushes off their shock, saying he caught the conversation himself, and then declares he'll take full charge of this. Ryuka immediately hunts for a shortcut, blurting out whether he can just whip up a magical device to melt the fat away. Orkun snaps and bursts into a fiery rant about why lifestyle changes and balanced nutrition are an absolute must. A harpy leans in and whispers that Orkun's hometown is famous for forging soldiers, then it hits you why his fitness knowledge is so brutally on point. She calls out the hypocrisy in his lecture and makes it brutally clear the orc isn't exactly slim himself. Orkun snaps at the bird to shut up, basically proving that old saying, "If you can't do it, you teach it." Dungeon shakes as Orkun reveals his brilliant plan, turning a deadly trap into a full-on fitness machine. Ryuka glares at the massive obstacle course and deja vu hits hard, like the exact same torture episode from that ninja show. Orkun maps out the Helmerthen route, watch that warped wall and the spinning log, while Ryuka laces up and gears down in a tracksuit. She barrels ahead with sheer determination, then slams face first into the wall with a thunderous boom. Ryuka snaps into a victory pose even though she just failed, while her minions sweat bullets, trapped in her delusional fantasy. Orkun reminds her that the goal is burning calories, prompting Ryuka to hatch a new, lazier plan. She exhales a puff of smoke, grinning like she already knows her new method's gonna work like a charm. On the 45th floor, a squad of terrifying, top-tier adventurers shakes with fear when a sudden threat crashes in. They erupted in screams. The legendary Black Dragon Queen is here, as she swept in, burning the world with hellfire. The adventurer froze in terror as the colossal dragon clawed its way out of the darkness, eyes blazing with deadly light. Panic erupts the moment they see her heaving, flame-breathing breaths, mistaking her intense workout for pure, blind rage. They think the dungeon's power balance is collapsing, so they scramble to save their lives, totally clueless that she's only dieting. Ryuka revels in the scorching rush of her own fire breath, swearing it's sizzling the fat off her for good through thermal detox. Van slumped on a nearby rock, staring with deadpan eyes as the whole spectacle played out, like, seriously, he could already tell it was pointless. The dragon spots her little spectator and slams to a stop, shocked that he's suddenly there. Van bolts over as soon as he hears rumors about her rampage, while Ryuka stutters, struggling to figure out why he's here this early. He drops the small talk and tells her straight to her face, breathing fire won't help her shed a single pound. Van explains that while humans torch calories when their mana starts to run low, her body works on a totally different system. Since she has an infinite mana supply, breathing fire for eternity wouldn't burn any fat at all. Ryuka's cheeks went nuclear because the very person she tried to hide her ridiculous plan from saw right through it instantly. Van tells her to ditch the complicated stuff and go for what actually works, then pushes running as the simple, solid choice. Ryuka's mood sours, but the second she realizes this gives them time together, her gloom lifts and hope flickers back. Van flashed a blazing smile and gave a thumbs up, swearing she'd be her loyal running buddy, right by her side every step of the way. Ryuka kept grumbling the whole time, but they jogged through the dungeon hallways, and she finally started sweating for real. Ryuka tries to pin the snack blame on Van, but Van just shrugs and admits he can't help himself. Watching her munch happily fills him with joy. An adrenaline-fueled adventurer named X charges into a dragon fight, all while flashing his grin and declaring he's with the Dog Fong party. He admits he doesn't have his companion's raw brute strength, but he insists his real power is keeping them backed up, covering their rear and holding the line. X throws down his biggest dream, become a legit A-class adventurer, by charging into the WRM's dungeon and tearing it down with his team. Right when he starts dreaming big, his leader jabs a finger at him and tears him down with the blunt truth: he sucks. The leader roars that X has been banished from the party on the spot, and the poor young man freezes, stunned into silence. The narrator clicks back in and names the last few: Zero, Twist, and Hope, shaking their B-class party like, you've only clawed your way to the 22nd floor. Nearby, a goblin gives a thumbs up to a disguised penguin, praising his excellent work in the dungeon. A text box pops up and reveals the adventurer in disguise as Pankin stepped in to help the goblin who was short on hands, and somehow that made a real student-teacher bond click into place. Van's cover story starts slipping in his head, and then, bam, some nearby drama snatches his full attention. He can barely contain his thrill, realizing he's watching a real-life party banishment unfold, something he always figured only fantasy books could invent. The goblin's face twists in confusion. Sure, trading members is normal, but booting someone out right here feels brutally wrong. Van and the night monster peek around the corner, ready to pounce the moment things start getting dangerous. Zuru shrugs off the X confusion and deadpans. How many times does he still have to spell out what's going on? He tells X that the skill gap is simply too wide, and his incompetence has become a burden to the group. He confessed that he picked up chores and cooking to cover his weakness, but Zyra comes in hot, yelling that they don't need a housekeeper. The leader tells X to prove himself, right here, right now, or he's nothing. He throws down an impossible dare. X has to clear the 30th floor solo and come back with the dark crystal. X screams in panic, yelling that being thrown alone onto an A-class floor is basically a death sentence. Realizing he's out of options, X clenches his fist and swallows the cruel ultimatum like a death sentence. He barrels into the dungeon and starts mowing down its minions, screaming that his old party will regret ditching him. Watching monsters cringed as their comrades got beaten to a pulp, all wondering whether the defenders on the lower floors would survive. Hankun breaks down the classic trope: the banished member awakens his real power and leaves his old party in the dust. He confesses to the skeptical goblin that he figured out this whole narrative arc by borrowing fantasy books. Right back at the scene, the evil party snapped out of their performance and stared with deep, guilty panic, like they'd just been caught red-handed. They dropped the jaw-shattering truth. It wasn't fate at all, they were the ones yanking X down and stopping him from ever reaching a class. Zyro rages that even when they tried to make him understand, X never got it, because he was just too damn strong for them. They pushed him out so he could finally take flight with adventurers his own size, betting this trial would prove he was ready to soar. Han Kun and his monster crew stare in disbelief when they realize the twist was actually a good intentions play. Van leans in and asks the leader if they're childhood friends, and Zero admits it, then immediately braces for the fact that X is probably going to hate them now. Zero forces a sad smile and says, "If breaking our connection keeps X from getting stuck down at that low level, then I'm fine with it." The party decides to march back to town, drown their sorrows, and swear their job is finally done. Van watches them vanish and wonders why friendship has to be so messy, while the goblin finally admits the humans aren't half bad. Right then, Penguin goes into full attack mode, barking orders at Gopson to seize the three adventurers on the spot. Monsters stare in shock as his sudden fire flares up. He vows he's bringing X back. Van blows off their questions, his face going stormy as he fixates on one tiny detail. He says, "Sure, you can exile a party member, but if you lay a hand on his childhood friend, that's a line you don't cross." Van bursts into the dungeon's depths, yelling back that he's got the whole situation under control. As he jogs along, he can't help but admit to himself, this is all selfish and it's none of his business. However, thinking of Ryuka, he smiles and decides he simply cannot stand by when a childhood friendship is at stake. Van storms onto the 30th floor and grabs a confused Cyclops, asking if an adventurer named X just slipped through. Inside the dungeon, the monsters huddle and whisper, then they spot Gopson's apprentice and realize he's been crying. Suddenly, Van rips out a deafening roar and declares that he's finally unlocked his true power, and he knows exactly what he's capable of now. The monsters jerk back in pure terror, shouting at each other to back off because that a class adventurer is in the middle of a horrifying awakening. Van Bellows snarled at the retreating party that it was too late for apologies, calling them friend-abandoning bastards as worry gnawed at him from the inside. He swears he'll make them understand the real sting of humiliation, his voice dripping pure malice as he vows to come for revenge. With a dramatic flourish, he declares their friendship is done for good, then slams the message to Zero, "Get ready, the reckoning is coming." Meanwhile, Zero and his crew get boxed in tight, no way to back up, while a stampede of goblins closes in from every side. Goblins swarm in and slam the attack harder and harder, yelling at Penguin to get moving and jump into the fight as the pressure keeps crushing down. A minion shouts that Penguin is back, but Zero erupts, screaming that they're finished without X, because without him, even the weakest goblins will rip them apart. Suddenly, a blur of motion tears through the beatdown, then a sword slams into the monsters, jolting the attackers back in shock. Zero freezes in disbelief, stammers his friend's name in pure shock because right there, X stands tall, ready to defend them. The awakened adventurer suddenly trips and blurts out, totally rattled, "Why is my power gone?" while pretending he's shocked to find his weakness is real. The night monster crashes into the chaos, roars at everyone for dropping the ball on communication, and orders them to sit down for a real conversation. A nearby goblin trembles with nerves, suddenly struck by brutal déjà vu as he realizes he's seen this whole conflict-resolving routine way too many times. The lecturer leans in and tells them their bond from childhood can't be ripped apart so easily, and dares them to rethink everything they thought despair meant. He lifts his weapon and declares, full throttle, that he'll make them get it by aiming straight at them and proving how ridiculous their argument is. X shrieks in terror, begging the monster to stop as the blade drops toward him. Zero lunges in hard, slams his blade into the attacker S, and roars at the monster to back off, right as he catches the blow meant for his friend. X stares in disbelief as Zero battles the monster's raw power, fighting just to survive while clinging to one burning question: why would anyone save him after he was thrown aside like trash? With tears streaking his face, Zero rages, saying he couldn't just sit there and watch his friend die, then admits his own body moved before he even decided. The night monster lets out a low chuckle beneath his helmet as Zero fires up his team, pushing them to crush the enemy with their united strength. Dungeon monsters shriek with joy, howling with relief because the plan actually worked, watching the adventurers finally come back together. Zaire finally lays it out. This banishment wasn't about X being weak at all. They kicked him out because they believed they were holding him back. X collapses into tears, choking out apologies for plotting revenge, and finally realizes his friends stepped in, not because they had to, but because they actually care. The party crashes into a tearful group hug, spilling apologies and swearing they'll grow stronger together as one united team. As they share that heartfelt reunion, Van fires up the Knight with praise for his brilliant performance, and the Knight shoots back, thanking him for never giving up. The Knight rubs his helmet like it's no big deal, casually admitting he's faced fights just like that 1,000 times. Knight drops like a curtain, and his helmet hides whatever he's feeling as he replays the chaos he's always forced to witness. A flashback smashes in. Ryuka is screaming at Van, seething because he gobbled up her food share, even after swearing he was dieting. Van clicks his tongue, snapping that her gluttony is the real problem, and as they drop into childish name-calling, the whole argument turns vicious fast. The argument explodes as they crowd each other's space, screaming about blame and petty nonsense, yanking up old grudges that have nothing to do with this at all. Dungeon monsters huddle in silence, staring at that bickering couple like it's a race, then start placing bets on exactly when they'll finally stop snapping and make up based on the odds. Vansai slumps, eyes locked on the ceiling, and the weight of his mistake crashes down. He's in deep trouble after breaking a promise to the Dragon Queen. Ryuka storms in and calls him out for bailing on their scheduled session of Ringo Kishiba Roadway, year 99, and Van's left there begging for a rain check because some urgent business just hit. Ryuka pouts and grumbles that she was prepared for an all-nighter, complaining to Harpy that Van flakes out far too often. The Harpy's eyes gleamed in agreement as she casually said Van had always been the kind to flip on plans out of nowhere. She freezes mid-sentence, snatches the words back fast, and realizes her description just doesn't quite hit the mark. When Ryuka presses her, the Harpy shoots back with total confidence. Van would never break a promise, not unless the reason was absolutely massive. With a warm, nostalgic smile, Harpy admits she's been watching that boy for nearly as long as the Queen has been alive. 9 years back, a flashback snaps to life, then a sudden scream rips through the stone corridors. A frightened young Van is yanked under a monster's claws, thrashing and screaming at some grumpy old geezer to finally let him go after they catch him trying to stow away. The monster snarls that it'll hurl the stubborn brat back up to the surface, grumbling that he keeps popping in out of nowhere every single month. Van yells in sheer panic that he has to get somewhere right now, struggling like crazy against the massive hand gripping him and dragging him back. Yanking himself loose, Van bolts down the corridor while the monster roars at him to stop, his landing thuds and echoes behind him. Back then, the narrator swears Van was already a ninja-level master at slipping through the dungeon without anyone even noticing him. But his stealth only lasted till he hit the lowest floor, then the heavy hitters were right there, waiting to crush him. Van grips his sword and draws it with shaking hands, knowing this is the moment where fighting stops being optional. He rockets forward with insane speed, and his strength is so brutal it already makes ordinary adults look weak, no matter how young he is. Minotaur swats him aside with brutal ease, and it's game over. Raw talent still isn't enough to beat a dungeon boss. Van can barely keep his heavy sword from slipping out of his hands, fighting on with blurry consciousness while that brutal, one-sided battle grinds on for hours. The final, brutal strike hammers Van flying out of the fight, and the match ends with a bone-rattling thud on the stone floor. Beaten up and stumbling, the young adventurer crawls into the exit tunnel's darkness, again and again, crushed into defeat. The Harpy tells them to stop making it a fight, just let him in, because they're already practically throwing themselves forward to help him level up. The other monsters fear that if they push him too hard, he'll stop coming, and that would shatter their queen's heart for good. Minotaur barges in and shuts down their worries, roaring that Van will not quit, no way, no how. He jabs a giant finger at the tunnel and snaps at Harpy to go see for herself. Harpy peered around the brick wall, eyes locked on the boy lurking in the shadows, dying to know what he was up to. Out of sight, he wipes the tears from his eyes with frantic hands, choking back sobs and raging at his loss. He spits out a curse at his own weakness, then swears right there and then that next time he'll win for real. The monsters clock that he knows they're cutting him slack, and still, every time he slips out of their sight, he bursts into furious tears. Van slaps his own cheeks to snap himself together right before Harpy shows up, pretending he wasn't just crying. Harpy tells the story of how she became his combat guide, trading silent sparring rounds with him while they held their opposing positions. Even after pouring out endless tears of pure frustration, he never once backed down. He kept pushing, fighting, and leveling up. 2 years later, the roar of steel rings out. Van finally gathers the power to take them head-on. The monsters stare in stunned silence as the 12-year-old boy starts outshining every expectation they had for him. Dust drifts down over the ruins as Van stands tall, breathing hard, while the orc lies beaten beneath him. The orc crumples to the ground, throws up his hands, and admits Van is the undeniable winner of the match. Van freezes for a beat, eyes wide, as it finally clicks that he actually won. Tears rush back into his eyes again, but this time they're tears of pure joy as the realization finally hits. Young Ryuka flashes with pride, grinning at Van like, "You're amazing," while the monsters watch in awe, straight up like proud parents. Just as the moment peaks, the Minotaur smashes it, booming that he cleared the tutorial, so now they're going all out. Van's eyes go wide with sheer terror as he finally realizes those 3 monsters haven't even been going all out yet. Ryuka freezes in shocked silence, finally admitting she had zero clue what hell Van went through just to reach her. Harpy needles Van, saying he never brought it up because boys are a total mess. Then Ryuka's cheeks explode with color at his quiet, stubborn devotion. Staring back at the worn-out Van, Harpy swears he's got to have a damn good reason for forcing himself to come today. She smirks like she's up to something and dares to ask, "Do you seriously think Van would rather do anything than stay right here with me?" Ryuka's face flames bright red as she whispers that Harpy's dead on about what she's feeling, and she can't even deny it. The very next day, Van barrels into town with fresh supplies, hijacking a moment where Harpy was about to spin even more stories about him. Van grins and urges the guild chief to retire because his back is giving out, but the old man only smiles and thanks him for the help. The chief snaps the conversation around, leaning in to ask Van if he's already packed up the meat pies for his trip. He asks if Van's heading back to the dungeon today, and the young adventurer stops cold mid-step. Van flashes a blinding smile, snaps that he's out of here, right now, then stares at the far-off dungeon like it's about to deliver pure excitement. Deep in the dungeon, the 4 heavenly kings form a brutal line and roar out terrifying growls, trying to scare the intruder out of his skin. They drop the charade in a heartbeat, slam their weapons down, and greet Van with solid thuds instead of a single strike. Van gets blindsided when the monsters light up with excited shouts and yank him into a playful ambush. He instantly spots the pain in Ryuka's eyes and rushes to ask what's wrong, alarmed as her tears spill over. Ryuka locks eyes with him, dead serious, while those battered monsters collapse into a filthy heap behind her. She stumbles over every sentence, blurting out nonsense as her emotions slam into her all at once. All flustered, she rushes to offer him a bath and cookies like a loving grandma, then finally blurts out, "I'm so glad you made it." Ryuka clamps onto him hard, wails that he's always like this, and her sudden outburst totally throws the monsters into confusion. Harpy tries to crank up more heartbreaking lies about Van's past, but Van snaps in fast, calling her out before she can turn into yakitori. Van spots it right away. Dragon Queen's bookshelf is stacked with nothing but corruption tales, and when he calls it out, the Queen's mask slips in shock. She blurts out that a friend told her about stories where heroes get banished and villains rise, but it's painfully obvious she's just hiding her real, very specific taste. She snaps back that she just likes what she likes, and the moment she says it, her face burns red as embarrassment hits and she scrambles to cover it up. Van sweets, queen and grinning, savors the moment she watches that cocky hero get pulverized, and her gleeful love of violence is kind of alarming. She rants that heroes use their special treatment like a weapon, turning into tyrannical jerks, and Van just listens while she lays out their sins, womanizing, luxury, the whole ugly list. A knight bursts in, shouting about the world's strongest hero, and now he's stuck on one question: what's the best hero like in real life? The older knight snaps at the queen for flattening everyone into one stereotype, then reminds her that heroes bleed like the rest, and that her prejudice is dead wrong. Van nods and says the gold sand doesn't match that nasty reputation, and the knight folds his arms, then straight up accepts the apology. Gold flashes a fierce grin and declares he wants to challenge this great hero one day, and even with the warnings looming, his warrior spirit is still blazing hot. Van strolls through the forest, chewing on a name that feels bigger than it should, and the second he says it in his head, he swears he's heard it somewhere before. As Van marches forward, he spots a lone figure ahead, right in his way, so he slams on the brakes, stopping dead when he realizes someone's blocking the path. A silent, armored figure looms in the middle of the path like a nightmare, and the stranger just stares straight at the dungeon entrance, totally still, like even breathing is forbidden. The dungeon monsters stare at the stranger, baffled, because he's just standing there, dead-eyed and motionless, while they lurk in the shadows wondering why he won't move. Van strides up to the stranger to ask what's wrong and realizes they're just standing there, staring into nothing like they've gone numb. Van taps the stranger's shoulder to yank their attention, and the figure starts turning, slow as a threat. The stranger whips around and that terrifying, unhinged grin hits like a nightmare. Van stops dead, frozen as he locks eyes with those insane, crazed pupils. The stranger flashes a silent grin and a chilling aura rolls off him. Van snaps instantly into full high alert. Van asks the stranger if they're alright because that blank expression looks wrong, while the smile stays locked on, stiff and unnatural. Van steps back, shoulders tense, bracing for impact, and the moment he locks eyes with this person, he realizes something is seriously off. The stranger blurts out that he's going straight down, like he's about to slam the button on the world and hit the bottom right away. Suddenly, the stranger rockets ahead with explosive speed, and with a thunderous boom, he shatters the sound barrier in an instant. Van is hit with pure shock at how fast the intruder moves. Before his eyes can even focus, the enemy is already gone. Van realizes the intruder's mana is straight up impossible, and the moment that truth hits, panic detonates in him as he realizes the danger level just shot through the roof. The intruder barrels through everything, smashing his way forward, and the air itself seems to shriek from the sheer violence of his charge. The dungeon walls start trembling like crazy, and the goblins inside lose their minds as a brutal earthquake rattles their whole home. The intruder lunges forward with a weapon flashing, grinning like he's lost his mind, and the crazed hero barrels through the dungeon's defenses like they're nothing. Van lunges into the intruder, fighting tooth and nail to shield the goblins, and sparks burst everywhere as he strains to survive the brutal ambush. The goblin shrieks in total confusion as the battle rages around him, then cowers in panic, terrified and clueless about what's going on. Van spots it this attacker isn't trying to kill, so he lunges into action, steering the maniac deeper, cutting off collateral damage before it hits anyone. The monsters panic and scatter, clawing through everything to find that list of adventures, because they've got to figure out who's tearing up their home. They scramble through the registry, frantically scanning names, goblins on the hunt for the one face that matches the maniac tearing into the van. The goblins go rigid when the matches line up, and the moment they spot the entry, dread crashes onto their faces as they read the name. They shriek in pure terror when they finally clock the intruder, hero prominence. The mightiest human has just shown up to wipe them out. Red alert sirens scream as the dungeon flips into full emergency mode. Every trap level gets cranked to the max to stop the invader cold. Non-combatants get the order, evacuate now, while explosions rip through the corridors as the battle rages harder. The great hero rips through the defenses, rocketing toward the Dragon Queen, right past the stunned executives at breakneck speed. 4 executives shake with terror as they realize the great hero is charging straight at them with an unstoppable wall of power. Even with terror shaking their bones, they force themselves to breathe and stand steady, and the group swears they won't give the queen 1 ounce of unnecessary worry. The Minotaur lets out a brutal warning: this enemy's power is no joke, so they'd better believe this hero is at least as tough as Van. When they finally face the truth going up against the world's strongest hero, the group just swallows their fear and accepts it. They're done for, and they know it. The dungeon bosses hit panic mode when the intruder finally smashes their defenses, but one of them tries to keep everyone steady by shouting that they still have a real fighting chance. A lightning-fast blur rips across the room as the greatest hero rockets in, swallowing the distance in the blink of an eye. The room shudders to its core as the hero crashes into the defender's spot with bone-crushing force. Steel hurls through the air as a colossal weapon swings with deadly precision, poised to split everything it hits. Dust drifts away and Van stands his ground. He ripped that devastating attack out of the air with his bare hands. The great hero's terrifying weapon slams into Van's palm and gets crushed to nothing, its momentum vanishing instantly. To everyone's shock, the bloodthirsty intruder doesn't blow up in rage. He breaks into a quiet, amused chuckle instead. The chuckle bursts into wild laughter as the hero flings his head back, grinning through the block instead of getting frustrated. He flashes Van a grin full of familiar warmth, then laughs, because Van hasn't changed a single bit and he's still just as strong as ever. Van whips his head back, totally confused, sputtering an apology, then flat out admits he has zero clue who this person is even meant to be. The hero takes a step back, straightens up, and lets the truth hit. He introduces himself properly. His name is Sora Prominence. He drops the great hero act to remind Van of the truth. He's none other than his childhood neighbor, the same snot-nosed crybaby kid from back then. Van's eyes blow wide as the truth slams into him like a truck. He can't help it. He yells the nickname, Pin, in pure disbelief. Van panics and blurts out apologies, insisting he never would have recognized him, because in those 5 years he changed so much that it totally slipped his mind. Stunned for a second, Van blurted, "Where did I even go?" after vanishing from the village out of nowhere. Prominence admits with a sheepish grin that he went on a journey just to get strong enough to stand toe-to-toe with Van. He admits he trained to become a hero just so he could return and actually visit that dungeon again. With a bashful blush, he asks if Ryukachan's doing alright, and you realize his real reason was simple. He just had to make sure their other childhood friend was okay. Van bursts into laughter and shoots back that she's running the show, then tells Prominence to step inside, right now. The 4 dungeon executives crumpled with relief and disbelief, because the world-ending threat was just another one of Van's childhood friends. A narration box defines heroes as individuals chosen to defeat the Demon King, possessing dozens of times the mana of an ordinary person. In a jaw-dropping meta twist, unseen voices rip into the sudden newcomer, saying it's pure desperation to slap a childhood friend label on him just to dodge the worst ending. The tale rockets back 10 years to the northern Kara Kingdom, where a pack of bullies leans in, snickers at a sobbing kid, and makes it worse. Tormentors pounced on Payan, sneering that he's stupid, clumsy, and just a pathetic snot-nosed failure. They don't stop, call him a crybaby, a wimp, and crush his pride as he sobs on the ground. Just as the bullying hits its peak, the kids snap around and spot a terrifying presence rushing in from right behind. The young Van rockets onto the scene with a baby dragon perched on his head, roaring at everyone to stop picking on Payan. Shaking with terror at Van's raw power, the bullies shriek that he'll shatter their noses, and they bolt for the exit, scrambling to get away. Van and the dragon rush to comfort their sobbing friend, while the dragon grins and needles the cowards as they scatter. Van hoisted the dragon high in the air and told Payan, "You're not just staring at the sky, you're training to fly, and this is all part of your rehab." Wiping his tears, Van gestures for Payan to join them, even as the boy frets that the bullies could come back any minute. Van flashes a blazing smile to calm him down, then dares the whole crew to sprint to the clearing first. The 3 childhood friends sprint across the grassy plains, laughing hard as a dragon flaps awkwardly overhead, barely keeping itself in the air. Back in the present, the Dragon Queen stares in disbelief, then the dots finally click and she realizes the great hero is Pu Yan. Prominence flashes her a laid-back wave, grinning like, "Wow, it's been forever since we last saw each other." Ryuka fights to make sense of his face, and Van cuts in, saying he always knew she'd be lost, because in her mind she only ever knew him as a dragon. Prominence cracks jokes that his armor is basically his default form now, then praises Ryuka as she grows into a dazzling, beautiful princess. Van drops into a seat with them, confirming he already clued everyone in on the identity reveal, while Ryuka can't help but stare in awe at how totally different Payan looks. Prominence finally admits he's always been the weakest of the 3, so Ryuka has to ask, "Tell me, have you gotten way stronger since then?" He tells everyone that watching Van charge into the dungeon every single month lit a fire under him, and finally made him quit being that wimpy kid. Ryuka nods, convinced he must have hammered through brutal training after he left the village, because only a hero could have earned that kind of strength. Prominence flashes an awkward grin, sweat beading on his forehead as he nervously gears up to fix her wrong assumption. He admits it, he didn't search for destiny at all, he just stumbled onto a sacred sword by sheer luck, and the moment he touched it, hero-level power blasted straight into him. Since the sword had chosen him, he had no choice, he had to register himself in the capital right away. But the instant he stepped in, a massive catastrophe was already tearing through the city center. The shadowy cult set up a coup, and when they cracked open the sealed demon, the capital detonated into pure chaos. Prominence accidentally cleaved the demon in just 2 seconds with one single slash, and the king and everyone in the crowd erupted, finally calling him the great hero. Ryuka just stares ahead, deadpan like, "Yeah, I basically speedrun my whole character development." Prominence just shrugs it off, saying that, as the great hero, he's not chasing perfection, he's only doing his best to be a force for good. He spills the truth about the job's dark side, admitting he was forced to keep grinning for public expectations even while stress was crushing him. He fights through a terrifying grin and confesses that he smiled so hard for so long his facial muscles literally froze into that stuck, permanent expression. Van looks troubled when Prominence drops the bomb. People are really saying they love watching heroes crash because somehow heroes end up being disliked all the time. Prominence insists that trash talk is really a peace offering, way better than being treated like a lifeline meant to get you through survival. He finds peace knowing there are still tons of people who truly accepted him and who thank him with real, heartfelt gratitude. With a gentle smile, he says meeting his 2 childhood friends today made every bit of it completely worth it. That creepy grin slips away and a real, kind smile blooms on his face as he says moments like this make everything worth it. Van and Ryuka lock eyes on his expression and it hits them hard. Yeah, the kind boy from their past is still alive in him. Van bursts into laughter and ruffles the hero's hair, teasing him like, "You're still a big softy underneath, aren't you?" Dungeon monsters peek around the doorframe, their relief hitting hard now that the tension has finally vanished. They watch the 3 of them burst into laughter, stunned that the scary intruder was actually just a good kid after all. The dog monster snarls through clenched teeth, green with jealousy, insisting he liked the queen first and refusing to sit there and watch this play out. He yells that nobody ever asked for a 3rd childhood friend to just pop out of thin air, slamming the brakes on that surprise plot twist. The Minotaur screams in pure agony the moment the hero is about to make a move, wrecked because the hero dared to call the queen a beauty. The dog blurts that maybe the hero is really aiming at Van, and just like that, their delusions explode into fresh chaos. The dog declares he is strictly anti-cuck, but willing to accept anything as long as it is adorable. Harpy's eyes widened as she admitted they really know the legendary hero, and that truth hit her with pure, bone-deep unease. The orc bursts into the panic, cool as ice, and says he's not worried at all, because the hero is one of their friends. He orders the crew to lock onto the queen's every move, because that's where the real truth is hiding. Ryuka stays practically glued to Van's side, glaring at the hero with pure territorial fury. The orc snaps, saying her stranger danger instincts are screaming because she hasn't been around other men in ages. Even though she's exhausted, she can't stop the love in her eyes for Van, and it's obvious she's seething jealous over how the newcomer is stealing his attention. Harpy melts into a swoon, fawning over the queen's pout, pure jealousy making her look irresistibly cute. Minotaur refuses to calm down, ranting that the #1 rule of relationships is never letting a random guy intrude. Prominence finally clocks that strange crew of monsters stalking them and demands to know what their whole deal is. The hero snorts out a laugh, misreading that creepy stalker vibe as if they're just cheerfully keeping an eye on the couple. Out of nowhere, the spotlight flips and then comes the bombshell. "So, are you both seeing anyone right now?" Minotaur snaps again, shrieking at the hero's every move, and Prominence just sits there like, "Spill it, I need the gossip." Van shuts her down with a flat, deadpan denial, and Ryuka immediately spirals, panicking and yelling that she absolutely has nothing going on. Prominence locks eyes with them, and grins catches it instantly, reading the unspoken vibe like it's written in the air. Desperate to dodge the heat, Van flips the script and interrogates the hero about his own love life, because of course, everyone knows he's famous. Prominence's cheeks burn as he scratches his own face, spilling that there's a girl he likes, only they're not dating. Van and Ryuka snap forward with wide eyes, practically demanding, "Who's the lucky girl?" He drops the truth she's part of that party, and the moment he meets her, it's love at first sight instantly. The moment they catch him lurking, those eavesdropping monsters snap into action, convinced he's some kind of player, smoothing talk, seducing one person after another. Prominence snaps his head to the clock, blurts an apology, and rushes off. He's gotta skip dinner because he's in a full-on hurry. The Minotaur barrels into the fight, axe howling as he rages at the top of his lungs, because that bastard had the nerve to lay a hand on their queen. Prominence's grin snaps into something unhinged as steel bites down on steel with a deafening clang, while Van just stares, completely stunned. Van slams himself between the fighters, snatches the hit before it lands, and yells at Ryuka to back off. Then he demands answers. With a deafening roar, Prominence blasts him with raw force, insisting loud and clear that he's only doing his orders to smash the Demon King's vessel. A twisted rush of realization hits his face as he finally confesses, "I had no clue," until he spots Van, and suddenly the dots snap together. The queen is Ryuka. Clenching his blade even harder, he spits out that coincidences are pure trash because they keep hunting him down time after time. For a brief flash, his face softens as he admits it. He really did enjoy their reunion, and he wasn't lying about how he felt. The hero clenches his heart into steel, swearing he'll wipe out the Demon King's vessel, no matter what it costs, even if that means killing a friend. Van freezes in pure horror, stammers for words, and scrambles to understand the deadly ultimatum his former friend just slammed onto the table. Manic excitement surges back into his eyes as he roars that he'll carry out his duty, even if it means risking his life to fight Van. Ryuka blasts through the tense standoff, smashing her fist straight into Prominence's face and screaming, "Take it outside." That hit slams the hero straight through the wall, turning the whole room into rubble and a cloud of dust. Unmoved by the bloodshed, Ryuka points straight at the exit and barks at Van to follow him, then hits him with a hard order to clean up the mess later. Van hesitates, then blurts out, "Tell me, do you feel any sympathy for our poor, broken friend stuck in that tragic duty?" Ryuka folded her arms and flat out said she feels zero sympathy for anyone who openly threatened to murder her. Van steadied his breath, then declared he'd storm up to the surface and settle this for good, swearing he'd come back to the others. Lost among towering white pillars in the cracked surface ruins, the legendary hero sits alone, swallowed by the debris. Prominence snapped his neck with a brutal pop, then flashed a wild grin like he was savoring every second of that pain. Van stares as the hero eats a dragon's punch and walks away unscathed, and with Grimm's cold certainty he declares it, his mental state is in grave condition. Van admits his friend's instability is exactly what's got him panicking, but Prominence waves it off like it's just another day. With a mocking grin, Prominence taunts Van like, "Why are you so worried about me? You should be panicking about yourself, opponent." Van scrambles to push through his resolve to fight, but Prominence slams the brakes, coldly saying their childhood friendship means absolutely nothing. A brutal shockwave blasts through the air when Prominence declares that being a hero comes before every single personal bond he ever had. Van can't ignore it anymore. He feels the terrifying mana blasting off his opponent, and the reality hits him like a punch. Prominence's eyes flare with a sinister glow as he speaks the true name of his weapon, the sacred sword, Calendula. Van barely gets a heartbeat to respond, as he feels the incoming strike radiate pure death. Van yells out a ridiculously long, no-jokes name for the attack, and Ryoko just stares at him with pure deadpan. The tension snaps instantly when Prominence rages back, demanding to know who in the world gave Van permission to slap such a dumb name on his ultimate move. Van doubles down on the mockery by citing a village relative, prompting Prominence to unleash a flurry of angry strikes. A brutal beam of light rips across the battlefield, and Van just barely slips out of the way, while Ryuka's screams tear through the chaos, yelling his name. Steel screams against steel as Van slams in and intercepts the hero's blade mid-swing, locking his power with the force of a true match. He blocks the sacred sword and then it hits him. His earlier awakening didn't just boost his mana, it supercharged his physical stats too. Prominence erupts into maniacal laughter as he slashes forward, swinging his sword and bragging that this new form lets him match even Van's strength. A sharp, ringing cry cuts through the air as the sacred sword flares bright, but Van snaps his arm out of nowhere and grabs the blade with his bare hand. Ryuka shoots her bare arm out to catch the blade mid-swing, and you can practically see it, because a dragon's hide is so tough it shrugs off the sacred sword's scorching heat. Ryuka hammers the blades flat with a relentless storm of rapid punches, and Prominence immediately panics over his broken-down equipment. Van spots the opening and darts out of the way, but Ryuka is still steaming, whining that the sword is impossible to shatter. Prominence seethes because they're being treated like a punchline, while Ryuka locks in their plan, wreck the sacred sword, and victory is finally theirs. The hero's face twists into a painful grimace as he snaps that his stressed smile is hitting critical overload. Van scrapes a line in the sand and declares it with steel in his voice, he'll fight, but he won't let fame cost him his life. Prominence snaps and roars that this is a deathmatch, he'll keep swinging until they finally break and yield. Prominence hurled himself into the air, vowing to break the stalemate and force an end to it, right now. A massive monster slams into the battlefield, smashing into the hero's strike with a thunderous crash that rattles the whole ground. A deep voice crashes through the dust cloud, saying that the massive mana signature yanked him right to this exact spot. When the dust finally settles, Gold Sand stands there, shocked, then sheepishly apologizes to Van for the disruption and steps up, ready to grab control. Prominence freezes in pure confusion, staring at the name like it's a ghost, then wondering if this is really the legendary man everyone's been whispering about. Van tries to shove the intruder away, but that Gold's like, "Nope, this isn't about you, Van, I'm here for the great hero." With muscles rippling and his aura roaring to life, Gold locks snap his focus toward the spotlight and boldly declares he's coming for the gentleman. Recognition hits Prominence's face as it clicks. This legendary guy is actually just Gold, straight from their own home village. In the dark of WM Hell, the low-level monsters huddle together, voices heavy with regret. They can't help their queen in this crisis because they're just too weak. The Minotaur strides in, slams the panic down, and demands they stop fighting fear, put every ounce of trust in the queen and the executives, because that's all they've got right now. The dog monster snaps with fear, picturing the chaos spreading below, terrified because the great hero, the legendary man, and Van are all in the mix. Down in the dungeon, Electramun sinks into the shadows and introduces herself as the great hero's personal attendant, then drops a shocking detail: she might be the mother of his child. She beams with pride, cradling the baby in her arms, and blurts to the stunned crowd, "This is our daughter." Baby Farn coos sweetly while the whole group freezes, staring in stunned disbelief at the shockingly sudden revelation of a child. Ryuka and the others shout in perfect sync, their voices tearing through the air as the terrifying truth hits: this legendary hero has a daughter he's been hiding. Blushing out of panic, Ryuka frantically demands to know, does she know for sure if he's actually married? Her heartbeat crashes at the mere thought. Prominence whips his hands up in panic and denies it fast. He's still single, and he's definitely not married to Electra. Electra reveals that Farn isn't some mystery kid at all. He's a war orphan they took in, and she clears up the whole misunderstanding in one shot. Prominence recounts the brutal moment he tracks down a kid in a village that monsters annihilated to the ground. He couldn't stand to leave that helpless baby behind, so right there, he swore she'd have a papa, and he'd raise her himself. Ryuka and Van both burst out with these huge sighs of relief, though they were screaming glad for totally different reasons, one because he was finally free and the other because it meant they wouldn't lose their shot. Electra clocks their reactions with a sharp eye, then flashes a sly grin and points out, loud and clear, that they both look way too relieved. Prominence blush explodes across her face as she snaps at Electra to stop, totally mortified by how hard she's teasing him in front of his friends. Electra shifts gears and, with full formality, introduces herself as a former Imperial Knight of the Kingdom. She tells him she quit knighthood on purpose, because she wanted to be Farn's nanny and back Prominence's hero work to the fullest. Goldsand snaps her head up the second her name gets called, and asks right away if she's connected to the legendary Mun's family. He blurts out, "Tell me you're connected to the Thunder Emperor Waldman, the kind of legend who stands on his own." Electra grins and confirms it. Yes, the Thunder Emperor is her father. Gold stares in awe and blurts that she's a true thoroughbred elite, born from a lineage so legendary it screams greatness. Electra brushes off the compliments, swearing she's nothing special, no matter how heavy her family name is. Gold, curious as ever, blurts out the question, why would someone with her kind of background toss aside knighthood just to become a nanny? Electra's face tightens as she admits, in a small, honest voice, that she just wasn't built for the nightlife tonight. A flashback slams into her like a nightmare, her father's cruelty and iron discipline, tearing into her for being too soft and kind and chewing her out for it. She blurts it out she cracked under the pressure, and bolts from home to outrun her dad's shadow. Right in the middle of her escape, she collided with someone important, and that single moment flipped everything, launching her into a brand new life. She begs the Gold to stay silent about her location, shaking with fear that her father will storm in and drag her right back. Gold gives her a thumbs up and swears he'll keep quiet about where she's been. Van tilts his head and blurts out who in the world the Thunder Emperor even is, like he's totally clueless about what's going on in the political power game. Prominence dives into a no-nonsense rundown of the world's state, and before anyone can blink, the political details have everyone totally bored stiff. Trying to get Ryuka involved, Prominence pushes the spotlight on her and demands her opinion on the serious situation brewing. Ryuka just stares, totally blank-faced. He's ignored every word in the room and keeps his eyes locked on Electra. She fires off a blunt compliment about Elektra's body, and the poor former knight snaps bright red, stammering that she must have just learned it from her father. Prominence bursts into laughter and pats both their heads, gushing that they're cute after that adorable little stunt. The guys couldn't stop smirking at the girls' club moment, all while they watched them totally brush off everything else. Ryuka finally blurts out the burning question: how in the world did Elektra and Prominence first meet? Elektra kicks off her tail and admits she was left in the guild's care while her parents went off adventuring. She tells you how she trained like her life depended on it, trying to get strong enough to stand on her own 2 feet. With a proud grin, she lights up and tells how her grind finally paid off, because today she officially joins the great heroes party. Gold reels in shock at the bombshell, stammering through denial, and blurts out, "So this is really what happened." Prominence squirms with nervous sweat while Ryuka grins from ear to ear, insisting she's totally fine with the whole arrangement. Elektra blows off her family duties, but Prominence snaps that he won't shove his troubles onto her, and Ryuka fires back, "So why aren't we dating?" Ryuka calls out Gold's hypocrisy about heroes, and Gold explodes, slams the table, and demands a lecture, so we just have to roll with her choice. Van crashes into the argument and roars at the top of his lungs that Payan is the real deal, a genuinely good guy. He swears up and down on his honor, since he used to live next door, that the hero is pure kindness. Then he launches into a childhood tale where Prominence fiercely fights back against bullies to shield the flower garden. He praises Prominence's rise and skill, and the dog shoots back like, "Van's finally grown up, he's become the Puyan defense squad." Ryuka gushes that Prominence is insanely perfect for studying the blade nonstop, and Van can't help but jump in and eagerly agree. Ryuka blurts out that he hands over every single mission reward to orphanages, and suddenly the monsters stare at her with worried eyes. Prominence tries to dodge the praise, mumbling that big piles of money just aren't his thing anyway. Elektra blurts out why Van is even helping his enemy, but Ryuka shuts her down, saying his humility is exactly what makes him worth backing. Van flashes a thumbs up and snaps that sure, he's the great hero's enemy, but before anything else, he's Payan's friend. Gold can't hide it. Van's loud declaration of loyalty to his childhood friend hits like a punch to the gut. Minotaur's eyes blow wide with shock when Gold suddenly announces that the great hero is worthy of his daughter. Minotaur clocks Gold's lightning shift in attitude and pins it on that slick pitch about the future. That orc's suspect his Minotaur is butting in, pushing the couple together and watching the guy like he's hiding something. The Minotaur snaps back, swearing the accusation is false, while the Gold praises Payan for lighting a spark in him and reminding him of his younger self. Gold's face hardens the moment he realizes things have gone too far, so he grips the situation and swings for drastic action. Drawing his colossal sword, Gold demands that anyone who wants to court his daughter has to prove their strength first, no exceptions. Chaos explodes when Harpy starts asking lewd questions and the crowd erupts in electric cheers, while Van scrambles to wrap up his earlier debate. Overwhelmed by the dungeon's total madness, Prominence finally throws in the towel and calls it a day. He blurts out an apology for all the trouble, face full of regret, then gets ready to leave. Prominence admits his nasty comments earlier threw everything into chaos and takes full blame for the tension. He turns right back toward the capital to file a report that'll keep them safe, while the group clings to one last goodbye to Mom and Dad. Prominence tells them, "Prove your strength and the capital won't dare move," while Ryuko fires back, warning him not to lay a hand on Elektra or mistreat her. As they stride off, Prominence predicts the capital will eventually lash out at the Demon King's vessels, and it swears it'll be back. Right before he leaves, he shouts Van's nickname one final time, like he can't bear to say goodbye in silence. Van grins wide, tells him to drop by any time, and reassures him that he'll be right here waiting. Prominence scratches his cheek, feeling weirdly awkward, and asks the other monsters straight up if they won't get annoyed with a hero barging in all the time. Van holds his breath for a beat, then calmly says goodbye and leaves it at that. As the hero vanishes into the horizon, Vans can't shake the chilling words about the Demon King. The last monsters crumpled in exhaustion, moaning that Payan, so humble, couldn't stick around to help them clean up the wreckage. Walkuin, the dog monster, slams together a secret meeting in the dungeon corridors, and with a stone-serious glare, he lays out orders for the other executives. The team sits in silence, reliving the great hero's fresh attack and admitting the brutal truth: the power gap is so massive they're left powerless. The Minotaur snarls through clenched teeth, furious that all their grit and loyalty still won't matter in battle, because the very thing meant to protect the queen ends up useless. So they decide to push even harder, grind for every last XP, and level up fast, because if the hero comes back, they refuse to be dead weight again. Webtoon blasts through the tense silence, flat out revealing the real plan is way worse. He's here to talk about perverted cow and bird fetishes. He glares at the Minotaur and tears him apart for those wild, disgusting assumptions about Pu Yan from the last incident. Webtoon blasts the Minotaur's obsession with cuckolding as downright vile and genuinely offensive. The Minotaur snaps back that he hates cucking so much that, plot twist or not, he can't help fearing it'll happen to him. Harpy snapped her tongue, glaring and demanding to know why he had so little faith in the bond between the queen and Van. Clenching his fist, Minotaur admits the truth. Yeah, he knows it's probably hopeless, but he can't drive those intrusive thoughts out of his head. He confesses in agony that once the possibility flashes through his mind, his brain gets cupped by the idea of cupping. Webtoon shuts down the chaos in one brutal cabedown. He hammers his arm into the wall and smashes the Minotaur into silence. He coldly snaps at the Minotaur, calling him tactless, then makes it crystal clear that every word that comes out of his mouth is basically sexual harassment. Minotaur snaps back that he isn't spewing garbage at all, he's just letting his overflowing thoughts about adorable stuff spill out. Webtoon stares him down with pity, brushing off the Minotaur's excuses while the ox snarls, calling him a stupid wholesome mutt. A flashback rips open Webtoon's cozy, sheltered childhood, living large in a happy home, until everyone starts calling him NHK, aka no hentai cobalt. The Minotaur snaps his attack onto the Harpy, snarling that her filthy, lewd existence is unwholesome, because his twisted true love obsession is the only thing he'll ever accept. And just as the executives start going at each other, Cohen steps in to play referee, telling them they all need to rein it in before things spiral. Webtoon finally exhales in pure relief, grateful that someone with actual common sense just stepped into the conversation. The orc crushes that hope on the spot. He tweaks his glasses, leans in, and asks in a chilling voice whether forceful submission even counts as wholesome. He kicks off a full-on lecture, breaking down how the genre goes way deeper than just disturbing vibes or 18+ content. To prove his point, Webtoon paints this wild picture. A stuck-up female knight turns her back on her pitiful childhood friend and marches into a dungeon alone to conquer it. Just when she thinks she's safe, the knight drops her guard and the monsters close in, boxing her in for good. She's absolutely stunned seeing her scrawny friend get dragged away while he's fighting to save her, and it crushes the whole scene into pure, sinking despair. Chaos erupts when the monsters pummel the friend, and the whole scene turns into a brutal storm of impact sounds and non-stop suffering. Night crashes in with blood-curdling screams, and the monsters beg her, no, plead, while she desperately begs them to take her instead and spare the one person she loves. Webtoon gasps in horror, asking where the happy ending went, and the orc turns bright red, insisting it's happy because the blood was fake and they got released. The other dungeon dwellers start chiming in with their own totally unhinged tastes, everything from purity obsession to tentacle fantasies, even bone swapping. Webtoon gets sick of the filth closing in on him, and he snaps. This is the moment to strike back and toss the whole dungeon out. The Harpy slams into his crusade with a razor-sharp glare, arguing that fetishes aren't just NSFW, they're all about charm and character. She slaps down a diagram of fetish details, horns, fangs, and wild size differences, and swears those traits make characters instantly more irresistible. They smash foreheads in a furious standoff, and Webtoon yells, "You can back your fave without ripping open their closet." Webtoon swears Van and the Queen are squeaky clean, but Harpy smirks, saying they've definitely got a secret fetish or two tucked away. Determined to crush the other side's argument, the crew decides to hit the streets tonight and spy on that couple. They spot Van and Ryuga tucked away in the library, sitting in silence as the air turns heavy with everything they're too stuck to say about their terrifying situation. Ryuga clocks it instantly. The whole great hero versus demon king mess hits Van way harder than it ever hits her. Van flashes her a warm smile and tells her he's fine, letting her know he truly appreciates her worry. Spying monsters lurk in the doorway, frozen for a second like they're afraid to break the soft, aching quiet. Webtoon starts backing up, whispering, "There's no way these two are into anything perverted, now get out." A Minotaur seizes him and demands they watch every tiny facial twitch, swearing they'll crack the hidden pervert by studying each micro-expression. Minotaur snaps, demanding answers. Did you find anything? And his eyes flare wide as Wolquin freezes in stunned disbelief at what's right in front of them. Van catches Ryuka staring hard, then asks what's wrong, but the dragon girl blushes, then quickly looks away. Ryuka whips her head away to hide her blazing face, muttering that the queen-s got a secret obsession with her collarbones. The harpy leans in like she's about to steal the moment for real, and the Minotaur scrambles to convince himself this has to be some wild misunderstanding. Ryuka stammers it's nothing, but Van's accidentally sexy, so what's on your face? Makes him flinch so hard it's impossible to miss. Wolquin watches the queen sneak peeks at Van, and terror hits him when he realizes the Lady Dragon Queen's thoughts are way more dirty-minded than he ever expected. The Minotaur glares at the four idiots' private bar sign, and you can practically see him cave, because deep down he's realizing everyone's got a fetish, and yeah, maybe he was wrong to judge. The harpy yanks Wolquin around, rattling him to the core as she spits out this universal truth. The most morally righteous heroes are secretly the biggest perverts, and Wolquin just stammers, freezing up with hesitation. Harpy barrels into him nonstop, pushing and prodding until he finally has to spill those secret desires. Blazing red with embarrassment, Wolquin shrieks that the very first soft brush of fingers, right before the two jump back in shock, is wildly, dangerously erotic. The harpy slams her drink on the table, then blurts, "Fine, I'll spill everything," with a grin, totally thrilled when the queen's tail swishes with excitement. The very next day, Van bumps into a totally confused Ryuka and blurts, "Where D Minotaur and the others go?" Suddenly, Harpy and the Wolquin stagger out totally wrecked, slamming into the couple and hanging all over them with wild, drunken zeal. Harpy needles Van about the queen's cute little likes while Wolquin keeps going, basically savoring how stunning Van's collarbone looks today. The harpy playfully demands to know if Van likes cuddling dragon titties, and the drunken interrogation careens straight off the rails. Van throws in a casual jab about hating violent types, then turns around and smashes the drunkards to pieces, and Ryuka immediately bans them from ever drinking again. Another brutal day in the dungeon kicks off, steel screeches, and the daily grind slams into gear. The fearless young adventurer drops to the lowest level to meet his childhood friend, then effortlessly slips a massive axe swing like it's nothing. The monsters stare in pure shock as Van drops his sword completely and fights with nothing but his fists. Ryuka confirms Van's been slugging it out unarmed lately, and that's when you realize just how insanely strong he is, weapon or not. The group realizes his ancient blade probably got smashed to pieces when he fought the great hero's sacred sword. Ryuka grins bright and insists they just forge him a brand new, super-duper sword. After grinding that dungeon 100 times, she's convinced Van has absolutely earned a rare drop. The orc hesitates, realizing that if he gives Van a stronger weapon, their everyday beatings are going to hurt a whole lot more. Even with how terrifying it sounds, the simping monsters roar in perfect sync that they'll happily endure anything just to keep the dragon queen smiling. The orc leans in and says he knows a dwarven master who can forge a blade so deadly it rivals a sacred sword. He pushes the idea to hire the legendary dwarven bladesmith, someone who's been crafting his blades right alongside their own subordinates. A colossal golem bursts through the wall in a single smash, roaring, "Did someone summon me?" The Minotaur erupts in panic at the intrusion, shrieking that it's blatant disrespect for someone to barge in right in front of the queen. The golem's chest snaps open, and there, inside, stands the pilot, proving they really did arrive in a flash. A creepy, bearded figure crawls inside the machine, crouched low, and howls out a menacing chuckle like it's hunting something. The orc introduces Dwayne, the dwarf leader of the Traps division, and the absolute genius behind their world-class manufacturing. He straight up tells them Dwayne is the mastermind behind every nasty trap and combat golem lurking on those lower floors. The Minotaur squints at the mad scientist with tired suspicion and realizes those evil-looking guys have been popping up like crazy lately. Dwayne brags to everyone that he's the absolute goat when it comes to cooking up weapons of mass destruction. His face contorts with pure rage as he snarls that little twerp's wrecking his creations every single day, effortless, relentless. The orc snaps back, defending his decision with clenched fury, grudge and all. He still swears Dwayne's skill can't be denied. Dwayne grumbles that he wants absolutely nothing to do with the romance subplot between Van and the queen. His whole demeanor flips as the idea hits him. What if his creation ends up humiliating the top-tier heroes, even the legendary one? He starts trembling with pure excitement, picturing Van swinging his blade to smash the great hero to pieces. The monsters stare as Dwayne's fire ignites, realizing his pride as a craftsman crushes the hatred inside him. The Van Kuen's Sword Production Committee officially meets up to brainstorm the ultimate weapon. They dissected the sacred sword calendula and found it blasting out absurd mana, its heat so intense it melts anything it touches. Dwayne hammers out the next move, demanding blade ideas strong enough to survive those brutal conditions and strong enough to rival the deadliest weapon out there. The Minotaur thrusts up a hand and demands the floor, bragging that his battle-hardened experience is exactly what backs his idea. He whips out a sketch pad and swears his design is the best, because he's the one who's fought Van the most. The sketch flips into this wild, delusional fanfic moment where Van shields Ryuka, and the Minotaur proudly acts like it's something to brag about. Ryuka's cheeks ignite as she blushes hard, then snaps that she doesn't need saving, while Harpy's staring like it's the most dreamy thing in the world. Ryuka snaps the conversation back to reality and presses the point: heat resistance is non-negotiable. Walcon and Gyusen unveil a brutally frosty ice sword, its blade carved from pure ice and its handle shaped like an ice cream you can snack on mid-battle. The maid warns that the ice will melt, but Dwayne fires back and says they should slap an enchantment on it so it stays frozen forever. The maid jumps in with a brilliant idea: engrave a power enchantment to forge a blade that can unleash a supersonic shockwave. Ryuka and Dwayne link up over the straight-up awesomeness of a high-frequency blade, totally ignoring how impractical it is. The orc barges into the brainstorming, deadpan as can be, and bluntly tells them they don't need any of those features at all. He points everyone to a monitor like "watch closely" and reveals the real truth about Van's combat power. The footage shows Minotaur fully boosted with enchantments squaring off against Van, and it's setting up a revelation so shocking it'll knock your breath out. The narrator leans in and says Van's unarmed hits land with a crushing magic-level force, like they've got enchantments in every punch. The analysis shows it plain and simple: Van swats away every hit thrown his way, even magic, and the Minotaur crumbles with total, soul-sinking defeat. The committee nods and declares they need a legendary metal so brutal and tough it can survive the earth-shaking impact when a Van slams into a sacred sword. Right off the bat, the debate tears into two iconic fantasy powerhouses, Orichalcum and Mithril. Tensions explode when the orc snaps that the Minotaur is a nostalgia-drunk geezer, and the Minotaur fires back, mocking him for being a total cheapskate. The argument spirals into a nerdy stats showdown where both sides swear their metal is the best, while it turns out they're basically identical under the hood. A random third party tries to push adamantite, but the yelling traditionalists slam it down on the spot, refusing to let him anywhere near the discussion. The bickering drags on until someone finally snaps and asks what makes Mithril special in the first place, then rage erupts all over again. In the middle of all that chaos, heads spinning, voices screaming, someone cuts through with a calm whisper: just blend every strongest metal together. The whole group goes still when it clicks: an Orichalcumithriltamantide alloy could be their answer, even though the suggester has absolutely no idea what they just blurted out. Duo tells them the only way to forge an alloy this impossible is to crank up the heat with black dragon scales and let their magic do the rest. He insists Ryuka's mana is so lethal that it can forge a substance strong enough to survive even the great hero's weapon. Ryuka jerks back in embarrassment, and the moment she hears the request to give Van a part of her body, she's hit with pure, scorching lewdness. She shrieks that it feels like dumping bodily fluids into a present, and the monsters crack that her example is weirdly, almost girlish. Dwayne drops his head and pleads for just one single scale and a puff of fire, begging for Van's brand new weapon. Production kicks off as a massive mech suit lumbers in, gripping the hammer, and the crowd erupts in pure confusion at this wild, bizarre machine. The dwarf pounds the anvil and yells at the Dragon Queen, demanding more heat, begging her to unleash her flames of fury into the forge. Ryuka wrestles with the demand, then admits she can't just summon real rage on command. An explosion screams their first failure to the sky, and Ryuka snaps, anger burning bright as she grabs the dwarf and threatens to hurl him straight into the furnace for his filthy, lewd talk. Even after the setbacks and blasts shook everything, Dwayne kept charging forward and pounding the metal with pure, relentless will. Ryuka hurls a roaring torrent of fire, fueled by the fierce need to protect the bond she forged with her childhood friends. Monsters surge in behind them, driven by their wild personal goals to forge the ultimate weapon. They all shriek together, pouring every ounce of their heart and soul into the work just to serve their beloved Lady Dragon Queen. After days of brutal hammering, the forge finally breathes out, smoke rolling away as the masterpiece is revealed, fully finished. The whole group freezes, staring at their masterpiece in pure wonder, convinced Van will be blown away by the final result. Ryuka bolts to deliver it, but the Minotaur slams the brakes on her, claiming that a legendary blade deserves a grand, proper presentation. The monsters smirk like they know a secret, and when they announce they've got an excellent idea, Ryuka's gut drops because whatever's coming next feels dangerously wrong. Ryuka points at a brick-top doorway and tells Van like it's nothing, she's sealing in a brand new secret floor beneath the dungeon. She tells him the place veers off the usual path and only opens if you meet strict conditions, lighting a spark in Van's adventurer instincts. Ryuka leans in and tells everyone the traps are already laid, and to get in, you'll need a two-person party, nothing less. Van leans in with growing excitement as she toys with the idea that something rare and priceless is buried right down inside. Ryuka grins wide, fists tight, and announces the test run is going to be a wild joint adventure, just the two of them. Not long after, Ryuka comes back in a brand new outfit and wastes no time apologizing for making him wait. Van showers her with compliments and Ryuka flashes a proud grin, saying she's got to dress the part if she wants to be a real adventurer. Ryuka lets out a giggle. Adventuring together instantly drags her back to their childhood, while Van's head spins, wondering what treasure could be waiting for them. Van points out the window where the dungeon's monsters are squished together in a creepy huddle, watching them like they're trying to sneak a peek. Monsters jostle and shove to get a better look, whispering with cold dread that the operation is starting right now. Van and Ryuka face the roaring entrance, and Van fires up with pure hype while Ryuka keeps sneaking nervous glances his way. Ryuka's cheeks flare bright red when it hits her. This is basically a dungeon date, and the old sparks of romantic tension come crashing back in her memory. Suddenly, razor-sharp spikes explode from the walls and the duo scrambles in panic to dodge them, because their date turns into a nightmare in seconds. Van asks if he can rip the trap apart and Ryuka yells no, while her mind races, terrified because she can't believe the thing is actually deadly. The floor crumbles under their feet and they drop like rockets into a pit. Then Van catches sight of the exit, screams and orders, "Move." They crash into a puddle of goo. Van just brushes it off like it's nothing but slime, while Ryuka freezes, eyes sharp with worry. Furious sizzle erupts from Ryuka's outfit as the slime starts chewing through the fabric. Ryuka lets out a terrified shriek as her clothes crumble to dust, and she's left fully exposed right there in the dungeon. She scrambles into hiding in full panic, shrieking that she has to get out of there right now. The watching monsters gawk at the slime's flawless perfection, and the orc finally admits he engineered it to dissolve, only when it gets right up close. Next, the game slams into a giant twister mat. Ryuka freezes, staring at it with pure, defeated despair. Ryuka's face ignites with a furious blush as she's tangled up with Van on the mat, and in her head she's already screaming she'll murder the bastards who designed this. The two of them smash through the rest of the rom-com traps, clashing heads and bodies because only teamwork keeps them standing. They finally stumble into a calm, quiet chamber. Right there, a breathtaking sword is jammed into a stone pedestal like it's waiting for someone to claim destiny. The Minotaur leans in with a savage grin, egging Van on to read the inscription on the bass as his stage play hits the climax. The inscription warns that this blade won't budge from the stone unless two people link up and act as one. Van and Ryuka clamp both hands on the hilt, and with their combined power, the stone shatters as they yank it free. Van and the others manage to draw the Azure Dragon sword, Blue Star, and Van can't stop staring at its beauty while Ryuka blurts out, "Can I keep it?" The Minotaur starts tearing up, insisting that sword is the proof of true love. Then the Harpy snaps back that he's reading way too much into it. He shuts everyone up and warns them, straight-faced, that it's way too soon to start celebrating the victory. Sudden violent bangs thunder through the chamber and Van freezes, still clutching that brand new sword, totally baffled. A massive flaming golem blasts through the wall and Van's like, "What the hell is that thing?" Dueo the dwarf erupts into a maniacal cackle, unveiling Ifrit, his brand new golem forged with the queen's flames. Other monsters snap at him, but Dwayne shoots back that he built it, a fake great hero simulation, to push Van to his breaking point. The golem lunges at breakneck speed and Van has to skid and dodge to survive, while Ryukar snaps to it. This is one of Dweo's creations. Van's shock snaps into a confident grin as he decides this moment is perfect to put his brand new blade to the test. That blazing golem looms over them and swings its gigantic weapon down to crush the two of them. Van whips the blue star around and cleanly slices right through the golem's weapon and arm in one smooth, unstoppable strike. Van locks onto the blade, stunned by how deadly sharp it is, while Dweo stares in impressed shock at the chaos his creation is unleashing. Van marvels that he's never found a sword that hugs his hands this perfectly, while Ryuka panics, screaming that the enemy is right behind him. Van locks eyes on the blade, jaw dropped in pure awe. Somehow, that brutal fight left not a single scratch on it. Dweo the dwarf smirks, then drops the truth. He fused the world's most legendary metals with the queen's scales to forge this masterpiece, and he did it without sacrificing a single bit of quality. He proudly baptized the alloy True Dragon Steel, bragging that it even shrugged off Ryuka's brutal durability test with not a single dent. Van beams at the kelpie hide grip, and the Minotaur watching from the side can't tell if Van's truly thrilled or if he's just playing along to be polite. The Minotaur tries to break down the sword's fresh enchantment, but his explanation gets ripped away by a hard metallic clang. Battle is back on, and it's loud. A wild burst of power snaps from Van's blade as he slams into another brutal, flaming golem strike head-on. The whole crowd gasped in total shock as Van didn't just stop that massive attack, he snapped in a gorgeous parry and sent it flying back. Orcuin cuts in mid-action and spills the secret of his paracoating enchantment. Once it lands, the user can blast a defensive shockwave on impact. Dweo throws down a challenge to Van, master that brutal technique right in the middle of the fight, while the Minotaur just watches the dwarf and snorts at how zero chill he has. Van cracks a grin, feels the sword's power humming, and then prepares to unleash the shockwave enchantment himself. No hesitation, all impact. He clocks the exact timing, then unleashes all his power to blast a shockwave straight through the enemy's armor the second their blades lock with his. A thunderous impact detonates in pure force, sending the fiery golem flying backward in a blazing storm of destruction. To everyone's shock, Van doesn't finish the magical parry with a sword swing. He hammers his fist into the enemy instead, calling it the striking slash. Ryuka stares, wide-eyed and speechless, completely blown away by how crazy effective and wildly creative Van's unconventional fighting style really is. Duo's disbelief turns to shock as he realizes Van instantly got the intricate enchantment, and then ripped it apart, bending it into his own brutal brawling style. The dwarf's rage flips into wild glee, and he cackles that Van's genius is exactly why he's such a perfect opponent to crush. Other executives freeze in terror as they realize they've just handed their daily oppressor a super weapon, while that clueless dwarf swears he'll forge an even stronger golem. Van beams at Ryuka, thanking her for the sword that'll make him stronger, while the eavesdropping Minotaur quakes with dread, already fearing what comes next. Van snaps the question at Ryuka, did she have his sword custom made for him, and panic makes Crimson flush hot with shock. He tracks the words carved into the blade to Van with all my love, and the moment Ryuka reads them, rage explodes in her as she lashes out at her meddling subordinates. Ryuka blurts out a panicked excuse, insisting she never meant to dodge, she just didn't want him stressing over hunting a weapon because he's been swinging around without one this whole time. She groans that she's only trying to pinch pennies by fixing broken gear, and Van just snorts it off like her reason's laughable. Van breaks into a real, warm smile, telling her that no matter what brought it on, this gift makes him insanely happy. Ryuka shoots him a bashful glance, then quickly tells him to mind the weapon, trying hard to cover up the thrill bubbling in her chest. Backstage, the monsters throw a victory party, shove a bill into Dweo's hands, and congratulate themselves for the queen's romantic progress. Dweo stares at the invoice and goes rigid, then erupts in a scream. Those production costs look less like a bill and more like a full-on national budget. The dwarf tries to chuckle it away and bolt, but the enraged orc roars for answers, demanding to know why those astronomical expenses are out of this world. The orc snaps that Dweo is skimming the precious alloy for his own golem project, and he won't let the dwarf take the fall. Duo rockets into the sky on a jetpack to dodge his debts, while his robotic maid downstairs scrambles to apologize to the furious crowd. The royal capital of the Kara kingdom erupts with celebration as the great hero storms back from his mission. Citizens crowd the streets again, roaring for Van's old friend as they cheer on the nation's protector and celebrate his return to prominence. Fans mob him with gifts, fresh flowers, a massive fish, you name it, anything to prove how much they appreciate him. From a balcony, two onlookers trade whispers. His popularity feels way too shady, and that grin looks downright villainous. Prominence tries to politely refuse the massive pile of gifts, but in her head she swears she'll end this problem for good. He rips free from the crowd, forcing himself to remember he has to report to His Majesty right now. In the throne room, the king beams as he welcomes the hero's rise, then pours out his heartfelt gratitude for everything they've fought for. The king demands a proper report on the northern expedition. He wants proof the whole realm is safe. Prominence is saying the north is finally safe and that the monsters have been fully wiped out. The king demands answers about the wild rumor that a demon king's vessel is hiding right in their region. Prominence didn't hesitate, straight up said that no such vessel was ever found, calling the whole thing just a baseless rumor. The king swallows the hero's words as truth without a crack, and he practically exhales in relief, because the threat turns out to be nothing at all. Prominence storms out of the audience chamber, drops into a weary sigh, and finally admits he's been drained by the deception. Right as he steps in, Kefide, the northern hero, storms up and corners him in the hallway, like he's been waiting there for this exact moment. Kefide steps in and corners him because he can tell the report sent to the king doesn't tell the whole truth. Prominence flashes his signature forced grin, slips into playing dumb, and tries to dodge the interrogation. Kefide isn't buying it, he calls it out, saying Prominence always wears that same smile when he's hiding something. Prominence tries to dodge the question, but Kefide won't let it go, he keeps hunting for answers. They strode through the castle side by side, and Kefia kept pressing for answers, demanding to know what truly went down in that dungeon. Kefiad leans in and demands to know about the adventurer Van, because he's sure all that fame is tied to him. Prominence admits he ran into Van, and his old friend is thriving. Kefiad presses on, grilling them about the Black Dragon Queen, and demanding to know if she's truly a threat. Prominence shoots down the rumors, insisting she's no threat at all, just a harmless girl with a crush. Kefide slams to a halt, baffled, because the world-ending monster is described like some lovesick heartthrob. Prominence bursts into laughter and snaps that the dungeon's situation is way too twisted to fit good versus evil. He spills the truth. Van hasn't just been going to that dungeon, he's been showing up there for her day after day for a long, long time. Kefide leans in, caught between disbelief and raw curiosity, and demands more details about this wildly bizarre relationship. Prominence fires off a blazing, heartfelt explanation, spilling the whole dynamic like a shameless gossip monger. He breaks down how the queen fights to mask her emotions, and every single time she slips up hard. Prominence admits Van's clueless, but he's got feelings all over it, and that's why their romance crawls forward like a slow-burn fuse. He makes it clear only their bond keeps that dungeon calm and unshaken. Prominence points out that Van has hit the lowest level every single month for 10 straight years, no missed dates, so everyone can see just how relentless his dedication is. Kefiad thinks this gossip is draining as hell, but he grudgingly admits the info is strategically golden. Prominence suddenly flips into a dark, villainous grin and basically says, "We can weaponize that sweet young love, then tear the enemy apart from the inside." Kefide gapes at him in pure terror, reeling as that dark tactic suddenly flips into place. He tears into Prominence, yelling that twisting innocent love is not something a hero would ever do. Prominence shatters the tension with a loud laugh, then tells Kefide to chill because it was just a joke. He taunts his senior, grinning like, "That you can't read romance, that's why I'm still a 30-year-old virgin." Kefide grabs his chest as the insult detonates like a critical strike, knocking him speechless and bleeding hurt. Prominence saunters off with a wave, and his senpai is left to claw back from the emotional wreckage all by himself. Prominence burst into his senior's office, begging to set up double dates with Van and Ryuka, but Kefiat snapped at him for getting too friendly with the enemy. Out of nowhere, the king lunges up from behind them and blares that he's the one supporter of the famous X-Electra ship. Then he roars his approval and cheers them on. The king's face snaps to Sirius as he roars that the Demon King is coming back any moment, and they have to crush the Black Dragon before it's too late. He roars at everyone to gear up for the coming fight, then declares he's launching a top-secret investigation into Van and the WRM's Hell Dungeon. The king drops the bombshell. He's already summoned the hero from the west, plus the legendary hero who wiped out the last demon king, and they're coming to help them. A shadowy silhouette suddenly forms while they argue about the greatest mage, the sage who helped spark the last war against the demon king. Still, the excitement gets crushed by one brutal truth. The sage is a bitter shut-in who despises people and barely ever leaves his tower. Just like everyone feared, the report hits. Turns out the sage flat-out rejected the summons, proving once and for all how stubborn he really is. While the sage stays away, he sends a stand-in instead, and then, bam, small figure steps right through the door. A young girl with a staff strides up and introduces herself as Art, the great sage's apprentice, standing tall and confident in front of the heroes. Prominence leans in with a warm, friendly grin and welcomes her to the team, but she answers with an icy, deadpan stare that shuts the whole moment down. Art bluntly snaps that she hates him, sending Prominence into shock as her hostility hits out of nowhere. She tells him her master drilled this into her. Heroes are just glory snatchers and scum, and it's a poisonous prejudice she inherited from the sage. Soon, Kefid steps up to the king with a serious request, and when he speaks, it's not as a hero, it's as Van's childhood friend. He throws his hands up and begs them to smash the prophecy's hold, figuring out a way to stop the threat without harming Van or Ryuka. They're dead serious and grim. Sure, we'll try, but if the world is on the line, saving your friends can't be the top priority. King nods and says he'll hear the request, only if Prominence gives in to one specific condition. Dramatic sound effects thunder through the room as the king gears up to reveal the terms of their agreement. The king rages as he slams down portrait after portrait of eligible noble women, right there on the table, the cabinet minister's niece and even a neighboring royal too. With fierce determination, the king proclaims that he'll personally pick a perfect spouse for the great hero, because he wants to make sure the bloodline keeps going. Prominence jolts with terror, screams that he'll do anything if the king spares him from that arranged marriage, and tries to bolt out of the whole conversation. The king shoves photo after photo of the candidates right into the hero's face, brushing off every single protest as if he's deaf. The narrator kicks off the 45th floor of the WRM's Hell Dungeon, saying that for ages it was locked down by a veteran burning inferno ogre, chewing through any intruder that dared to step inside. After the four idiots pulled off their recent victory, the ogre got promoted to boss of the Ogre Organ's dungeon, and that left the floor guardian's spot wide open. In the cavernous depths, a wild crowd of next-gen monsters pours in, all kinds of terrifying, all buzzing with excitement, because they've come to compete in the selection to decide the new floor guardian. In the midst of demon and beast masks that look ready to tear you apart, a completely out-of-place human figure, Penguin, disguised as someone else, sits there looking absolutely wrecked by what's happening. A flashback hits just days earlier. Pan Kun is stunned when he learns every floor boss gets to pick a candidate, and somehow his name gets chosen for the exam. The armored knight monster hits Penguin with a crushing bombshell. He's been chosen as floor 1's representative, and Penguin erupts in a full-on scream of shock. The low-level monsters on the first floor erupt in cheers for their rising star, throwing on even more pressure with every heartfelt shout. Right in the present, Penguin slumps with his head in his hands, admitting to himself that he just couldn't say no when he saw their excited faces. He lets out a heavy sigh and it hits him like a punch. This whole disaster is on him, because he tried to juggle being a monster and an adventurer at the same time. A chilling voice rips into his pity party, demanding to know why some lowly monster would dare show up in a place like this. A shadowy skeleton mage in a hooded cloak towers over him, then introduces himself, Lixan, a self-appointed elite candidate. That lich post basically screams this exam is just a rubber stamp for someone like him. He's here to rock it from floor 40 and brag that Penguin doesn't belong. The lich squeezes out a creepy intimidation act at the disguised dog monster Wulson beside him, but Wulson glares back with terrifying fury, coldly warning that skeleton to stop bullying anyone. The lich instantly snaps out of it, stammers out an apology and freezes in terror, because that wholesome dog just came at him with sudden, ruthless aggression. Wall's stomach dropped as his sand panicked. He'd almost blown his cover the moment instinct took over, terrified the lich could smell his real identity. With quick thinking, Wolfson lets out a ridiculously loud fake sneeze and swears he's been battling a cold since yesterday, just to cover up his weird behavior. Heavy hooves thunder onto the stone as the examiner storms in to face the crowd of candidates. The Minotaur towers over the crowd and slams the news down. Selection tests to crown the new boss of Floor 45 start now, for real. He's basically telling everyone that WRM's hell has to crank up its defenses now, because the great heroes are coming back and the foreign invaders will too. He tells them that Floor 45 has always been a wall, almost nothing slips through, with just a handful of exceptions, and now he's betting this crew can become the next unstoppable shield. The Minotaur declares that the new Guardian must wield power strong enough to crush an upper-rank A-class adventurer party and leave them in total, breath-stealing despair. He kicks off the first test of pure skill, gesturing at a brutal lineup of massive clay golems standing there, ready to crush whoever steps up. They're told they'll be judged on how creatively they can take down those golems, brutes with the raw power of an A-rank party. A new rule snaps into place. Because the budget's tight, anyone who wrecks the pricey golems will lose points for it. The orc slams in a horrifying warning. Dwayyo has threatened to literally kill anyone who dares destroy his precious creations. With the danger cranked up to max, the Minotaur roars for the trials to begin, shouting for the candidates to step forward every time their name gets called. A colossal bear monster crashes into a golem and starts wrestling it with pure brute strength, hammering it in a brutal display of power. A savage multi-headed hydra coils around a golem and crushes it to pieces, while all those vicious heads hiss like they're about to tear the air apart. Other monsters jump in one after another, unleashing everything from magical blasts to razor-fast strikes. The Lick stares from the sidelines, nitpicking every flaw, then grudgingly admits the Lick in front of him is surprisingly good. The Lich smirks like he owns the place as his turn creeps closer, fully certain he's leagues ahead of everyone else. Meanwhile, Pankun sinks into deep thought, plotting how to throw the game on purpose, while keeping it respectful toward Gobson, the one who nominated him. He's terrified that the moment he becomes a real boss, he'll lose every chance to hang out with Ryuka and keep living the life of an adventurer. A flashback hits and Gobson bursts into laughter, straight up admitting he never thought Pankun could clear the dungeon. No way, not with that kind of talent inside. Gobson explains he only nominated Pankun because he wanted to hand him a real chance to gain experience. Then he rushes to apologize for picking him without even asking first. Back in the present, Pankun freezes. Gobson's warm smile flashes in his mind, and he realizes he can't just toss that match aside with disrespect. Remembering Gobson's words, "Give it everything, don't fear failure," Pankun steels his resolve and commits to it. Pankun strides up to the golems, throws down his serious mode, and sticks to his usual don't kill routine straight from what he uses with Ryuka. In a blur of pure speed, Pankun crashes in with a devastating strike, and just like that, the golems get wiped out, shards of them exploding through the air everywhere. Pankun stood amid the shattered rubble, dread gripping him as he finally realized, too late, that his serious holdback strength was way beyond what the test could handle. Pankun freezes in terror as the Minotaur looms over him, convinced the executive has clocked every move and finally uncovered his real identity, the adventurer Van. To his massive relief, the Minotaur isn't mad at all. He's impressed, praising Pankun's tiny damage, his smart approach, and handing out big, high-style points while Pankun realizes he's finally safe. The Lich creeps up on the still shacking Pankun, demands to know why he's so down, then awkwardly praises his skills like a full-on tsundere. The orc strides up to the crowd, declaring that the calculations are done, and the first stage of the selection exam is officially over. The first finalist snaps into view, the multi-headed Hydra, prowling the 36th floor. Then the second finalist gets revealed, an elite magic user from the 40th floor, the Lick. The last spot goes to the dark horse from the first floor, the armored Pankun, who looks like his whole life is riding on whether he wins. The announcer slams the news. These three are advancing to the finals, where tomorrow they'll face a formal interview. Ryuka's face lights up as she tells everyone, "Don't worry, I'll be the one personally acting as the examiner for the interview coming up." Later, Ryuka rushes to Van and apologizes, saying she's got something big tomorrow and can't hang out, while Van plays dumb like he had no idea what she meant. Van sinks into a barstool with the other monsters, sweating bullets as he tries to pry info on the candidates, without blowing his cover. The executives huddle in intense debate over the finalists, praising Hydra's edge and Lick's range, but when Gobson throws in a rock-solid endorsement, they all lean hard toward Pankun. Van slams into the wall, crushing under despair, thinking, "How did I end up in this nightmare?" while the Hydra looms in the shadows behind him. The Hydra slinks into a hidden, secluded spot, peels back its disguise, and mocks the whole test as pathetic because nobody even saw through what it really was. A lizard man attendant blurts out, shaking, "Are you sure about this?" as his mistress slips out of the Hydra costume, readying herself for tomorrow's chance. A young dragon girl rips off the disguise, glares like it could burn, and swears she'll never forgive the Black Dragon Queen, Obsidian, for wiping out her clan. With a blazing stare, she steps up and names herself Vanora Vermilion, the Poison Dragon Princess, and vows she's coming for WM's hell, all for her own.